Alrighty. I think we're good to go. Hello. Hi. Happy Saturday. I see Faye Helmet redeeming the posture check. Thank you for that. I just sat down, so I actually have pretty good posture, I think, for now. But hope everyone is doing well. Okay, so last stream, this is what I did last stream. I don't like it. I mean, I kind of didn't like it when I was doing it, but now that I'm looking at it, I do this thing sometimes on accident where I divide the scene into two. And I kind of mentioned this last stream, but like I basically have two little compositions and it's just a line going across. And also like, what's the focal point? Are we supposed to look up here or are we looking down here? And why does this thing like, it's just weird. Weird composition. It kind of isn't terrible, but also not great. Anyway, we're gonna do stuff today. Canada Hazuki, how's it going? Hello. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. Also, it's weird. I've moved where my my webcam is, so now it's right in front of me. So like when I'm painting, I'm looking towards it. But now when I read chat, it looks like I'm looking off to the side, kind of, because I am. But also, it's like the wrong side. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it is a thing. I changed it. Also, I'm gonna move my computer tower with my foot because it's on the floor, and I don't know. Hopefully, I don't bump something and it unplugs. Okay. So yeah, these are the thumbnails we did last stream. I think what I'm going to do is maybe I'll keep a few of them. Obviously, we aren't going to keep the one that we just did, right? We aren't going to keep that one. This one I think we're getting rid of. I don't like it. I mean, it's not bad. You look like you're looking at chat when you're looking at chat. Oh, do I? Okay, that's good. Well, only if you have chat on the right. I guess most people do have chat on the right. That's true. That's a good point, Pepperly. So it's like I'm looking over. Is that... And I think the ideal situation would be that, like, when I'm actually painting, I'm looking inward, like, a little bit. So, like, I'm looking that... Wait. That way. A little bit. There's nothing over here for me. It's just like a corner of a wall. But, like, I feel like that would be the ideal spot to be looking. That way it looks like I'm looking at my painting, and then I look over at chat. But that's like a big head motion, you know? To go, like, from here to here. So I think this is as good as I can do, is just forward and to the side. I can't be doing these big head swings, bobbing my head all over. And I think this one we can get rid of. I kind of don't... I mean, this one was fun, but I think we're going to get rid of it. I think we'll keep this one for now, because it's fun and it inspires me. The library was a good one. Now let's just start with these three. We'll just stick these here. Maybe we'll do a full batch of thumbnails today. I don't know. I don't really have a plan. I never really have a plan. But yeah, Pepperly, how are you? How's the day? The Saturday? Alright. Let's go like this. We're gonna extend this a little. You know what's really funny? Every single time I do this, so I have underneath my canvas, you can't see it, but I have another set of thumbnails. So if I pull the screen down, right, there's another set of thumbnails. I am really bad at visually measuring how far down I need to go to not overshoot. So like, again, same spacing as these. So like if I want to go down another from here to here, like a little bit below so that the full box is in view, how far down do you drag it? Do you drag it here? Do you drag it here? This obviously is too short, right? Because that would be like halfway through the box. But like, what about here? Is this too far? And I am so bad at it. I now know, because like my brain tells me here, and I know for sure, just from experience, that this is wrong. Because if I do this, it's way overshooting. Actually, it wasn't. Okay, that was right on point. Okay, I was actually trying to... But normally I'm so bad at this. Normally I try to drag it down, and I'm like, it's like this. I'm like, okay, that's like my visual judgment and measuring is so bad when it comes to that. I just found it interesting, because it's like kind of art adjacent. Like, you're noticing things and paying attention and trying to, like, I don't know, some weird perception stuff going on. It reminds me a little bit of that thing where you have people try to like count out 8 seconds in your head, and then you like hit a timer, and like people are really bad at like keeping track of seconds in their head. They either count way too fast or way too slow. Like it's hard to sort of have your internal perception aligned with like the actual thing. Anyway, and that reminds me of that because I'm always so bad at this at measuring visually. Hello, how's your day? My day is good. My day's nice. I haven't done much today. I got scammed out of 12 cents. Is that not really? But that was a yeah, not much of a story there other than weird anomalies at work because I deal with like pricing. And I don't know exactly, something went wrong. But anyway, and I still don't really know what it is. I'm kind of scratching my head over it, but hopefully it's not an issue for like the entire store all day. Scammed in the big 2025, right? No, it wasn't a real scam. It's just the math wasn't making sense, and the math it was showing us visually, like showing it steps, was not adding up, and something was wrong, and I don't know what it was. Anyway, but yeah, hopefully, anyway, that's not really relevant to the stream, and I don't want to go too much into it. Honestly, I would get scammed easily. I think it's important to be like honest and humble and not overconfident, because I think the people who get scammed or can get scammed the most are the people who like, I would never get scammed. I would know if it was a real email. I can tell AI apart. I can do that. It's like, no, you can't. Like you, maybe most of the time, but like you don't know what you don't know. And at one of these times, like, I don't know. I think overconfidence is one of those, the big things. So like, if you say that you think you could get scammed and you're actively taking steps not to get scammed, you're probably fine, right? Like you are again, this happens a lot in life. I feel like it's the same thing when people are like, oh, I don't know if I would be a good parent. The fact you are concerned about it probably means you'll be all right. At least to me. Like you are someone who is conscientious, and is that the right word? Aware enough, not if you're aware enough to recognize the situation you're in, and you want to change it, you probably will, right? Or you're able to take good action. I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of that. Like if you are someone who understands and thinks that you could potentially be taken advantage of, in sort of like tricked, then like you're probably have a leg up on people who think they're infallible, right? Like it's just, these things are I mean, again, there's tons of trickery out there, whether it's optical stuff or just people trying to lie to you or steal. I don't know. It's just so yeah, I think you'll be fine. But yeah, no, scamming is, I think it's fascinating. It's one of those things that I kind of love, not to do it, but to like think about. Like, I'm the type of person who wants to understand how the scams work. And so whenever a scammer messages me, which is fairly frequently, especially on a site like DeviantArt, I'll just reply. Not always. Lately I haven't been. But a lot of times it's like, I just want to see, like, what's the scam? Sometimes I don't know what the scam is. And, like, I know it's shady. I know it's not a real thing. But, like, where is the point that they try to have me part with something that's valuable to them? Is it my money? Is it data? Is it account information, right? Are they gonna try to phish me? Like, what is the scam? What's the thing that's gonna happen? I want to know. And sometimes there's only been a few times where I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. It's shady, and I don't know what the scam is. And that's the thing that makes me go on a high alert. Is like I'm pretty comfortable if I know that they're doing like a phishing scam. Like, I'm all right, I can chat with this person. I'm not gonna get scammed probably because I'm not going to enter my info. I'm not going to click links, right? I'm already thinking about sensitive information like what's your mother's maiden name, right? Like, I'm thinking about these. And so I'm probably not going to get phished. But like, if I don't even know where they're going, if I can't even guess at it, I'm like, how do I watch out for it, So to me, I feel like it's good to sort of stay on your toes with what kind of scams are out there. I know there's also like a lot of AI voice scams. which is a big one. I've talked to like my parents, or only my mom really, about it, but like with people using your voice if you're online at all, to like, maybe I say that I have a brother, and then maybe later I say what my brother's name is, a month later or something, and like, somebody could take my voice and be like, and they somehow find my information online, which probably isn't that hard to find, or, find my mom's information, call her up with a fake voice that sounds just like me, or, and make some crazy claim that name drop people, make it sound real authentic, and suddenly, she gets scammed. Like, it could absolutely happen. And that's something that I think that's scary, where, like, I think I have... Hey, Monster Cord, how's it going? Like, it sounds a little cynical, I think. But I feel like I'm just I don't like to take people at their word. Like, even people that I know, because, like, that's not really true. It's more like, if the stakes are high, there needs to be a better process than just trust me, like, it'll get done. Do I trust you? Like, if this is a literal life or death situation, like, there's gotta be a better way than just trust the person that they'll do a thing they said they'll do, right? Like, I feel like in today's age, with high stakes matters, you've got to have a better process than just trusting someone on their word. And that bothers me when, like, that's the best that we do. When people are like, I don't know, it bothers me a little bit. Like, I know what I'm talking about. Well, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm talking about half the time. I get things wrong all the time. Why would I just randomly, like, I don't know. It's really hard for me when people are like, I know this to be true. Maybe. But also, you could be wrong, and now I'm trusting you to know that you're right on... now there's two layers. Yeah. Anyway, there's one that used to be a popular streamer who once said he told all his important places if the bank never to do business with him over the phone, or for the same reason, the voice thing. Yeah, I mean, it's just a good process to have. I mean, same, and not that I need to say this, but I think anytime this comes up, because the most obvious ones are still the ones that get the most people, which are, well, and I say obvious, not in like, you're stupid if you fall for it, but obvious as in the most common, right? And those are just simple things like, you get a message from Amazon in your email saying that there's fraudulent activity, and if it's not you, then please click here and take action, right? And it's just a simple, like, it's a phishing link. You click it, and they'll have you sign in and do the stuff. And guess what? It's not your actual Amazon, and you just gave them information. Or your bank calls you, there's been fraudulent activity, please call us this number. And then you call the number, and then your bank deals with the thing. Guess what? It wasn't your bank. Like, the way to avoid those, right? Even if you aren't aware that it is this is a thing you should do anyway. If you get an email that says, email me, or if they say call me, right? Or if they say, your account has been hacked, you don't click the link they provide. You don't call the number they provide. You just say, I can Google, and you go Google your, go to, or whatever, just go Amazon.com, hit enter, it'll have you sign into their page because you know the site to Amazon, and then you don't go to the link they provided. You just type it in, and then you sign in like you normally do, or whatever. You're probably auto-signed in. And then you see, and if it's important, they will have an alert. They'll tell you, right? There'll be some sort of flashing notification on your Amazon, right? Or if you go to your bank account, again, not through an email, not through the thing they send you, but if you type in, www. American Bank, or whatever a bank you use, that's not actually a bank, I just made that up. But, right, like some sort of bank that sounds banky that you probably use, or credit union or whatever, go to their site, sign in, and if there's something important, there will be a little notification somewhere in there that's like, urgent, you need to deal with this, right? That's how you do it. You don't click the thing in the email. And this is the same with, again, there's a really common one with artists that's, payment processed. Someone will ask you to, or ask to commission you. You'll go through all the rigmarole. Is that a word? You'll go through all that to talk out a budget and timeline and what you're gonna do. They'll maybe even send you info, and then they're like, all right, sounds good, and then they're like, I'm gonna pay, and then, you know, 2 to 10 seconds later, you get a little notification in your email inbox that says, so-and-so has paid you this much through PayPal. Don't trust that. It's an email. Go to your PayPal account, not through the link they provided, right? Don't click here to sign in. Like, go to the thing, right? You go to paypal.com, sign in, and then if you have money, it will show you, right? And there's a lot of ways scams through, like, fake PayPal verifications happen, right? They're not always, sometimes they're phishing links for other things. Sometimes it's like, your money is locked behind, you know, because the amount is over $200, you must pay a $25 surcharge to receive the funds. Well, this sounds a little fishy, but, you know, $25 spent to get $200 sounds like a win for me, right? And then you think you should pay the money, and it's not PayPal, so you're just paying someone else money. Like, that's a really common scam. Obviously, they could be after other things, right? But they could be, like, trying to steal your art, which honestly isn't probably very likely. Not because your art is bad, or my art is bad, but, like, most of the thieves are after actual money, because it's hard to sell art. Why would they want to steal it if they're after money? Anyway, I'm rambling. But yeah, no, I don't know, scams are fascinating. Because it's like this weird, it's this weird intersection of, like, crime, which is kind of fascinating, because it's like, you know, breaking the law, and there's, like, this mysterious side of it, but it's also, like, taps into this human psychology side of things that I just find so cool. Like, how we can be fooled by, you know, illusions, whether it's optical illusions like art and pictures and stuff, or sound, or whatever. It's just like, or weird procedural things that we, like, you know, you do a thing every morning or something, but then something changes and you don't even notice, and you just keep doing the wrong thing. Like, those little things that, like, trick your brain into doing something wrong, and people tap into that, and they can sort of take advantage of that. And I don't know, I just find it so interesting. Anyway, I don't think most people love scams as much as I do. Obviously, scamming is bad. It's evil. Don't take advantage of other people, but it's good to educate yourself a little bit. And also, like, if you do get scammed, like I said earlier, because anyone can get scammed, right? It's not like I'm more, you know, I'm better at not getting scammed than you are. No, like, not really. Probably not. Because, again, it's like, it's sort of like, am I more likely to fall for an optical illusion or less likely than you are? No, it's like, it's part of our brain. Our brain will see the optical illusion because we're human, not because we're stupid, right? You will fall for a scam, not because you're stupid, but because you're human, and scammers rely on human instincts, right? No one was scammed. We were just talking about, I forgot how we started this. Wink Cupid says, my mother almost got scammed. If I wasn't there, she would have lose everything. It was crazy how smooth they make everything sound until you find a crack. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's like, to the outsider, the crack is obvious, right? But to the insider, that's just not how that's not what your brain's thinking about, right? If you tell someone that a loved one is in dire danger, they're probably thinking about the danger of the loved one and how they can solve it. They're not thinking that you slipped up and mispronounced their name slightly, right? They're probably not thinking about all these other little cracks in the story, because they're invested emotionally. They're thinking about the thing that they should be thinking about, right? And that's how your brain should do it, and that's a good thing. And so it just, yeah, I think one of the big things with scams is that people oftentimes feel, like, ashamed, and they don't want to tell someone, and so they want to try to solve it on their own. And, like, no, it's not. You shouldn't be ashamed that you fell for it. You fell for it because you're human, and they're basically using how your brain works and how people do things, whether it's, like, systems that we use every day. They're using those kinds of things, and they're using them against us, and it's not. Anyway. Yeah, but no, nobody got scammed. I mean, a lot of people get scammed, right? My grandma almost got scammed. A coworker of mine once got scammed while I was at work, and he actually came up to me and told me, he was like, Well, he didn't tell me he got scammed. He was like, hey, there's a guy on the phone asking something or other. I'm like, that's a scam. Immediately. It was like, again, I don't fault him. I just, because he was told stuff on the phone that made him react away. But like, when he tells me the story, and it's like, yeah, that's a scam. And he's like, oh, well, I already gave them the numbers. So you've gotten scammed is what you're like. He fell for it. He actually gave them like, I don't know, it was like $20 or something. But it was like, this is like, it happens. And it can happen to anyone. Hey, Sarah. Hey, Iron Matt. And Reed Kreiner, hope you're doing well. Bleach Blonde, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. All right, let's do some painting. But yeah, and also if you're ever on any social media and you're like posting art, you've probably had those like super shady messages that are like, obviously they will lead to a scam, but you don't necessarily know how. I'm just gonna make some shapes. Let's put some colors on here, some greens, some browns. We did these last stream. Some libraries, a library sketch, a random forest, and a random environment with a hedge maze. Maybe I'm gonna play around with a brush. Let's go to a brush that I don't use much. Let's do this one. This is a fun brush. Very blobby and blurry. But maybe there will be shapes in here that I can find. Every once in a while, I like to go through your email spam folder and read the art scams message. Yeah, I mean, I think it's good to, one, just familiarize yourself on like the pattern recognition of the obvious shady stuff, but also just knowing what the scams are. Again, this is where like, this is sort of an interest of mine, and I don't really expect everyone to have this interest, but just being aware of what the scams are. I mean, before a lot of you came in today, we started, I think, by talking about, well, this very topic, but like just thinking about, or just knowing what's out there. Like there's currently, a lot of AI voice scams where people will take like a 20-second clip of you online, or, if you've ever streamed, they could have your voice, and all they have to do is just, dig for some public information that sounds kind of private, but it's not really. And suddenly they have information and they have your voice, and they can call, maybe they find a relative who has a Facebook with a number that they posted once on Facebook Marketplace or whatever. And like now they can call a relative with your voice, and they have information that is relevant to you. And like that's a recipe for scamming, right? Like it's out there. And so just knowing that can exist is already like a good step, I think. Because if like I know it's not probably great. Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think you only need like 20 seconds of voice. Like if you are someone who is in the public and you speak like I am, your immediate relative should absolutely know that this scam exists, and maybe even have like, some people will have like a code word to like verify it's them, and they won't tell anybody. That way, if you get a call and it sounds like you need someone to pay you money or do something, or you're in an emergency, right? Before you jump in your car and drive to the wherever they tell you to drive to, like maybe you just double check, right? When I always tell my mom, if there's anything suspicious, just hang up on me and then call me back by my number, not the number that called me, right? Or that called her. Like if I, not that this isn't relevant for you guys because I don't know any of your numbers, but like if I got a call from you and it was super shady, or even if it wasn't shady, just like, oops, I disconnected, bad service, hang up. And then I'll just call you back. Call you back by the number that I have in my phone for you. If it goes to you, which it probably will, you'll pick up and be like, no, that wasn't me. Or you'll say, yeah, that's me. Like it'll be pretty obvious immediately if you were the person calling me, right? That's like and also like your banks should probably know that. Well, that's a different issue. But like, anyway, it's just that kind of stuff is just being aware of it. And yeah, it's scary. It's, and it's not just like, there's a lot of myths around scamming that make people more vulnerable, like thinking that they are not in the demographic. Like, oh, well, scammers only target old people. That's not true. I think there was some report about total scams like in the previous year, like a yearly scam report or something of people who report scams. And I think the majority of it was towards like children on like Roblox or something. Like it was basically game scams for children with credit cards, trying to get them to take their parents' card because, you know, stuff like that. Like basically targeted not towards older people, which is kind of, again, obviously things targeting older people is obviously a very real market for scams, but it's just, I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting topic, I think. But yeah, I just think it's like the intersection between like technology, human psychology, right? Sort of like creating little clever systems to do things, even if they're evil things. But yeah. Your artwork truly astounded me with its creativity. Oh gosh, I just got one a couple days ago. Maybe that's what started this rant. It was on DeviantArt. I didn't respond to it, but it's just like, come on now. You're not even trying. I'm going to the... Oh, 3 days ago. Oh, their account's already banned. Hello, I really love your photo. What photo? And I would like to use it as an inspiration for my artwork. I am willing to pay you for your time and effort and will give you credit for the original photo by tagging you and posting it. So normally what I know that this is just a bogus spam message. Would you be interested? And of course I would just be like, you can use it and credit me without paying me. But they're like, no, I insist. Now, obviously I didn't respond, but they are already banned. But like that's super common. It's just here, let me just print screen. Like this. It's just these all, I mean, the account's already been banned, right? It already has a line through it. But it's like, you know, like, I never understood why the messaging is this way, because for me, I would just be like, you can use it without paying me. Like, you're willing to pay me for my time and effort. Well, how about you don't? Wait, how? So it starts out with them trying to pay you. It ends up being a refund scam. So this in itself is not a scam. This is just a poorly worded message, but just pattern recognition leads me to know that this is not a real inquiry. But no, the actual scam is a refund scam or some version of it. Again, sometimes they pivot and it's hard to know immediately. Again, it's not wrong to engage with this, right? It's fine to engage with a suspect scammer, and the way you do it is the same way you would do it to a real client. You just lay out the stuff very clearly. You know, this is how much it'll cost. Here's how you can pay me. And if they try to deviate at all, you say no. No, sorry, I don't take this weird cryptocurrency. Sorry, no, I don't take check over the mail. I don't care if you can't use PayPal. Sucks for you, come back when you can. I mean, you don't say it like that, that's really rude. But like, you know, you lay out your rules and they need to follow them. That's how that's how you avoid getting scammed. Because they will try to pivot, right? Always. Typically like, well, unfortunately, because I live in, they'll just say a country that they probably think you don't know anything about. They'll say, you know, because I live in Argentina, I can't use PayPal. So can I send you a check via courier because I have a service that I use? And you're like, okay, like, you know, you want to be the nice person, and so you agree to it, and that's where it happens. Is then they do your classic refund scam. They write a check for too much, they send it. A couple days later, they say, hey, I realize I wrote the check for $2,000 instead of $200. Could you send me back the money that I sent after you cash it or whatever? Or like once you cash it, you know, they'll say they cashed or whatever. And then they're like, oh, I sent you too much. Could you send me back the money? And then they send you a link to like PayPal. And you're like, what? Didn't you say you don't have PayPal? But anyway, or like they ask you to then send the money back. And then some people will oblige and boom, you're out the money because the check never actually cashed because there's a delay. That's how checks work. They will, you know, banks will allow you access to the money before it actually clears. Sort of, there's like a trust system so that you can actually get your money the day that you use it, because banks, it's just banks want business. So that's a really common one. Other ones would be, you know, you know, here, I'll pay you $500. And earlier, I mentioned this already once in the stream. And you're like, great, here's my PayPal. And they say, fantastic, sent the money. And then you get on your phone, a notification pops into your email box that says, PayPal, you know, $500 has been delivered from so-and-so to your PayPal account. And you're like, great. And then it's not the money because that was an email and not a PayPal, right? And then they will say something like, oh crap, I sent you $500 instead of $200, right? Sometimes it's a refund that way. Sometimes it'll say they sent you $500, but because it's over $200, you must, you know, pay a $25 surcharge to unlock the $500, right? That's not a real thing, but if you get it in your inbox in your email and you're like, well, I want $500 for this, and so you sign in, oh, maybe it was a phishing account or a link, or, you know, whatever, you go to send the money, you know, you go to pay the $25 to unlock the funds, and, you know, the person vanishes, they have your $25, and they're never heard from again. Like, there's lots of ways scams can happen, but generally, I mean, it's tricky because the signs aren't always obvious, right? Like, how would I know that this is a scam, or this is going to be a scam? Part of it is just, again, sometimes you don't, and this is why just having a really good practice of sort of a good methodology of how you handle commissions, that way you know how you work, you know what you're selling, you know what your prices are, you know what your payment method, right? You need to know this stuff because that's how you're going to sniff them out, is you just go through the process. And when they try to circumvent that process and skip a step, it might seem innocent enough, but you just need to put your foot down and say, sorry, that's not how I do business, right? It's no different than if you were to walk into a store and be like, turns out I don't have any money. Can I take my groceries with me? And I promise I'll come back later. And they'd look at you like you're an idiot. Maybe you're being honest. Maybe you're just not very bright and don't realize how this could be taken advantage of. But like, or whatever, right? But like, maybe you are completely innocent and you're like, oh, I actually was going to come back. Why wouldn't they take me at my word? Well, they don't take you at their word because if they did that to everyone, that's opening up a giant window for them to get scammed, right? They would just never do business that way. It's not a good way to do business. Not because they think you're untrustworthy, but because it's just bad business. And that's the same here. Like, even if I was going to respond to this, I would respond to it like I was just doing business as usual, right? You don't have to do anything crazy. You don't want to accuse them. Don't distrust them from the jump. Just go through the process. Another thing to watch for is very non-specific. Well, I mean, this one has that, right? I love your photo. What does that mean? My photo? My art? I don't do photography. So do you like my art? Okay. You want to use it? Okay, which one? Like, what does this even mean? Like I don't know what this means, right? This just feels weird. The way in truth, the way I would respond to this actual inquiry is just say, you know, use my stuff as inspiration for free. Use it. Tag me. I'd love to see it, you know? Send me the link when you're done. I'd love to see what you make, you know? And then I would move on and I wouldn't even worry because this isn't a real commission. There's no real... I would never charge someone for that, right? And they would be like, oh no, I insist. And I'd be like, sorry, that's them circumventing this process. I have a process that says if you want to use my photo or my art as inspiration for another piece of art, go for it. Do a study, do a painting based on it, do a paint over, I don't care. Just, you know, credit me and make it public and then we're good. You know, no sweat off my back. What's the word? Is that the phrase? That's a gross phrase. But yeah. There was a funny thing I saw where a crocheter got a message asking her to do a huge blanket for their wedding anniversary. She and her friends all thought it was a scam, but she decided to reply anyway with her upfront rates, and it ended up being real. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though, right? Is sometimes people, and most, especially for newer artists, no skin off my back, is that what it's called? Oh, is that what the saying is? I see. That's also gross. So no skin off my back. Anyway, but no, that's the funny thing, Sarah, is I think a lot of times the people who like if you're a younger artist, right? If you're a younger artist and you've never done professional work, you probably don't know how this works, and you know, you're probably getting kind of beginner people who are on a budget looking for someone that, you know, art they like, but that it probably in their mind isn't going to overcharge. So they're probably have never done it either. And yeah, it's going to be a clunky conversation. There's going to be a lot of like, do you take commissions? Right? And it's like, yes, it's posted on my website. And they're like, oh, great. And like they don't know how right, no one's directing the conversation, and there's this weird like nobody knows how to proceed. And so yeah, it can feel awkward and clunky, and it might sound stupid, and you know, especially if they're asking for something really unusual but they don't know how to ask for it because that's not a normal thing to do, but like they want to ask anyway. So like this is why you don't just assume it's a scam. I mean, you can, again, if you know, like, for example, if it's on DeviantArt, I know, like, they all literally verbatim use the same phrasing. It's the same thing. You know, people are asking me to use my photo as their muse, and they'd like to pay me. And then they offer some exorbitant amount just out of the blue. Like, there's, like, weird behavior in, like, and then there's like weird behavior, right? There's behavior that is weird in a unconventional way, but it's also predictable. It's like someone speaking a new language, right? They'll get things wrong, but predictably wrong, right? It's like basic human behavior. There's basic grammar things they're gonna get wrong, right? You know they're a little clunky, but it's kind of predictable clunkiness. Then there's just like stuff that is so outside the scope of what a human would do that you're like, that's not human. That's an AI. Or in the case of scams, that's not a real question. That's a random scammer who's trying to, you know, copy pasting some message or something, right? And so I don't know. I like this stuff. It's just such a good. I just love it. It's such a fun topic. Am I AI? I don't know. I'm an AI, says Karma Star Skull. Question? I don't know. Maybe. Are you? Joe likes scams confirmed. Yeah, no, I don't like to do scams. I just think scams are fascinating. Like the psychology, the human behavior side of things. It's also really sad, right? Like when people get scammed. I mean, again, victims are not stupid. They're not dumb. I think I rambled about this at the start of the stream, like 40 minutes ago. But you know, we're all susceptible to scams. It's not a thing. It's not, you know, it's not just the stupid who get scammed. And actually, I think I ranted about this a couple weeks ago. It was one of the most like, it was another artist online, basically telling people that if they get tricked by AI that they're stupid. I'm like, no, that's not. Let's not put this on the person getting swindled, right? We don't want to make people feel bad because they fell for a scam or because they got fooled by misinformation. Like, that's not the way to do this. That is bad. It is not, like, scamming doesn't just prey on the stupid people. It uses basic assumptions about things, and like anyone can get scammed if they, yeah. We all make assumptions. We all navigate life, you know, just with a lot of assumptions that we don't even think about. I do think some of these people, some of these have been around long enough that people should be up on the information, but some of the newer ones, well, sure. I mean, being ignorant of a topic that still doesn't make you at fault for it, really. Like, I don't know. I think, I mean, yes, this is why I you know, just not really walked through, but I, you know, mentioned like the check scam, right? The refund scams. These things have been around for a long time. We should know about them. But if we don't talk about them, then you won't know about it, right? Or the AI voice scam. I mean, to me, it feels like you should know about Hey, Vegas! Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the sub, Vegas. Also, hi, Vegas. I mean, you know, I'm chronically online, and I also think scams are fascinating, so, like, I'm aware of a lot of them, but I don't think I should assume that other people are just chronically online as I am. There's gonna be a new... There's that XKCD comic that's, like, you're learning about this for the first time, and it's, like, this sort of mind-blowing... Like, it shows, like, one person getting sort of made fun of because they didn't know a super common meme, and then the other person's like, oh my gosh... Like, every day there are new people learning about this amazing meme, and you are one of those 10,000 people learning about it. Like, it's sort of like, it's just it's sort of a reminder that, like, somebody is learning about, you know, these things for the first time every day. Maybe it's because they're younger and it's the first time they've experienced it, but you have to learn about it for the first time somehow, right? You don't pop out of the womb knowing what a check refund scam is. Everybody has to have learned about it at some point. And that means at some point is going to be the first day you ever heard about it. So it could, if you come across it before, right, before you hear about it for the first time, you could be a victim. It's no fault of your own. You can't know everything. For me and you who are online a lot, we've done art a lot, right? We've brushed shoulders with people who have experienced these things and talked about it, or, you know, whatever it is, or been in communities where that's been talked about. Of course we understand, but there's people who aren't in those communities. There's people who've never done that. There's, you know, first-time people who are just figuring it out. And so, yeah, I think we gotta be careful about assuming that everyone knows the same stuff we do and that they should know the same stuff we do. But I do take your point. I do think it is good to educate yourself. Being aware that scams exist, you should go and look up, like, common art scams. You know, there's probably a blog out there. Hi, Commissar. Basically, it can happen to anyone, probably. Probably happened to everyone at a certain point in their life. Once it happened, we only need to learn. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I try to sort of extend a little bit of, like, compassion to people. I don't know. I just feel like it's... Also, again, I did mention this earlier, but I'll mention it again because it feels like there's more and more new people popping in. But, like, there's a lot of misconceptions and myths around, like, the people who actually get scammed. It's not just, like, old people who don't know anything, right? It's oftentimes it's the people who think they're immune to getting scammed, right? I think there's been some really interesting, like, studies on this where, like, people rate how likely they are to get scammed, and the test itself is a sort of essentially a trick or a scam or under false pretenses, and it's like they're the least likely to catch it is the people who rate themselves highly, and a little bit of, like, Dunning-Kruger, but also just, like, overconfidence and you're not looking, right? If you think that you're so good, you aren't looking for your own mistakes, right? You're not looking for areas where you don't know something because you think you know it, and so you're never going to suspect a scam if you think you are aware of all the scams that exist. It is a good idea. Vegas says it's a good idea for people to know about scams, but saying it's their responsibility is almost blaming. It is. I mean, it is a little bit. I mean, I think I don't know if I said it. I think it's their responsibility. I think I mean, in a perfect world, I think people should want to educate themselves on it. But yeah, it's not their fault, really. I mean, it's still the scammers, and, like, yeah. I mean, this is where, you know, preaching good process, good methodology, you know, is important. You know, if you're going to do a commission, if you have a perfect process for taking commissions, taking payments, you know, communicating clearly, sticking to your rules or the way you work, even if you didn't know what the scam was, your process could avoid it, right? This is like good internet hygiene, kind of, you know, you're doing the steps that's important, not because it's just something that someone told you to do, but because they're steps that actively avoid you from being taken advantage of. It's sort of like you have a process that closes all those little loopholes. This is sort of like I'm painting a cave. But yeah. In a perfect world, scams wouldn't even exist. Fair point. Sarah says, but my sister is still wearing clothes she was trying on she hasn't bought. I told her. Oh wait, I think I missed something. I think schools also need to do a better job of teaching critical thinking. I was lucky that my school did a lot of that, but some don't. I believe you when you say some don't, but I also feel like a lot do, and people just don't learn it because like I think most people don't learn most things that they teach at school. Like, um, but yeah, cause I know we learned it at my school, and yet I look back at some of the people who I went to school with, and like, did we not teach that? Like, then am I hallucinating? Like, did I learn this but you didn't? Like, how is that possible? And it's not about teaching it. It's more about using it. I think using critical thinking is important. I think most people do learn how to do it at some point. It's just, it's hard, it's effortful, and people stop doing it. And if you don't do it, you don't get better at it, and it's harder to do when you do need to do it. You're sort of like, you gotta train those muscles so that you can use them when you need them. And automatically, right? So when you drop something, you can catch it, right? That's what, like, training your muscles isn't so that you can lift heavy weights when you want to lift heavy weights. It's so you can lift heavy weights when you don't want to lift heavy weights, right? Like, it's when you need to lift them, that's when, like, that's kind of to me how critical thinking is. It's not about, am I capable of critical thinking if I sit down and do it? I think most people are. The problem is, are you going to think critically when you don't need to think critically? Yeah, I think I mean, I don't even. Yeah, I think most people are capable of it. I just think most people don't do it. Which, again, I think most of us don't do it at most times, right? This is not a new concept. It's the whole like system 1, system 2 thing. It's your automatic parts of your brain are in control most of the time, and you're not thinking critically most of the time. But are you capable of like, oh, this is weird, let me think about it, right? It's kind of like if somebody mentions a math problem or phrases something that vaguely sounds like a math problem, my brain will go, oh yeah, it's I think it was made popular by Daniel Kahneman, Nobel laureate winner person, I don't even know what you call it. Basically, it's like how it's not literal brain systems, but it's more of a way of thinking about the processes and how your brain works. So it's like you have the automatic part, which is like what they call system 1, which is your sort of your intuitive brain. It's your fast thinking brain. It's the brain that does, you see something, you recognize it, you immediately know who it is, right? It's this sort of, it's the part that just chugs along in the background, and it does like 90% of your daily tasks, right? It's just the thing that you live in life, But then there's system 2, which is like solving hard problems, right? Like a math problem or something, or something that really requires you to stop and think. And you have to kind of engage it automatically. Like, it's not a thing that's just gonna pop into existence. Like, you have to. So there's a book called Thinking Fast and Slow. It's a really good book, actually. But it's like, I think his studies, Daniel Kahneman's studies, are some of like the most cited studies like ever in that field. Obviously, there's going to be other things that are in other fields, but it's very, very popular. Anyways, it's just like a really good way to think about the brain, and sort of how we have these automatic processes. And if you want to train your automatic processes, you have to do it by going into that system 2, that slow and deliberate like training, right? This isn't, you don't just do things fast and you get better at doing them fast. It's sort of the have you seen the Freerian meme? Yeah, the looking up one. Yeah, I've seen it. But yeah, no, so yeah, basically it's the automatic part of your brain versus the slow and deliberate part, which is it's not really different parts of your brain, but it's more of a way to think about it. And because it's a useful way of thinking about it, which, it has a lot of overlap within, like, how people learn, how people just do daily tasks, right? There's a lot of overlap there. I'm using a weird brush today, but it's kind of fun. This is the third time a song started up, and it's like, oh, I love this song, and it's very much not the song I thought. That's funny. So this, you know what? I've actually noticed that in this playlist a little bit. This came out a couple years ago, but it's here, I'll give the link. This changed a lot over time. Now it's magical internet things. Does anyone even know how PayPal works, which is one of the oldest? Nope, Napicus. Wait, what do you mean by that? Things do change a lot over time. That's true, and it is hard to stay up to date on those. Are you talking about the scams and stuff? Because it is hard. It is hard to stay up to date with like the minutia of how things work. So it is harder to catch like a scam or something if something is different, right? If something is different than what you expect it to be, that should trigger that part of your brain that says, wait, let me think about this, right? Let me slow down, take a step back. And so in some ways, I think changing things like UIs and stuff is both good and bad. Like, it's bad because if someone finds the loopholes or the tricky things before you, they can do things that'll, there's a lot of trust in new stuff, right? You use a new site and you trust that the links are going to do what they do, and you trust that if you get a message from an admin that it's actually the administrators, like, is it? Unless you know the site, you'll know if that's possible or not, right? But so yeah, it's tricky. What do you think is the Freerian angle TM equivalent for the environment artists? I think it's okay. So I think it's perspective basically, but it's specifically with forms so like this, basically what I just did here, except a lot of times as you work, I mean, I think it's very similar to the foreshortening things with you know how when people do characters and they try to do a foreshortened character and they do it like, you're looking up and here's the big feet, here's the legs, and then they end up just when they get all the way done, their character doesn't anymore look like they're in 3-point perspective. They end up just looking like they're short. You know what I mean? Like, you've probably seen that. So that to me is like, there's that, well, like drawing a blanket. Oh, so I was thinking of like, so oftentimes when I think people draw in perspective, they end up making their scene look like it's going uphill. And instead of being able to draw a flat environment, every single environment is going uphill. That's a really big, and the reason is because like their ellipses are too big in the distance. So like, instead of drawing the things flatly, like, you get what I'm saying? So like for the environment term, oh god, this is a terrible brush. So for environments, I feel like it is when you accidentally make every scene look like it's going uphill. So, if windows in perspective. So like, normally, if you wanted to make this look like they were like lakes or something, you might do something like this, right? And it kind of flattens out as it goes further back, right? This is a smaller one. But if I did the same thing and maybe I already had an existing environment, let's see if I can do this properly. Can I goof this up properly? Let's say I have here, this brush is terrible. 1 second. Okay, so here's just a scene. It's not a hill or anything. It's just they have some hilly parts, I guess, but it's still more or less flat. But if instead of going like this, right, and trying to make this sort of in perspective, right, instead of this, which I think looks pretty flat, that's my sort of intuitive sense. But if instead you did something like this, well, okay, that's actually not that terrible. Sometimes though, when you get it, when you make it wrong, these aren't flat enough, and they're too round, and then they end up looking like you're looking at the top of like a lake or something. It's just like a really weird, it's a really weird effect, and I feel like that's one of those things where almost everybody at some point will get it wrong, myself included. You see professional artists get it wrong who have been, working on Magic the Gathering for 20 years. They'll do like these really weird angled things, and it's supposed to be a flat scene, and you're like, what is happening with my brain? I don't know. That to me, that's a big one. But I'm trying to think, what are other things, like specific things that you paint that you would get wrong in environments? I don't know. I mean, or things that aren't right, but that are harder to draw. I mean, drawing hills from a sort of top-down angle. Hate that? Yeah. Vegas says, I don't know what you're referring to be honest, but Windows have similar things where people don't know shrink windows properly, going it back in perspective. Oh yeah, no, I think you're right, Meg. I think just keeping things in scale. I mean, again, this is kind of like it's sort of a more fundamental. I mean, it's kind of like what I just mentioned, just scaling things properly. Where like if you have like a distant building, if you have a distant building in the distance, like here, and then you have maybe another one that's smaller over here, and then up here you have a big one, maybe this one has a door. You make the heights good, right? The heights might be in scale, but then you make like a door here, and then you make a door here, and then you make a door here, and then you put a person in the scene, and you say, okay, person is here, person's here, right? And then you can see what I'm doing. This is like, hold on, why is this person so dang big, Like, isn't the person supposed to be like this height compared to the door? And yet we've made them like as tall as the door. This one is bigger than the door. It's like, what's happening here? Like, are these massive people? Like, there's still a sense of perspective, but there's sort of that careful attention to detail of like, no, or you'll do something like this, and then you realize that these windows are as big as the people, and it's like, wait, why are the windows so big? That's a tough one. But that to me isn't quite the same, because that's just like, that's such a detail. It's not like a big thing. Whereas I feel like drawing big forms in perspective, that can go wrong a little easier. Not because of scale issues, but because of designing buildings at the right scale for people is very tricky. Yeah. I mean, that one I think it just requires more attentive to detail. Whereas, like, I don't think, like, the Furion angle, I don't think the issue there is with a lack of attention to detail. I think it's more with there's very specific detail that you need to include, and if you don't, it's not even very specific detail. It's like there's some information you need to include, or else it's going to look wrong. Or in some cases, it's lack of information, right? Like smoothing out the jawbone, and like there's stuff that you can do to... And for those who don't know, there's this meme of like Furion, I don't even know how you say the name, of looking up, and someone drew them looking up. And actually, the person who made it popular was not the artist. The actual artist... Actually, maybe it was. I think they posted it to the Furion. They weren't asking for art critiques. They were just posting it to the Furion subreddit, I think. But anyway, people then started reposting it because it was funny. But basically, it was the character looking upward, but that part of the neck that connects to the chin. So, like, how do you draw the underside of the neck and the chin? Hey, let's see. Here, I'll just Google it. You guys will know what I'm talking about. Furion meme. Furion face meme. Upward angle of Furion drawing. No, you're me. Okay, here it is. So this is the art, and basically it's like drawing this angle. This angle is really hard for people. This is the image that it took the internet by storm in the last few days, which totally understandable. It's a hard as heck. I've screwed this angle up so many times, and I don't even draw people. But anyway, you've probably seen this if you've been online in the last, like, week. But this is it's a really hard angle to draw. Yeah, you saw that? Yeah. So, okay, you've seen the meme. Today I saw a thank you from them for all the people who found the joy in the drawing and that it inspired so many people to draw it. Yeah. Kasem referenced it the other day. Yeah, everyone's referencing it. It's just like, it's the hottest phenomenon right now on the internet. Position of the ears, eyes, yeah. And also, yeah, it really is just a matter of drawing forms in perspective, right? That's one of those things, and again, this is funny because I've talked about this so much, where like, I think a lot of people's struggles with drawing characters isn't anatomy, right? I think a lot of people would look at this, you know, they would look at this and be like, a beginner might look at this and say, oh, their anatomy is off. Well, yeah, but also, no amount of reference is going to help them if they can't draw those forms in perspective. Like, this to me feels like a drawing basic forms in perspective issue, or especially drawing complex forms in perspective, right? It's not really it isn't totally an anatomy issue as such. To me, I think it's more fundamental. It's a vertical version of what I call the Family Guy head. I don't know what that is. I know what Family Guy is, but I don't know what you're talking about when you say that. Also, hope the day is going well. Thanks, Skittle. The day is going well. Ooh, the Upward Furian shot meme. Yeah, this was major news. It was major news. Monster Cord, you were absolutely correct. Sarah says, I didn't draw it, but I was very relieved to see artists I look up to struggle with it and still have it come out not super appealing. Yeah. In my brief moments between my environment projects, I have been trying to practice a bit of anatomy with fan art pieces. Oh, that's cool, Sarah. Perspective fundamentals. Yeah, it really is, and it's a tricky one because this is why I know it's not really a debate, but like when people talk about the fundamentals, like people always include anatomy, and I kind of do too. But to me, in some ways, anatomy feels more like a design fundamental than like your general art skill. Because like, do you need to know anatomy if you're just drawing directly from a reference? And like, you're literally just, here's a photo, here's the thing? Not really, right? But you do still need to know of the things. I mean, I guess you need to know to look for anatomy or like proportion, right? So I guess proportion would be the thing. But I wouldn't really call it anatomy. I don't know. I feel like anatomy is more of like a, you know, if you're doing design, anatomy is the thing that you're drawing, right? If you're drawing a tree, there's anatomy of a tree. If you're drawing a horse, it's the anatomy of a horse. If you're drawing a building, it's the anatomy of a building. How do the parts fit together, right? Most of us know that houses have a roof and a few walls and a door, maybe some windows, but like, do you understand building well enough to like fit those parts together to make it look believable, right? Everybody knows that humans have 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, right? But do you know how those parts fit together well enough to make them work, you know, to make it functional? I don't know, I kind of feel like it's almost, I mean, this is such a non-issue, it's not like a hot topic or anything, but it just feels like it's almost not correct to call anatomy a fundamental. Anatomy is only really important if you're... No, I mean, I don't agree with that. I just think that there's a lot of drawing... No, I don't think it's only important if you're drawing... I mean, because I guess I would put anatomy as like a bigger topic, and under that you have gesture, you have motion, you have the anatomical parts, and like, the anatomical parts are important and sort of understanding them, but they're important at different times for different reasons. I just don't think there is sort of... To me, it's more just like a design issue of like referencing... Maybe not design's the right word. I don't know. I'm sort of playing with the thought in my head. I don't really know what I think about it, to be honest. These should be a list of these art pitfalls. Yeah, absolutely. There should be a list. I mean, I think there are lists of them, and most of them are because of, like, you know, people skimping on the fundamentals to some degree, or not thinking about them in weird scenarios. Because a lot of art is, I mean, this is why even when I talk about environments, I'll talk about things like how to add depth, right? Like what actually contributes to depth. And that's not a fundamental, right? That's not like a thing. That's like different fundamentals contribute in different ways, right? Perspective contributes in having a sense of scale, right? Scale is not a fundamental, but it's absolutely something that's important, right? And sometimes you don't just use scale. Sometimes you have lines that converge, and converging lines also trick our brain into making us think that things are going to the distance, right? Even if they're not completely going, like, even if my perspective line is wrong, it still gives that illusion. And I wouldn't call that a scale issue now, right? We're not talking about scale when I draw these orange lines. This is converging lines. That's a different part of perspective that contributes to depth, right? You also have form, right? You have perspective can influence form, but not all perspective influences form, right? Scale doesn't influence form, right? Not really. If I have, 3 different objects, small, medium, large, these don't, right? This isn't showing form. This is just showing scale and perspective. And so I think a lot of art stuff is like, you come across these weird little things where, like, something doesn't read right and you have to solve the problem, and the problem isn't one that you solve a lot, and that leads to those, like, Furian issues where, like, how do you show form when you don't have lines, right? And you're using lines, right? If you are someone who is drawing a character with lines and you don't have lines, because again, this part of the head doesn't really have lines, not really, it's rounded, right? How do you show that, right? And sometimes it's with shading, sometimes also keeping other things correct. I don't know how to draw this angle. I've goofed it up plenty of times, but like a lot, I think that exists in lots of art. It's hard to paint today. A lot of chat. I like it. Emperor of Cheese, hello! Indeed, everything ties together one way or another in art once you know it, and it doesn't matter what you choose to draw or throw away. What you choose to draw or throw away. Yeah, oh, maybe I misread something. Hold on, I think you replied. An anatomy allows you to break down everything. It's not just knowledge, but a state of mind. You'll see how everything works from animals to furniture. Yeah, I mean, I think anatomy to me is just like how it's constructed, right? And you have to study that and pay attention, and you never just know it, right? You always have to pay attention to anatomy, regardless of what you're drawing. To me, it's not about just humans. But again, I'm hesitant to say, like, it's a fundamental. I mean, it doesn't really matter what we call it, I guess. I just feel like perspective it's hard to draw forms in perspective without knowing perspective, and it's hard to understand how the thing is built and what the form is unless you know perspective. I feel like perspective is so fundamental. But some people call it proportion, right? Because proportion, if you're drawing in 2D, it's not about the anatomy, it's proportion. So I guess it depends on what you're doing. It kind of changes. I don't know. Radius and tibia. The tibia and fibula, or fibia. Is it fibia? Fibula. Fibia? I don't know. The radius and ulna. So you have 2 in your leg and then 2 in your arm. I only know those. And then you have the I mean, I know some of the names of the parts, but that is irrelevant because I don't know what they look like. I know enough to Google it. Oh, actually, it was the same angle a few years back with the Jesus. Oh, I know what you're talking about. So the story behind the Jesus painting, I think, was a lady. It was like a lady wanted to do it herself, and she was not a professional restorer. Here, let me put this up on the screen. This is funny. So this is the original, I think. Yeah, kind of the same with the upward neck. And then this is the restored version. I don't know if it's quite the same problem, but it's pretty funny. And this is legitimately the restored version. They painted on top of it. They like actually painted on top of the original. Maybe this wasn't the original. This looks like a I don't know. But maybe this was the original or something. But anyway, they restored it, and this is what the restored version looked like. Ruined? Yeah, seriously. Or saved. It's kind of amazing. There, do you guys do people still do the ruined and saved meme in the Bob Ross streams? Does Bob Ross still stream on Twitch? I don't know, but with the replays, whenever he'll do something and then people are like ruined and saved, and I think it's funny. But yeah, this I think this one's great. I heard it because a tourist... Wait, I heard it became a tourist attraction of sorts? Probably. The woman that painted over it, I wonder how it ended for her. I'm curious too. He's live right now with 934 viewers. I have a plugin. Gotcha. Yeah. Bob is live now from the other side. Yeah. Okay, let's play around with that other brush again. I don't really like it, but it's kind of fun. I mean, I do like it. It's just, it's weird. I think what you people are calling anatomy, I just call construction, form, and perspective. Well, it's to me, I think it's paying attention to the thing well enough to know how it's constructed. Because I think a lot of people... I mean, I think you're right, Vegas. I think we're all just calling it slightly different things. Because that's how I think of it, too, is like construction, form, and perspective. I think paying attention to the construction of a thing, but also then you need to know perspective well enough to actually build it. You just got an ad for a cow plushie that smells like pickles. Huh. What did they put in it to make it smell like pickles? Do you have to, like, you know, load the plushie with pickles every day? But yeah, I guess to me, anatomy is one of those things. It's like, it's such a commonly used word that I think a lot of people, one, treat it more important, and also skimp on the other stuff that makes it even possible. Like, no amount of paying attention to how something's constructed will ever make you be able to draw it if you don't know how to draw in perspective. Unless you're, you know, unless you're only paying attention to the proportion. But yeah, I don't think it matters what you call it. To me, it's more about how you think about it. And I think that's in my opinion, Vegas, the way that you just described it is the correct way to think about it. You use Clip Studio Paint over PSD. Is there a reason to it? Initially, I was using a pirated version of Photoshop. And I didn't want to pay because they were making you pay monthly. I don't know if you still have to pay monthly. I don't want to pay monthly for Photoshop. But then my Photoshop got out of date, and one day a Windows update broke it somehow. I think it was a Windows update. But anyway, it stopped working. And so I thought, you know what, it's time to upgrade. And Clip Studio Paint was a one-time purchase at the time. So I thought, you know what, let's do Clip Studio Paint. And so I got Clip Studio Paint, and I'm happy with it. I'm still using the one-time purchase. I do not pay monthly for it. And yeah, I like it more. I also think it's, I don't know, I like it. I like it more. Photoshop, I don't know. I mean, I guess I also paint very simply, and also what I'm doing right now is experimenting with a brush. But I paint very simply. Mostly one layer. I don't use all the bells and whistles, and I just didn't need to pay extra for all the stuff that I don't use. Clip Studio has everything I need. I really like the brush engine of Clip Studio. If you do animation, which I don't, but if you do, then it's really good for that. It has good vector stuff. I feel like it just has pretty much what you would need for painting. I like it. Yeah, the mixer brush. No, mixer brush sucks. I'll admit, mixer brush is kind of great. It's really fun to use and explore with. That's a hard one for me. Sarah says you don't really use mixer brush. You can kind of make a mixer brush, but it's not quite the same. Because mixer brush had stamp features, so it wasn't just a brush. It had the clone stamp feature, and I don't think you can't make a mixer brush in Clip Studio that actually functions the same way as in Photoshop. Now, you can get kind of close. It does have a clone feature, but you can't add it into also a dual brush. So you would need a dual brush, as well as a clone tool in the brush. And what else would you need? I guess those parts. The mixer brush is just a really weird tool. It's not even a brush. It's just it's its own tool. It's not the smudge brush, right? You can have blending brushes, right? This brush is a blending brush, right? It's great. I love it. I'm basically painting with a blending brush right now. But mixer brush is like you clone a thing. Like if I were to clone this, it would stamp my brush tip to be that shape, and it would have, part green, part red, and then it would function as a mixer brush with that stroke pattern and those colors. But then it would also blend into your previous thing. So it would take this as my new brush tip, and it would use that to blend into the other colors. It's super cool. People can use it for, like, if you want to... if you've ever seen Bob Ross make rocks, where he loads half of his brush with white and half of it with black, and he makes rocks in one stroke that has the light and the shadow. That's kind of what the mixer brush can do. If you want to, like, repeating patterns, you can use it as that, but you can also mix the color. It's really weird. It's a weird brush. Clip Studio doesn't have anything quite like it. It is amazing. Kind of hard to use, but when you get used to it, it's great. You can kind of use it for blending or cloning or both. Craig Mullins made me want a mixer brush. Craig Mullins is great at art. Also, these colors are awful. I'm aware. I'm just painting basically with a mixer brush today. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just playing around. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask or something, but I'm hardly even talking about art. We're just chatting. Jordan Grimmer uses it a lot. Yeah, Jordan Grimmer made some tutorials or videos using the mixer brush. Yeah, mixer brush is cool. Jordan Grimmer's... You know what's funny? I haven't seen Jordan Grimmer's stuff pop up in the wild in a long time. It was funny because, like, a couple years ago, I went from not knowing who Jordan Grimmer was to him being everywhere on social media, and now I just haven't seen his stuff pop up for a while. And I've been following him, I think. So I don't know, maybe I'm just, like, not in the right circle. I feel like he just kind of hit the algorithm with his art being popular for a while, for some reason or somehow, and suddenly he was everywhere. Which is cool, because his art's great. Have I tried Rebelle? Asks Emperor of Cheese. No, I haven't. I think it looks cool, though. I'm just kind of making the blobs here and seeing what happens. Very, very blocky. You did mostly finish your next comic page this morning. Oh, nice, Vegas. That's awesome. Is this a go-to for texture brushes? Yeah, Rebelle has a... I think Rebelle's like all about their brush engine, right? It's like trying to mimic oils. It reminds me a little bit of this brush that I'm using. This is a very like painterly, oily brush. It's kind of fun, but it's not something I typically use. Sarah says, Jordan Grimmer's been MIA for a little while, saw some recent stuff on his portfolio, but strangely, it's like realism. Oh, weird. Maybe he's just been like practicing, brushing up on some of stuff that's different. Or maybe he's been working on projects that's more realistic, so he's been doing that. They're calling it the Blizzard of the Decade. It's barely a flurry, Ruth. The sidewalk looks like a powdered donut. You say that now, Jordan, but in an hour, who knows? Anybody want a powdered donut while I wait for the apocalypse? It's 38 degrees and lightly flaking. I think civilization will pull through, Casey. Points for keeping your feet off the couch, Max. I have to like squint because it's very tiny on my screen. Now Scoot, that's my spot and I have seniority. Sorry. Sam's running late, said he just had a near-death experience. Well, that doesn't sound like civilization pulling through to me. I love the vibes of everybody just like lounging around. I feel like this very much does feel just like people genuinely having a conversation and just chatting, and I like it. It gives a nice, like, it doesn't feel like stiff, kind of, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like, it's just like a normal conversation. I don't know. I think it's good. With people chiming in and like, that's cool, Vegas. Because yeah, I could see something like that, where it's like it almost doesn't even matter what it would be about, because the characters could just be fun to like listen to their banter, and I think the banter is neat. Like maybe one day they talk about politics, and the next day they're just doing like random stuff and being dramatic about things, but like, or like, whatever you want it to be, which I think is cool. Okay, I don't know. Oh, this was all one layer. I'm using a lot of lasso tool today. Also, my perspective is creeping upward on accident. I'm doing the thing, the Fury and Faith equivalent that I said for environments, where things slowly get high. Like, I didn't want it to be my eyeline up here, but now it is. Very sitcom-y. Yeah, I think that's nice. I feel like that's not that common in comics, or maybe I don't read enough comics, but I think that sitcom vibe is good for a comic. I'm sure there are comics like that out there, but I don't know of any. And it's a coffee house with a couch because I love Friends? Yeah. No, that's good though. That's really cool to bring that to comics, because I feel like that's not something that you... Like, honestly, that sounds... Like, I'm not a big comic reader, but that actually sounds like I would be more into that than most comics. Because that's just like... The banter is what I would want to read. I feel like if I wanted a story, in some ways I would rather watch a movie or read like just a longer book with more descriptive stuff. Okay, here's a scene. We've got some mountains. I don't know. These colors are kind of weird, but they do blend together, and they make for some nice, yeah, some nice blended colors. But it is a little hard to work with. Which is one of the reasons why all these thumbnails are a little basic. Why can't I paint here? What's happening? Uh-oh. I had a smudge brush selected. Whoops. Alrighty. Do you no, that was my first thought, was that I had a selection. No, I didn't have a selection. I was on this brush, which is like, it's called Buttermilk, and I don't actually know what it does. Oh, it blends. But it doesn't blend enough for me to notice. And so when I was down here in just a flat color, I couldn't tell what it was happening because it's simply a blending brush. But yeah, sometimes I'll have a little selection like this. Often, you know, I'll have like something selected up here, and then I'll move down here and I'm like, why can't I paint? You know, and I'll switch brushes and I'll be like, let's use this brush, and I'll be painting and it doesn't do anything, but because I have a selection up here. But no, that's normally the problem, but that wasn't this time. Just a blending thing. But yeah, what's everybody working on today? Sorry if I missed any chat, by the way. But no, Emperor of Cheese, I have not used Rebel, but it does look very nice. I'm scrolling way up. Okay, let's get back to art. Maybe this one will do like a sunset-y something or other. I don't know. These are all going to be a little generic, and that's okay. I feel like today's a generic painting day. I don't want to I don't want to stretch my brain. Some days I want to like try to paint things with like a little bit of character and story, and other times I'm just like, no. I mean, this is not bad. I do like this. I like how it looks, but it's not particularly exciting. There's nothing happening. Maybe we make something happen. Maybe we come in here. I'm trying to think how to do this. Maybe... Ooh, we could do this. Little bit of water here. This is the thing that we talked about earlier, where like... I think when people make shapes in perspective, it's really easy for it to go awry. Because it can mess up your perspective. But I think this works. And we gotta shape things a little bit. Maybe a little bit of a cliff over here. Something like that, maybe? We could probably go like that, too. That's kind of fun. I've always enjoyed paintings like that, where one half the painting, just the water just goes off of it. The problem with it is that it's hard to not draw the eye off of it too much. But it looks cool. I think it's a nice composition. Kinda. And then maybe over here, this rock is further back. Oh. No, that's something we could do. So this rock could be in the middle. There. That's better. Now this feels like it's standing apart from the rest. I think it feels that way. I like that. This was a fun. I will say this was a very fun sketch to do because of the brush that I was using. I'm not using that brush anymore because I can't get these, like, I can't get a pure white, for example, with that other brush because it always has a blend feature. So if I want little highlights, like this bright green, I can't do that with that other brush. It's just too blendy. But I will say that brush is nice because because it doesn't go too bright. It does the mixing automatically, and a little bit of mixing, I will say, is kind of a hack for good colors. Like, if someone ever asks, like, you know, what are your color tips? Not that I am you know, the right person to give color tips, but if I were to give a color tip, it would it's basically always the same answer, which is, you know, paint limited and blend your colors. You know, start with like a light color, like of your light source, you know, like a bright warm color and a dark cool color, and then from there you can basically just blend them, and you know, you'll get variations of warm and cool, but you also have light and dark, and yeah, easy peasy. But I feel like a blending brush kind of does that for you, which I think is worth knowing. Subtle manual gradients are always a good option too. Well, yeah. Manual gradients definitely are a good option. Yeah. Because manual gradients are going to give you a color variation that you're not going to get through just mixing. Although there are different mixing modes and options that can kind of give those things. But yeah, I feel like that's not... Yeah, no, I think you're totally right, Sarah. But I feel like I'm not sure if that's like a total beginner thing. I feel like that's like... and I think what Sarah's talking about, for anyone who's not sure, is like if you have like a red and a purple and you're going to blend them together, instead of just blending them together, right, which does give you some pinky colors, right? There's some pinkish color in here. A manual blend, right? So that is one way to blend, but then there's also this way. So there's also this way, which is to say, oh, it's going through like a red, or it's going through pink, right? And so you add some of the pink, it's coming back through here, right? You're getting some of there, right? Obviously, this is not subtle. This is very heavy-handed. But the idea is that because you're interjecting some of those colors... Okay, that's not what you're talking about? Gotcha, okay. But yeah, sometimes like adding those intermediate colors so that the range is wider, because this can feel a little dull and gray, whereas the one on the right is adding the hue variation. I I was talking about when you're doing flats, local colors, adding a subtle gradient makes it feel much more vibrant. But it's still just... Oh, gotcha! Okay, gotcha. So you're saying, like up here, where this, instead of just being one color... Well, technically this isn't, but, like, if this... You might go from, like, an orange to still an orange, but it's a slightly lighter orange, or slightly darker, or slightly more gray. Like, you're basically just adding a little bit of a gradient across your forms. So, like... Surfaces... Is that what you're saying? So, like, instead of having a square as a solid color, this face might be a subtle gradient of, like, you know, if it's a blue square. This blue might go from, depending on where the light source is, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit this color of blue up there, and then it's still gonna be the same values, but it's, like, more saturated up in the corner, less saturated down here, and then up here on this side might be a similar thing, but it's like down here. So you still have the same different values, but the colors, this one's going from saturation to more saturated, this one's going from desat, like that kind of. Is that what I think that's what you're saying. Because that's important too, because it's almost never the case. This is also the weirdest square that I've ever drawn. Hold on. That's just a bad square. It's a two-sided square. Bear with me. Forgetting how to draw squares. There we go. This will just be dark. I don't know what I was doing there, or what I'm doing. There. This is I don't know why I drew the square like this. But anyway, that's a thing. And then maybe down here... Also, I don't know what type of lighting this is, but maybe down here you have a little bit of gradient too. So it's dark blue to dark light. Obviously, picking your gradient so it looks good is important, but... And then, of course, edges. You can do fancy stuff with edges and smudging. Which I'm not a... I don't do a lot of edge stuff. Like a lot of blurring of the edges. Especially when people do characters, if they have a blue cloak, for example, they'll fill the whole thing with blue, but then not add a subtle gradient from, say, dark. Yeah, I mean, I think almost just generally, I think any surface should pretty much have some gradient. And I know it's a bit like subtle, just subtleties. But I mean, that's one of those things where that's sort of like a polish. You know, it's sort of the finishing the details. And the reason I would say I don't think this is a good beginner tip is because I think oftentimes that's what beginners think they need to do before they do, like, the basic shapes and, like, focus on design and perspective and all that. It's like they want to fuss over the details. Maybe they learn a cool rendering tip. Right? It feels like a rendering tip, kind of. And, like, I feel like rendering is not typically the big thing, but it is, like, obviously it's a great tip. It's kind of the opposite of polish. You need to do it early in the phase before you start rendering. Yeah, but it's still typically after, isn't it? It's like after your basic shape design. It's after your initial sketch. It's after you figured out, you know, values and perspective. It's still in the coloring phase, right? Or maybe you do it differently than I do. You can add more color variety during rendering, but it's way less finicky if you do it during the blocking. Yeah, that's true. I guess, yeah. Good point. It's still in the blocking phase, but it's after design phase. And yeah, then the rendering phase would be like, okay, I'm gonna add this variation in here, and we're gonna add some purples, and we're gonna add some color jitter of, like, you know, some in here. And maybe up here is also gonna have a little bit of an orangey, you know, some desaturated orange. And then you start rendering your material, whatever material this is, which I don't know, because I didn't have one in mind. I'm just adding variation and stuff. Noob question, but is there a benefit to digital painting in Photoshop? Because I see it's like the industry standard. I don't think so. I mean, so when people say industry standard, one of the big things is like, if I have a document and I wanted to send it to someone, I can be pretty certain, if they're in the industry, that they have Photoshop, so they can open up my Photoshop document. Can they open up my Clip Studio document? Maybe they don't have Clip Studio, you know? So like one of the benefits is like file sharing. You can share documents with people. I think if you're just painting, I don't think there's really a big benefit to using Photoshop. In fact, depending on what you're doing, there might even be bigger benefits to using other tools. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're doing photo editing, I mean, Photoshop can just do a wider range of things, I think, generally. And so that's why people like to use it. But I mean, I would say nowadays, there's definitely programs out there that compete with Photoshop. I mean, like if you want to do, I'm not sponsored by Clip Studio, but if I were, no, even if I wasn't, like I think animation. Yeah, I'm using Clip Studio. If you're doing like animation, I think Clip Studio is great. If you're doing vector work, I think Clip Studio is great. Obviously, Adobe has their own vector stuff that's great, right? But Clip Studio you can do it directly in Clip Studio as well. Clip Studio can do a lot, and I think a lot of it can't do great photo editing. If you want to do color adjustments, so I can show you right now one of the things that Clip Studio really lacks at. If I wanted to do a color adjustment, let's just say just on this image, or it doesn't really matter, but let's just do edit, tonal correction. Even if I'm just gonna do something like a color balance, notice that as I'm moving my slider left, or can you see this? I don't think you can. As I'm moving my slider to adjust the colors left and right, notice how they aren't changing until I lift my hand off or I pause. I have to pause for like a super long time to see what it looks like. This is just annoying. Photoshop does not do this. Photoshop doesn't have this long of processing for color adjustments. It's nearly instantly. Maybe a higher end computer wouldn't have this issue, but this makes it so it's less finicky, or it's more finicky. It's not, it's hard to get like, I can't just slide it until it looks good and use my eye. I have to kind of guess, say this is probably right, and then I stop it. Or this looks about right. Right? It doesn't. If I keep moving it, nothing changes. So as long as I'm like moving, I can't just eyeball it and be like, right now. I can't do that because it's not changing, and so it makes doing color adjustments really annoying. It's just a little bit more slow, a little bit less more, or it's a little bit more clunky. I don't like that. I know Photoshop's really good at that stuff, doing adjustments and little finicky stuff. CSP is single-threaded and can run on a potato. You could have a beast of a machine and it'll run the same as it does on a 10-year-old Surface. Gotcha. I didn't know that. I don't really know what that means. But yeah, there are just some things that CSP does not do quickly. Whereas Photoshop feels like it's optimized to do those things specifically. But I don't know. I don't see the reason why you would want to or need to use Photoshop unless you knew you were going to be file sharing with people who were also using the same program. I mean, I know a lot of professionals who will do a lot of their work, especially if it's just like the early stages. They'll do that on their couch in Procreate, and then they'll send it to their PC, and they'll do like the final stuff in Photoshop or in whatever program they want to use. But really, I think most of the work that you do, it doesn't matter what program you do it in. I don't think you're going to get a better effect. You know, you're not going to have a better painting. So like in terms of you can also export PSD in any drawing program, Procreate, CSP. Yeah, but you can't go the other way, right? So that's actually the downside of Photoshop. Like any other program can open up Photoshop documents, but Photoshop cannot open up a Clip Studio document, which actually is really bad. I think that is a reason to get away from Photoshop, because the other ones are all backwards compatible with each other, basically. And so you don't need an industry standard when they can all open each other's stuff, you know? So I don't know. I am not a huge Photoshop fan. I am not anti-Photoshop, really. I mean, I know Adobe has a lot of hate, but I try not to take that stance. I think I'm not talking about the company, I'm talking about the product. In terms of product, if it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. I don't want to get in politics of the company, but I just don't know. Photoshop, I think, is there's a lot of good options, and they're all totally valid to make professional work. Some of it just depends on what you're doing. Obviously, the more high-end niche that you're getting, the more niche tools you'll want to use, right? If you're gonna, if you want to do 3D modeling, maybe you can do some rudimentary stuff in Photoshop or Clip Studio, but you're not going to be doing that if you're doing high-end 3D modeling, right? You're going to use the 3D modeling software. If you want to do animation, yeah, you can get by in maybe Photoshop. I don't know if Photoshop can do animation. Probably can. Or you can get by in Clip Studio, but, like, are you really going to be animating in that if you're a high-end animator? I don't know. Probably going to be using your animation software, whatever it is, right? I don't know. Like, most of the time, I don't know if you can. I don't think you can do 3D modeling in Photoshop. I just made that up. No, I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, as you get to the top end, you're gonna be using the tools that's designed for it, right? So even if you could do 3D modeling in Photoshop, or even if you could do some other thing, the question is, would you? I don't know. I feel like sometimes having more doesn't mean it's better, unless maybe you're Blender, because Blender is amazing. I don't even use Blender and it's amazing. It can do literally everything. Like, I don't think there's a single thing Blender can't do. It has like 500 different programs cram-packed into one. It's all open source, and it's crazy. I still don't understand how Blender exists. Like, how is that a thing? How is, like... It blows my mind. Also, I don't like this painting. Let's put some color on it. Let's go back to this other fun brush I was using. This blendy one. Not that. Oh, that's this brush. This one's ugly. That's weird. What a weird brush. I don't know if I like that. Look at that. That is strange. What is happening? Okay, not a brush I want to use. Baked apple custard. That's the brush I like to use. Just very organic, mountainy scenes. Great for coffee rings on a table. It does. It is. Look at this. It does look like coffee rings on a table. Look at that. Look at that coffee ring. But kinda. Here, you want to put some coffee stain on your art? Wait, hold on. There we go. Coffee stain. There we go. That's a good coffee stain. Look at that one. Beautiful. It's kind of cool. I just don't know how you would use it. And like if you... Oh gosh, this one's lags. This is a laggy brush. Too many things. It kind of has a cool smudge effect. Look at that. It almost turns it... It turns it pixelated. Look at that. That's weird. What a strange brush. The coffee ring smudge brush. Like, I don't even know what this brush is doing. Like, I actually have no idea. This is with pure black, so it's definitely smudging. But it's also, like, interacting with layers below it. Because it has that weird hard edge. I don't really get it. It's not bad if you wanted to do like a smudging your own painting to like keep the colors, but make a smudge. Like look at that. Like this is if you want to like smudge a painting. Like look at that. If you were like, okay, I like your colors, but I don't want to copy your painting. So here, let me try something. I'm gonna find who's an artist who has really name an artist. Sarah, I'm putting you on the spot. Name an artist who does nice work. Or who has good color work. I want to see if how fun of a way this would be to get a color palette without having to single-handedly pick things. Sorry, I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have put you on the spot. That's mean. Ari Pan. Okay. Ari Pan. I don't know how you say their name. Ari. I'm just gonna images, Google. Okay, I want to see how well this works. So here's a painting. That's not theirs. This one. So what if you were like, okay, I like their colors, but you wanted to sort of take a color palette. I like the smudge here because it doesn't actually blend the colors. It's doing like a weird, it's still preserving some of the colors, right? It's not completely mixing it. Look at that. I think that's neat. That's different than most smudge brushes. You could start with, like, talk about getting color, like, the painting is indistinguishable, but the colors are preserved, more or less. Maybe not perfectly, like some of the white, pure white wasn't preserved. I don't know, it's kind of... I'm just defacing Ari's work live on air. No, their work is gorgeous. I'm just saying, like if you wanted to, like, you know, sort of do, like, just start with a color palette. Because I think color palette is one of those things that a lot of people struggle with. Looks like a contemporary piece, 30 million at New York auction. No. I'm not saying this is art. I'm just saying this is like, instead of color picking individual colors, now there's like a, and I'm not saying do an overpaint because that's sort of its own ethics there probably. But like, because oftentimes if you just color pick a single color, you lose all the nuance, right? You do one color pick and now it's a big blob. But this there's some nuance there, which, like, it's kind of neat. There's sort of a fun, I mean, again, I don't know, like, I guess maybe doing this to your own work, like if you ever have colors that you like. I probably shouldn't have used another artist's work. I'm not saving that. But, you know, like, maybe you like your own work and you thought the colors were good, but you want to try a new composition, so you just smudge everything. I don't know, it's kind of neat. It's kind of a fun, it has an application that I just never really thought I would use, and maybe I won't. Or like if you're painting something and you kind of like what you're doing, but you want to start over on composition, you just smudge it out and you start over. It's like taking a rag to your painting and just cleaning it off, but somehow you keep some stuff. It gives a texture to the piece. Thanks, Nathan. Is it arbitrary color? I don't know what that word means. Arbitrary color. Thanks, Nathan Falks. I don't know. Bosian says, I'm pretty rusty. I haven't drawn much in the past few months, but here's something I was messing about while watching the stream. Let's take a look. Oh, this is cool. I like it. You got some good form going on both of those, actually. Nice. Thank you for sharing. Excuse me, I can't type today. Arbitrary color. Messing about, not missing about. It's all good. We're all typoing today. It's all good. Typos are great. Not really, but sometimes. Also, what if I do an arch, but there is no arch? It's just little things making an arch. like, radiating structures. It's okay, I'll blame someone else for it? Yeah, blame other people for your mistakes. Do that. It was your cat. It was your dog. It was your roommate. They hit your keyboard. We should probably pick one of these soon. I haven't really done much today, but we were chatting a lot. I blame you guys, so you guys can just blame other people, and I'm gonna blame you. I blame my boss for everything. Yeah, I'm blaming chat for everything, so it's your guys' fault that we didn't get anything done today. I mean, we still have 2 hours left to stream, but, you know. Why are my eyes watering? I don't know. I'm gonna drink some tea and see if that helps. I don't know how that would help my watering eyes, but it'll do something so I don't have to look at my screen. I mean, I think bosses honestly do cause a ton of problems. I think that is extremely common. Because they kind of have their hands in all pieces of the pie, so to speak, but they don't always know enough about everyone's individual jobs to not know what not to screw up. So they end up just like kind of these little tiny stupid annoyances that they mess with. Obviously, it's not true for every job, but it can absolutely be annoying. I've certainly experienced that in real life. Or like the boss who randomly forgets that you have things to do. Like they forget that you have deadlines or important things and they assign you stupid unimportant things and you're like, really? Like, come on. You're forgetting that I have actual priorities that is the main reason you're paying me. And then if I do the random stupid thing, then I won't get those done and you'll be even more annoyed. Like, that's not, I don't know, that happens way too often. Basically, just there's a lot of examples of bosses being not good. But that's okay. Boss is gonna boss, I guess. I'm just making shapes. I want to do one thumbnail before we start, or before I start picking what thumbnail to work on. So maybe some color in here, maybe a bright bit of green. I don't know. I think he mostly checked out by the time I started. He actually quit a few months ago. Gotcha. So, but you have a new boss now then, right? Or are you just bossless? There. There was that story a while back when a couple years ago when Elon Musk did like the whole like Twitter takeover thing, and there was somebody who had been hired like right as the mass madness was going along, and then their boss got fired, and so they were basically like a phantom worker. They were still employed, they were never fired, but they had no boss and nobody to report to, and they were just getting a paycheck every month. And like, I don't know if that story is true, but that's funny to me. And I don't, what would you guys do in that situation? Like, surely there's like are you legally obligated to be like, excuse me, you're still paying me, should I do work? Or like, if you don't have a task, do you just sit there and keep getting paid? Like, they're the ones who screwed up. I always like I'm sure there's something unethical about that, but honestly, when it comes to a giant corporation being dumb, I'm not sure I would say anything. If I'm doing work If not, then no, I would say something. See, I think, but that's the thing though. What if you like, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure what I would do. I mean, I guess in the meantime, just get another job and hold on to the money. A billionaire's privately owned corporation at that. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, come on, it's Twitter, it's Elon Musk. Somebody goes in and does something stupid and bad stuff happens. Are you responsible to fix their bad stuff? Like, I don't know. I think... Oh, gosh, I think... I'd like to think that I would be ethical about it, but at the same time, I don't even know if it's unethical. Like, maybe you just save it and invest it in something, in like a, you know, a low risk fund where you're not gambling, but just give it some sort of return, and then you go get another job in the meantime, and then when they finally ask for it back, you just give it back. Right? Like, I think that's what I would do. So if I had a phantom job and I knew I was getting money, but I'm not sure if I'll ever have to give it back, I would just try to put it towards something that will, like, you know, slowly accrue interest. Not a lot, just a little bit. Just in the off chance I ever have to give it back legally, right? I might even fight and argue it's mine because it's their mistake and sucks for them. Sucks to suck, I guess, Elon Musk, but, you know, I don't know. I think I would try to keep it. Like, that's an opportunity, and you know what? If we flip the table and Elon Musk had the option to find money and take it, he absolutely would. I don't know. Like, I don't know where the law would fall, but I think I would absolutely argue that it was mine, and that, yes, it was a mistake, but you need to own your own mistakes, and sucks for you. I'm not obligated to give it back. But I would have a fallback plan just in case. I would still get a job in the meantime that isn't that. I think that's what I would do. I think he'd try to take your money whether or not he had any claim to... Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And so I'm saying, I think, you know, if it's a matter of settling it in the courts, so be it. Go to court. See what they say. See what the law says, and see if you can argue that it's rightfully yours. In the meantime, I don't think I would give it back. Now, I might if I liked the company and I knew it was a mistake and it wasn't, you know, because of sheer incompetence, but it was like a genuine thing. But if, yeah. Well, you do have money to spend on court if you're getting a salary and you don't have to work, and like, but you have another job in the meantime. Like, you're basically getting double money. I mean, I would say in that case, as long as you're not spending the money, I think you can use some of those funds to go to court. Not if, well, I'm sure you could make some agreement saying, hey, I can't go to court, but I'm going to use the money. I'm using the money that you misappropriated to me to fight. I don't know. I'm not sure what I would do. It's a tough situation, but it would be, you know, part of me wants it to happen. Like, I just want, like, a bunch of money to come into my account and be like, huh, I wonder where this came from. And then I just sit on it and see if anything ever happens. I'm not taught... This is not a stream about how to commit fraud, by the way. Just want to throw that out there. Nothing I say is legal advice. I am not your lawyer. It would be like using the money you embezzled to defend it's actually... Well, except it's not embezzlement. It might actually be yours. It might literally be your money. I think there's an argument to say that if you are hired for a job, and the job is basically do the thing that we tell you to do, right? You know, you have a boss, the boss tells you to do work, you do the work, right? Except the boss doesn't tell you to do anything. I think there's an argument to be said that you fulfilled your obligation. You did the thing that you were supposed to do, which is, in this case, nothing, because you weren't given any orders. right? I mean, imagine you signed up to, let's say, the military, and the military is like, you're working for us, but right now there's nothing to do, and we'll give you a call when we need you, and then they just never call, right? But you keep getting the money. I think you're still fulfilling your obligation. It's not your fault that they forgot you existed. Like, that's on them. They forgot you existed. You keep collecting the money. What are we talking about? Oh, back in the day of the Twitter buyout by Elon Musk, there were some people who were just hired. They were just hired by Twitter, and then their bosses were fired. And nobody knew that they worked for the company, but they were still getting their monthly, paycheck. So they were basically forgotten in the chaos of the system. They were still hired, and they were still on payroll, and just nobody knew they existed. So you're basically just, you don't have any work to do, but you're collecting your check. What do? Do you self-report and say, excuse me, I'm getting free money? Or do you just sit quiet and keep it? Meanwhile, those poor bosses fired for no reason, presumably. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the whole thing just, my disdain for the company and for Elon absolutely play a part into this. If he were like a well-respected boss doing good work and nice things for the world, then I'd be like, yeah, maybe we should be ethical. I don't know. I don't even think it's unethical. I genuinely don't think it's unethical. I think it's totally, again, I'm not, this hypothetical is irrelevant because, one, it doesn't matter what my opinion on it is. There is a law somewhere, and I'm sure you could argue a case for it one way or the other, but I think there would be a case to be made, in my totally non-expert legal opinion. But what do I know? I'm just an artist doing art things. Okay, let's vote on one of these thumbnails. Sounds a bit overcomplicated. Oh wait, he could have said he has no knowledge of his termination either. Well, then you'd probably need to prove that you were actually doing work. But if you knew that the guy wasn't terminated. So no, the person wasn't terminated. Yeah, no, the person wasn't terminated. It was their boss. Basically, imagine it's like their entire department was fired except for them. Yeah, so it's like somebody got hired. So somebody got hired. I think the story goes, I don't even know if this is true, but I think the story goes that somebody was hired onto a team in Twitter, or on X, or it was on Twitter, I guess, at the time. And then their team or their team manager or somebody, things basically fell apart, and that team never fully existed. It was starting to exist, right? They were hiring some people for it. Some people were hired. Some people never got hired. But the hiring crew, the managers, that team was disbanded. But the person still got hired. They were still on payroll. Nothing was ever solved. It was it's like you're lost in the system. It was just sort of, you exist on paper, but there is no job, there is no department, and it's completely a fluke or a screw up by the people doing the hiring and firing. There was no transition period, getting your ducks in order, all that stuff. There was none of that. That didn't happen. And because that didn't happen and they did things the wrong way, stuff got messy and stuff happened, which is some people were getting their paychecks when they technically didn't have a boss, but they weren't fired, they just didn't have a boss. So it's who do you report to? Who do you get, who gives you your orders, of what you're working on? You're working a team, but there's no projects for you to work on. There's no, if you're a, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird situation for sure. Okay, let's crop this and let's vote. Let's vote on one of these. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, his boss was fired, but the employer wasn't. But the employee wasn't assuming the whole team was supposed to be cut. Stance is still the same. I would say, yes, I fired the boss and this guy was kept on payroll or rehired, but the entire department is not needed, so bye-bye. No, well, I mean, maybe that's what they wanted, but I think that's not what happened. You can't just use someone's intentions and be like, well, that's actually what I intended. No, 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 you gotta do the thing. Like, if you... See, I think I would side with the... Life is sunshines, lollipops, and pure chaos. Yeah. See, I think I would side with the employee here, not the employer, because the employer made a mess of things. They made mistakes. I don't care. Just because they wanted everything to go perfectly, if they don't do it perfectly and stuff happens, that's their loss, right? If an employer says, I want to make all the money and do all the things, and then they start doing a bunch of stupid stuff without thinking about it, and they lose a bunch of money because they were paying people and they never gave them work, and they misallocated funds, that's their fault. I don't care if they intended to make lots of money and be productive. They weren't. They didn't do the thing that they didn't do it properly, right? I have no sympathy for people who run a business like trash and then end up wasting money. And if that means you're wasting money on people who you didn't give work to do, but you still hired them, that's your fault, right? That's not the person's... If that's my stance. I don't know what the law says. Maybe the law wouldn't agree with me. That's your usual government. Are you saying if you were Elon Musk, you would fire him but let him keep the money he earned? I mean, look, if I was Elon Musk, I would be a narcissistic, self-important idiot who seemingly thinks he knows everything. Yeah, I would absolutely fight for that money back. Yeah, if I were Elon Musk, I would absolutely be trying to get the money back. But I also think the other person would probably try to fight me on it because, in this case, Elon Musk would be wrong. And I think, hopefully, you would take it to court, and court would be like, yeah, Elon, you're an idiot, bye. And then, hopefully, you'd get to keep your money. That's what I think should happen. Whether or not it would because Elon has a lot of money, I don't know. I have no idea how that would work. I don't know if the courts would just side with Elon because he's rich. Who knows? I don't know what the law, how that works. Chances are it would go to court. Both sides would spend years fighting a stupid thing, and then both people would have ended up spending more money than they would have stood to gain if they just not had taken it to court. Probably. But what do I know? Okay, let's do a straw poll. Let's paint one of these till the end of stream, shall we? Six options, multiple votes per person, or multiple options per person. Well, we can't get rid of billionaires. Not with that attitude. Okay, there is the straw poll. Well, you can't be an idiot to do what he does, but it's a mistake. It's a human thing. I mean, you absolutely can be an idiot and do what Elon did with the takeover and randomly firing people and then realizing you're an idiot and then having to hire half them back. Like, he absolutely made a complete mess of things. If you don't think that was an idiotic move, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, that was the worst business what do you call it? Maybe not the worst, but it was certainly a very poor business transition of like, didn't he fire people on Twitter? Like, he fired some people and then blocked them from their email. That was the very email that they used to know they were fired. So like, they couldn't then receive the emails because he blocked them. Like, that's not how you fire people. And if you think it is, then I don't know. Like, he was absolutely an idiot. Also, thank you for the follow, Bleach. I appreciate it. Yeah. So I think in that instance, he's an idiot. Also, I don't know. I don't want to talk about Elon Musk, but no, there are absolutely things he is terrible at, and he's an idiot at, and he has an ego the size of the universe on. But sure, he's probably good at some stuff, and he probably has expertise in areas, but he's also extremely stupid and does things so poorly in lots of domains. Like video games. He's awful at that and just cheats, and then tries to take credit for other people's work. Anyway, this is not a political stream. Anyway, here's some voting. Can we see these properly? Not really. There we go. Oh, wait. I flipped them. They were flipped. Flipped. Sorry, yes. Pepperly, it was flipped. I didn't read it. Okay, there we go. Now they're unflipped. This is the proper order. It's also flipped. Yeah, it was flipped. There we go. This is the correct way. The reason he's Stu is because the overconfident. Yeah, I mean, I think also he's gotten, right? A lot of people, I think, they also get worse. Like, I think we're all have the capacity to be stupid. Like, genuinely, I don't, like, inherently, I don't think he's probably a stupid person. But we all have the capacity to go down rabbit holes, start believing stupid things, you know, getting inflated egos. Like, I think we all can do that. Obviously, you know, the rich and powerful. I think it was, wasn't it Hank Green just made a video about this, like, just recently, where he went on a little rant about people with power basically wanting to play the, you know, oh, I'm just like a normal person, man. Like, I don't know what I'm doing half the time. I'm just a normal dude. But then also having the fame and power to actually influence major things. And so, like, you don't really get to play both cards, was Hank Green's take. Is like, you don't get to claim that you're just a normal dude and also have the power to influence and, you know, have billions or whatever. Like, you don't get both, right? You can't pretend that you're just a normal guy if you have the power of a small country, you know? That's not something you get to claim. Like, not in the, you know, you don't get to be shielded from the public eye or from people criticizing you about what you do with your power when you're that powerful. Like, whether or not that's right, that's just, anyway. So I feel like there's a little bit of that. Anyway, what am I talking about? Art, voting. I'm gonna vote for number 6 because I like 6 the most. It's fun. It's just a chill painting. 2 is fun too. And 5. I actually like a lot of these today. I could see myself working on any of these. Monster Cord says, I mean, he was lying from the beginning, from early PayPal. Yeah, I mean, he's a complete liar. I mean, I still, you know what's funny? Of all the ridiculous, stupid, petty lies that Elon Musk has made, the one that pisses me off the most is the whole Path of Exile line. He paid someone to level a character, went on to podcasts and actively, like, brought up this unimportant topic about how much of a gamer he is, and it's like flaunting his own stats in video games that he doesn't even play and he's terrible at, and then he does a live stream trying to prove that he is, like, knows how to play this game, but it's so clear that he's never played the game before, and then he's caught, like his character is online when he's supposed to be in meetings, and then he finally comes out and it's like, oh well, and then he then eventually admits it. But there's this whole thing of, like, why did you? It's so petty. Why did you do this? Why did you go so out of your way to lie to people, to, like, earn this? Like, you're the richest dude in the world, and you're cheating and lying about being good at video games to earn gamer cred. Like, that is so ridiculous. I still can't get over that. Like, I know, like, I kind of understand. He's a narcissist. I know. But it's like, it's just funny because, like, yes, he's said horrible things, racist things, just, he's ruined people's lives, and somehow this one, the pettiness of it, just makes me hate him more than all the others. Like, I know it's... And also, I play the video game, and, like, you know, acting like you're better than I am when I actually, you know, Anyway, what did he say that's... I don't know. I mean, well, he did... Well, I don't know specifically that he said that's racist, but I know he's, like... I don't know, just lots of stuff. Whether it's, like, multiple Nazi salutes, doubling down on various things that are just... I mean, he's just treating people like trash. I mean, I don't even know if he specifically did anything specifically racist. He turned Twitter into a far-right bot. I mean, yeah, you know, the whole Mecha Hitler thing. I mean, I wouldn't call that not racist, but that's not really him. I don't know. I mean, maybe... Okay, maybe he's not racist. I don't know. He's still a terrible person. But anyway, that's not the issue. We are voting on art. We are voting... Like, also, terrible person, but, like, maybe he contributed to the world in some cool ways. I can admit that. But he's still terrible. Okay, yeah, we are voting. I think we are just about done voting. This is the last time I'm linking the straw poll. Let's see which one is won. It's a tie right now between 3 and 6. So library... Here, let me just zoom in. Library or orange landscape. Flick says, this is boring now. He's a drug-addicted narcissist that has power and influence to fix so many things across and chooses not to, like world hunger and healthcare. Yeah, I mean, you know, I would argue that healthcare and world hunger probably are not in any way his domain, so I'm not sure I like that argument, but, like, there are a lot of things he could do, right? Even if it's just putting tons of money towards, like, good, whether it's with social media good and tech and information, like, actually making the world a good place. But yeah. Yeah. Who cares, Joe? What do you mean? Oh, no. He's nearly... Oh, yeah, no, I understand. He could do it for fun. Oh, yeah, no, I know. Yeah, lots of people could. They could do it for fun. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not, oh, no, I don't know if you just joined Flick. I am in no way defending Elon Musk. Anyone just tuning in, I'm not defending him. In any way. For anything. Strom, hello! Can you pin the straw poll? I accidentally existed and can't get to it now. But I guess what if anything, I'm just arguing for the sake of arguing, but also, you know, as much, like, the dude has a billion reasons. Oh, I didn't mean to pin it for 5 minutes. That, you know, we have a million reasons to dislike someone. I think sometimes using arguments that are less than stellar for why not to like them, only makes it worse. So, like, it always bothers me. Like, that's why I'm not a huge fan of the, you know, he has so much money, he could just do all these things. Like, I think he is trying to do stuff. It's just the things he's trying to do are awful, right? They're so misguided and self-centered, and, you know, like I don't think it has to be you know, end world hunger and do these things that I want you to do. But, like, there are other things. There's any number of things. Just throwing money at poverty doesn't fix anything. Yeah, I mean, I don't, probably not, but anyway. Anyway, weird. I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole. Hey, Steph! Just the fuel to the Elon Musk fire, because we could rant about this. When my mom asks me if I'm gonna put myself out there and get married again, to have a baby, I know the best comeback. Elon Musk already took my share of procreating. Amazing. Just throw money at... Yeah, probably not. I don't know. That's a big issue. I wouldn't trust Elon Musk to even attempt to tackle it because he doesn't know what he's doing. That is actually a big issue, I think. But there are lots of issues he absolutely could at least put money towards solving, and that being one of them. But, like, you know... Anyway, that's a different issue. I don't really care. He cut USAID, which did immediately kill by some estimates. Yeah, absolutely. He's done harm. He's done he's gone the opposite of yeah, anyway. Did we get a vote? 3 or 6? 3 or 6 was the... Okay, 6 has won. 6 has won. 6 has one more vote. I knew if I just waited long enough, one of them would pull ahead. Okay, we're going with this. But yeah, hi Steph, hope you're doing well. We were just ranting, not really ranting about Elon Musk, but just, I brought up, how do we start? I forgot how we started this conversation. It started somehow. Obviously, it started somehow. I just don't remember. I got so caught up in chat I forgot to vote. Yeah, no worries. Emperor... Oh gosh, what are we saying? I usually... Wait, oh, I think I missed a lot of the chat. Is there a lot of drama going on? Emperor Chi says, usually I have to see things with my own eyes and ears because people put things in filters and shoot it out, emotional mixture, and it gets muddled. It's like if someone tells me this person is bad, I'll go, wait a minute, that's not... you know what, Emperor? I will agree with you on that. I will agree with you on that. There are topics where people absolutely do that. Like, not liking someone will make you make worse arguments for them. But, like, maybe they didn't... They could have just used... But I think with the Elon Musk stuff, like, he absolutely has shown which side, sort of, like, what he stands for, right? Like, didn't he go, like, the super far right-wing party in Germany, making all his comments about... Like, why did he do that? Why do you think he needed to do that? What's he trying to achieve with this, right? Sometimes I think, like, maybe it's not as straightforward as him saying, this is what I believe and just horrible things, but, like, he knows, I don't know. Like, I don't think we need any more proof that he's a terrible person. In what he said. I will say, we fed his ego early on. We gave him so much praise and put so much hope on him without doing our homework. Yeah, I think there's... Yeah, I mean, I think that's a lot of it, is, like, power getting to people's head, inflated ego, and then they just think they can do no wrong, and whatever they set their sights on seems to be a good thing for them, and they have, you know, surround themselves with yes men, and suddenly there's anything and everything they do they think is perfect, and they're immune to criticism and feedback, and yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense. I mean, for one, he's just so full of hypocrisy. And I think also when it comes to, like, powerful people, one of the things that I think pisses people off just the most is that instead of being held to a standard, they're allowed to be the lowest of the standard, right? They're allowed to get away with the most, you know, contradictory behavior, the most just, you know, saying one thing and doing the exact opposite, and they shouldn't be. They should be held to a higher standard, in my opinion, because they absolutely are role models. People will look at them, and they have power and influence. And if he were an employee at my job, which is like let's say at a grocery store, he'd be fired immediately. Right? Like, stuff that he has done and said would not allow him to maintain the most basic level job, right? And yet, the same thing with, like, the current US president, right? Like, a lot of this stuff you'd be fired. Like, it wouldn't even be there wouldn't even be a fighting in court or something, because it's so, like, slam dunk, we don't want you here and you're terrible at what you do. And yet, these people have so much power and so much money that, like, they seem to be immune to that. And, like, anyone like, well, actually, they're awful at what they do. And they're completely screwing things up, and they have huge influence. Like, why are we letting it... What's the Overton window or whatever? Like, letting it... Right? The sort of... The accepted social behavior has slipped so far for these people. That's crazy to me. And they can just make stuff up, lie, spread misinformation, and nothing is done, and they have no consequences. So I think if people are being, like, a little bit more emotional and harsh, like, well, I think, like, as much as I like playing devil's advocate to things, and I love playing devil's advocate sometimes, because I think it's important to, like, I don't know, challenge views. But I think in this case, even if you take the weakest of the weak arguments, there's still more than enough to be like, this is a garbage person. So I kind of agree in some ways, I think, with you, Cheese, in that, like, sometimes people do make... I mean, I think recently we had... Me and Steph, I don't want to state Steph's opinion on anything, but I think recently we kind of had this stance on some Twitter drama regarding a once beloved children's book writer. And, like, I think there is a lot of stuff people will make claims about that I don't think are inherently true, but they sort of fit the narrative of, like, this is a bad person, right? And like, I think that happens a lot. And I kind of understand Cheese's perspective as like, hey, let's not just trash a person's name by making up stuff about them that, you know, there's all this other stuff about them. Let's not make stuff up to say they're bad when they're actually bad, right? Like, let's point to the things that they're bad for and say those are the... Like, I think there's a very valid point there, but also, like, I think at this point, anything any of us could say that worsens a message around the public opinion of the people who have ruined their own names, I think at some point, you also have to take responsibility for ruining your own name. And, like, if other people sort of dogpile on and maybe go a little overboard, there's... I don't know. It's a tricky situation. Navigating, you know, your own PR and other people's PR, it's a hard thing. But anyway, let's paint. Let's paint. We're arting. Steph's hating on Tesla owners. Yeah. What are we talking about in chat? Is chat going... Are we losing the thread? Already dressed Tesla as a suicidal nuke in some ways. What are we talking about? Gender and sexual orientation? Hold on. Can someone give a gender sexual orientation, please? I need it for my OC. Female pan. Lady gay. Lady gay. What? What do you mean? That isn't... Somebody said... Wait, wait, that already draws... That is... Yeah, the gender being a lady and the sexual orientation being gay. That's right. Joe, you're too innocent to see what Cheese is really trying to do. It's right out of the rights playbook. I think we need to slightly stricter modding in here, to be honest. I mean, maybe. But I do think... I mean, I think it's fine to acknowledge, like, the slightly good... I don't know, like the... I don't know. I mean, they do have... There is a point in there, whether or not it's the right time to bring it up. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe you're right, Sarah. Funny enough, normally we don't have any mods here. Right now we do have a mod here, and it's... But yeah. Yeah, I mean, how lovely. Yeah, you should try not to... If you... I mean, I don't know. Yeah, don't rage bait people. Don't be... Let's get away from politics, because this should be a space for anyone and everyone. And I am at fault here because I went into this. I went into this and sort of started this topic, and it got a little bit too much, I think. I am okay if people are here and they you know, they have views that I think aren't, you know, that I don't agree with. But we probably don't need to express every view about everything in chat, because this is an art stream, and we should be talking art stuff, maybe. So yeah, anyway, I would love to see Cheesy's trolling matchup against Taps' Mischief in D&D. Sucks we're all so busy. That's not the same Cheesy. Emperor of Cheese is not Sir Cheesy. No. Different Cheesy. Different Cheesy, Steph. If you're talking about the Cheesy associated with Rihanna, that's not the same Cheesy. No, this is a different person. Yeah, no, a very different person. Yeah, no, I don't think I don't think I would allow the other Cheesy to be saying certain stuff like that. That would not be okay. Knowing something, you know. Anyway. All I'm saying is hateful rhetoric shouldn't be allowed. Yeah, no, it should. I maybe I missed the hateful rhetoric. I think I must have missed the hateful rhetoric. Art is a bastion of open expression. Is that true? I don't really know what that means. I mean, if you take art as communication, there can absolutely be hateful communication and communication that is not welcome in spaces. Also, this is like my stream. Right? This is not like the government. The government may not be able to punish you for speech, but like I can absolutely ban people. So like this is any sort of like, oh, it's free speech, it's art, everything's on limits. That's not how that works. What kind of ruling body? Exactly. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, why don't we tone it down, Emperor? I clearly if you no baiting people. I know I don't really care what you believe or not, but trying to rile people up, if you keep doing that, I will just time you out or ban you or both. But yeah, I don't really know. All I know is that there's unrest in my chat, and I'm not appreciating it. Let's pipe down on the unrest, the what do you call it? The civil unrest. People are busting out pitchforks. They're not even following? Wait, haven't they been here before? Or wait, is this actually their first day being here? I actually don't know. Details. I think I made a kid vegan on Friday by mistake. Wait, what? What, Steph? How? How does that work? Oh, did you tell him where his meat came from? Wait, hold on, because you work with little kids. Was he eating, like, chicken nuggets and you told him it was actually chickens? Oh, yes, okay, I knew it. I knew it. He asked where turkeys in supermarket came from and I told him the truth. Oh, no. Oh, no. Of course. That's hilarious. He wasn't eating it? Okay. That's funny, though. I mean, you know, I think kids should go to, like, to meat farms as a trip, like, knowing where, because, like, I remember in school us going to, like, an orchard or something, and, like, to see food being, like, where it grows, and to see, like, farmers, but, like, we should have been taken to, like, a meat processing plant, you know? Have all these little kids go to see all the little chickens in the cages, or wherever. Just it could just be one. It doesn't have to be like, just, you know, pick one at random each year or something, and just go and tour a meat processing plant, you know? If that's too much, maybe it's maybe that's a sign of something. I don't know. Seems like not a terrible idea. Okay, but so for art, I want to turn this into something more than just a big mountain. Let's turn it into, I don't know. We should know where our food comes from. I agree, and it's funny because a lot of times, like, I think they tried to do that when I was a kid, but they only showed us like the nice stuff, like the outdoor orchards and like the pleasant scenery looking things. I saw a flock of turkeys chase some people across the street today. Dang. Or just a children's book to show where stuff comes from? Nah. I think it'd be good to see it up close. The cow on the farm goes moo. The cow on the farm goes moo. Then the farmer hits him on the head and ground him up, and that's how we get hamburgers. Yeah, exactly, Vegas. I mean, I shouldn't be laughing, but like, yeah, children's book for that. This got dark real quick. This stream is unhinged. I apologize, everyone. Artie draws sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together. Brighter than a lucky penny. What are you talking about? Whenever you're near, the rain goes, disappears, and I feel so fine. Just know that you are mine. Sunshine, lollipop. Is that a song? I don't know that song. You ate a gator? Wait, did you really, Steph? You've eaten alligator? I didn't even know you can. I mean, obviously you can eat it. You can eat most things, but like, I didn't know there are places that will serve alligator. Wait, is that real? There are places? What is this from, like, Alabama? What? Where are we eating alligator? You like experiences? Like, just like roadkill experiences, or like all of them? Sorry, I tried alligator. Wait, hold on. How many people in chat have eaten alligator? Apparently Sarah has eaten alligator. Of course in Florida. Okay, Sarah and Steph have eaten alligator. Life is too short. I'm doing stuff. Fair enough. It's a good view. Okay, so people are eating alligator. I remember, do you guys remember the movie Waterboy? Where they're talking about like eating a snake, and they're like, snakes have knees? Because they're like, I wonder what part of the snake is the knee. I always remember that. Waterboy was a fun movie. It's very stupid now, but I always think of the snakes with knees from the movie Waterboy. Yeah, I've heard of frog legs. Yeah, I've heard of frog legs. The same Cajun place? Gotcha. Gator is surprisingly tasty. It has a fishy taste to it. It was tough, though. Interesting. I think humanity peaked at discovering chicken. Perfect protein. Gator can be tough or chewy. Man, now I want to try gator just to have gator. But I don't know why. Gator sounds just as crazy to me as eating like horse. Like, it feels extremely wrong. I don't know why. It just feels wrong. I meant meats. Meat peaked with food. Lol. Horse meat was common in Canada. Not sure it still is. Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with that. Cheesy. I think, or cheese. Emperor of cheese. I think I'd try most foods once. Now, I've seen some like really sketchy videos of like street food where the hygiene is just so awful. I don't think I would try that, but I would try like any meat that is cooked to like a healthy temperature. You know, I think if the food is cooked and it's healthy and people know that it's cooked and healthy, then I'm fine with it. If something's like actually dangerous, I'm not gonna try it. Like, you know, There are absolutely like super hard drugs I would never try. Because that's just like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to like ruin my life, you know? But like I think when it comes to most experiences, I'd be open to try most things, but yeah. No, gator is not a drug. I know gators aren't drugs. I'm just saying like the platitude of like, I'll try anything once. Like, yeah, I won't try anything once. I'll try lots of things once. But it does depend on what it is, and I do have I'm trying to figure out where my line is for what I wouldn't try. I think danger is the major one. If there is an actual danger, I'm not going to try it. Like, I'll try eating alligator, but I'm not going to try eating a living alligator, because that's just dangerous. I don't want to put myself through that. So yeah, it would need to be cooked and prepared. Today's chat has been fascinating. I'm so sorry. Flowering Yanni says today's chat has been so fascinating. If by fascinating you mean unhinged, then yes. It's been unhinged. Also, my eyes feel blurry. It has been absolutely not a normal stream chat. Lots of chat. Chat's popping off today, I will say. I kind of enjoy it. I enjoy a little bit of chaos. I enjoy a little bit of rowdiness. Not a lot. You know, so long as people can still feel welcomed and they're not, you know, made to feel like they're not welcomed, or, you know, I still want it to be a stream for everybody. And obviously we got into a little bit of a area where people clearly did not feel welcomed, and I think it was obvious in chat. And I think when that happens, if you, I mean, this is just me rambling on the topic, but this I feel like maybe this needs to be said. I think you can have any view, but there is a point, and I always use like the walking down the street analogy. Like if you're walking down the street and you step on someone's toes, like maybe they're a homeless person and they're sitting there against the building, and you trip over their feet, like, or maybe you actively hurt them because you accidentally kicked them and you weren't watching where you were walking. Like, it doesn't matter if they were in the wrong. You still hurt someone, and you should be like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. Also, maybe don't stand where you were standing because you're in the middle of traffic, but like, you know, you should still like not want to hurt people. And so in chat, if you say something and people are actively being uncomfortable, yes, you had every right to do that, but you also just made people uncomfortable, and you can be like, maybe I don't want to do this, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe, okay, I felt like I need to get that out of the way, because sometimes that concept, I feel like, goes over people's head. Like, you don't have to change your views. You can still think the person was in the way, but also you don't want to hurt them, so you're going to avoid them next time while they're there. I don't know. Maybe you guys are picking up what I'm putting down. But anyway, I feel like that needs to be said. Just let's keep it civil, right? That's the thing. I want chat, or I want Twitch to be a place where anyone can feel welcome. And if topics are going in directions that clearly people aren't enjoying, then like we can do better as a community to make sure that people can enjoy it. To me, it's not that, like, in some ways, I almost don't care what we talk about. It's more about how we talk about it. And if we can't talk about a thing in a respectful way, then that's a problem with how we're talking about it. We need 3 more viewers. Wait, am I at... Hold on. I'm just gonna guess because I know your thoughts. What are we... Are we at like 66 viewers? Is that what's happening? Or is that's a lot. There's no way, right? I don't want to know how many people we have. Where did I find my username? I got my username in 7th grade. No, 9th grade. Freshman year of high school. In the computer lab. We were assigned random names based on... well, I think we had to pick our names, but we were given a template, and it was the first letter of our first name. First letter of first name, last name, and a number. And I picked the number 30 because that was the day of the month I was born. So my birthday's on the 30th, and my first name is Joe, my last name is Stiller, and that's it. So that's it. That's my full name. You guys know my name. I just leaked information. No, I didn't. But yeah, that's so yeah, basically that's my name. There was not really much to it, and I just stuck with it ever since. It works for an art tag because it's my real name, and that's kind of also my business. So like, if you think of art as a business, and which I do, and like people want to contact me and they want to make sure that they're sending money to the right spot when they're sending money for commissions or whatever, then it makes sense to use your real name in some way, and I like that. So probably not super advisable. I think a lot of people don't like using their real name online, but I think when you're doing art, it kind of, I don't know, it works for me. I like it. So Original Joe. Yeah, I mean, it's just my, I mean, I've had different screen names throughout the years, especially in like video games, but lately, even in video games, I'll just use the name JStiller30. It's just like my go-to. I just use it for everything. Are the brushes you used so far your own or from another pack? No, they're not my own. So this brush I'm using right now, not the blurry brush, but just the brush that the textury render brush that I've been using for like these characters and everything. This is a brush by Zach Retz. I can type it out. Zach Retz. And then this brush, the other brush that I used today, which is called the Baked Apple Custard brush. This brush, it's the buttery smooth, the blendy brush that I used for all this stuff, for like all the blending. This brush I used a bit in the early stages, and that's by Nyx Keo. That's not how you spell it. Nyx Keo. Is that a thing? There we go. And that's directly on the Clip Studio asset store. It's I think it's free. I don't know if it's free or if you had to pay like something. I got it for free because I had some points, some Clippy points on Clip Studio. Here, let me give the actual link on YouTube so it's there. Yeah, so that's the two brushes that I'm using today. I don't, and I have an airbrush, which is the either default brush from Clip Studio that I use. Just a default airbrush. Actually, this one might be from Dave Greco, but it doesn't matter. Your first name's Raphael, then you just put draws for all of art. Yeah, the names like that are great. I think names are overrated online a little bit. It's kind of necessary, to be honest. How are you ever gonna network and have people remember you for job opportunities if your name is like Firefox237? Well, I mean, I think Sarah, there absolutely are people who have aliases online, and they're just known as that. They can sometimes even introduce themselves as their alias, as long as it's, if it's too silly. But like sometimes I think if you get really popular, you would just say like, "Hi, I'm Joe." Also, you probably know me as Firefox237, right? If like you're actually known or something. I don't know. I think there's ways to do it. In some ways, it might even make people remember you more, right? Because now they're like... But I think that only works if you're already popular. You're still working on your Italy piece and it's going so slow. The last time I saw it, it looked amazing. You wish there was more art-focused conventions like Lightbox? I think there are others, but yeah, Lightbox is the big one. Steph, I don't know if you saw, but well, wait, actually, I don't know why I opened with that. I guess first I'm gonna ask a question. Sarah, did you do the challenge thing this year that you did last year? Because I know you posted photos, and I guess I was gonna ask you, Steph, if you saw some, I don't think you were probably here, but Sarah showed some really cool Lightbox photos of like the art she made last year up on the wall of Lightbox because her team got second place in a contest thing, and it was super cool. It hasn't happened yet, but I plan on doing it again. Gotcha. They do it 3 times a year? Oh, I see. But yeah, that was super cool. Yeah, I'd like to go to Lightbox too. I'm trying to think of other art things. I know there's like Spectrum. I don't think Spectrum's still a thing, is it? Spectrum Art Convention. Spectrum Miami? Maybe it does exist. Hold on. No, wait, apparently Spectrum still exists? No, that's a different name, right? Same thing, different name? No, that's a studio, never mind. Because back in the day, there was... Here, I have this book, if I can reach it. There was this book. They had them every year. This is the 2023 one, I think. It's basically a book of fantasy art, and they have, like, it has... Literally page 1, I think, is Ruan Jia. He has, well, crap, he has some, but like, there's just tons of fantasy art. I don't know if you guys can see that. And then it has like things about the artists, and it's a lot of, it goes through different categories. So it's like, you know, like advertising or editorial or, you know, digital cards. You know, there's like that's Carla Ortiz, and it has like a little blurb on her and like the art that she made for it. And then it has like just tons of it, and then it has like animation and backgrounds and different things. You know, it has a section for comics, you know, and it shows like comic art, and it has like original projects. So it basically just goes through all of like these different categories. And there's like it was an in-person convention, and it has all the categories. There's like a voting thing to like, I don't know exactly how it works. But I don't think it exists anymore. I think it kind of died with like the pandemic, maybe? I don't know I just think it went away. I don't think it's still a thing. But that was a big fantasy art convention that was more about like making art and being an artist. And it was like a convention for artists. It wasn't just like, here's a convention and also there's art, right? Yeah, most artist alleys don't have like things about art. I imagine there's is there some like, there's probably some other industry like comic making conventions or something. I don't know. I got the, let's see. I missed some chat. I missed some chat. Yeah, I don't think Spectrum's a thing. It was called Spectrum, yeah. True, but they have Artist Alley, which is a lot of artists. Yeah, that's not quite the same. Well, at least one I went to in Dallas did. Artist Alleys can be fun, but there's no learning art, like classes, lectures, yeah. I got to have a semi-private dinner with 6 comic artists. Oh, that's cool. There was like 24 people. Total includes 6 artists. It was so cool. And one of them was David Finch, who I follow a lot. Oh, that's awesome. Have I ever dabbled in 3D? Yes, I have dabbled in 3D. I've dabbled in so most of my 3D experience is hard surface with like really basic 3D programs like SketchUp. But then I've also dabbled in ZBrush for like organics, so like modeling, like sculpting type stuff. So yeah, I have a little bit of experience, but not much. I can get by, and I know enough to know how they function, so like I could then learn it much quicker because I kind of know the basics. But I wouldn't call myself good at it. But like I'm aware of 3D. Like I'm aware of its existence and kind of how to do it, and I've played around with it enough. I've seen art lectures at AnimeCon, but they gotta be big. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it'd have to be really big to have like niche things like that. You've been to a couple at YumaCon and Otakon. Oh, that's cool. Emperor Chi says, nice, it's so hard to pick one or the other. I love 3D, but also love drawing, even though they are universally similar. Yeah, I mean, I think, so a lot of the 3D that I've done for art has been like hard surface stuff so that I can, let's say I wanted to make a city over here. Let's say there was a city up on this built, there's some houses up here on these things, just let's sketch in some forms. And so what I might do is make some basic 3D forms. Here, let's do this differently. I might make some basic 3D forms of like just block-ins so that I can get some shadow information of like how would I light this if this were in light. And then I can just put a light and shine it onto here and say, oh, turns out the shadow would look like this, right? And then that way I don't have to guess how the shadows are going to work and how they cast and stuff. So that's a nice way to do, to use 3D in environments, is you do like a basic block out of like your buildings or structures or whatever. And, nothing fancy, no details, no texture, no contour, really, just pure chunky blocks. And then you just shine a light on it, and bam, bing, bang, bam, you're done. Basically, you just now have light and information, and then you can paint. Just do a big paint over. In fact, Stiller, I got an idea. Oh, yeah? Let's hear it. Also, Yuki, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Vegas says, Steph, Slice is one here that has a lot of talks about creating comics. The Fan Expo Dallas has a handful of talks geared more towards creating art, but it's still, I guess, more towards comic art. Yeah, I think comic art would be cool, though, because I bet there's a lot of just, like, I mean, art at its core is still the foundation of comic art, and so you still need to know the fundamentals, you still need to know, ideas. Actually, I would even argue for most of your run-of-the-mill artists like me and probably Steph and most people here who are just kind of, we're all learning art together, we're all learning to draw, right? I would imagine if you want to do environments, you're probably going to actually learn a lot more than you think from something like comics, right? Or if you want to do characters, learning from animation, or learning from comics. Like, comics are great because they're so storytelling heavy, right? There's panels, they're oftentimes character focused. There's a lot of overlap from like gesture drawing or whatever it is. So I imagine I would get a lot more out of like a comic making convention than I you might first suspect you would. That's my take. And I don't know for sure, I haven't been to comic making conventions, but my hunch is that they would be extremely valuable. Your teacher from last year was one of the founders or something like that? Oh, that's cool. A party political, it takes every good thing. I mean, that doesn't... Already, that doesn't really work, because a lot of times political parties, not to get into politics again, they have like completely different perspectives or outlooks or philosophies. So it's not about individual policies, it's about entire viewpoints, right? And so if you have a worldview that is just different from another worldview, as you start like making good choices, at sometimes push comes to shove and you can't have them both ways, right? Because your philosophy is gonna butt its head up against another philosophy. You can't just take all the good stuff from each one. If you believe the things, if you have a certain view, all of it probably sounds good to you. You can't, that doesn't work. that like, wouldn't the world be a nice place if every time there is a disagreement, you just take the good stuff from all the arguments and that's it? That's not how it works, unfortunately. Wouldn't that be nice, though? Yes. Like, typically when people have a disagreement, right? Like, it's not just because they're disagreeing on a fact. it's typically because they have a fundamentally different viewpoint of some. I mean, it's kind of like earlier we were talking about with what were we talking about before it got ridiculous? Oh, with the... No, I don't remember. You should pick and choose theoretically, not try to take everything. Like, you could theoretically take parts that work about regulation and parts that work about deregulation and apply it. Yeah, but I don't think that works. Because oftentimes the things that work about regulation for one thing only work in one context, and something else that works for another problem only works in another. Like, I'm trying to imagine. Oh gosh, I'm trying to think of a good example without getting too political. But like, imagine you have someone who, like, fundamentally thinks that you should have. I mean, I guess I mean, maybe to some degree it works, but there are absolutely areas where it doesn't, which is why these aren't just like a perfect solution. But if you think like a system needs to change, right? Like, let's say you think capitalism bad, right? Or you think socialism in sort of the, workers control the means of production type of socialism is bad, right? If that is your starting point, that's not a policy. Any policy you have that tries to sort of fix the economy is not going to be like even if it technically fixes the problem, the other side is not going to agree with it because it doesn't get anywhere closer to their goal, right? It's like it might even be further away. So sometimes you have a solution that's good that makes the problem harder to fix in the future because it's going in more in a direction, right? You're layering on more steps of like band-aid solutions. And like, if you think the problem is a different problem and the other people think a problem is a different problem, then you can't agree on something. Like, it's not as easy as just like, oh, that's the middle ground, or that's the thing that works from here and that's the thing that works from here. But I mean, I think on a personal level, I think that's what everybody should do. I don't know how I just am like I get baited into talking about any topic you guys throw at me. But I think on a personal level, that's exactly what people should do. They should take the things that they think are good. If it's a good argument or a good policy, regardless of which side it's on, they should take it and say, that's what I want to do. And that's absolutely what people should do. But I think in terms of, like, oftentimes parties are more driven by like an ideology of like, this is the world that we want to make. And that's where you have fundamental or differences or disagreements. And sometimes both could work, right? Like, the ideal world for, say, Party A could be a very realistic thing, and an ideal world for Party B could also work. The problem is, the policies that work for one don't work for the other, and vice versa, because they're just fundamentally like, they could both be fantastic worlds, right? If everybody got their way, it is possible that you could shape a world. It would just be very different, but it could still work. But generally, that goes against the beliefs of the other party. Too black and white? Yeah, maybe. You have complex solutions to complex problem. The problem is, too often, people oversimplify into an inflexible worldview. Yeah, I agree. I think most sides of the political spectrum would agree with what you just said. Yeah. I mean, it's funny because I think you could have both sides saying the same thing that you're saying, and you would still not come to an agreement with the other sides. Because, like, I don't think anything you said is wrong. I think it's totally true. I just don't think in practice it doesn't sum up that way. I don't know. It could. I mean, there are I mean, I think of... I don't know. I'm not getting politics. No more politics. It makes people uncomfortable. No more baiting me, guys. No, this is my fault. This is a me problem. I am the one who's taking the bait and going down a political rant. As a critic myself, that control is pure crap. Chat control is pure crap. What do you mean chat control? I don't know what you mean. As a critic myself, chat control. My ability to control chat? Probably. Is that what you mean? Okie dokie, I'll be here. Let's see. Also, that's not true that something that benefits one can't. No, I'm not saying it can't. I'm saying that most political beliefs are not born out of like individual, like take like a hot topic like gun control, right? That's not just or even abortion, right? I know this is, gosh, we're really going down the deep end here. I'm gonna piss people off, but like from the right, if you truly think that abortion is murder, and murder is obviously bad, then like of course you're gonna be against it, right? It's not a matter of here is a policy, right? And then the left is saying, well, it's your body, you can choose what you want to do with it, right? It's more of like a tumor, right? It's a clump of cells. Who cares? It's not murder. It's not even a person at that point, right? And so it's not a matter of like what is right and wrong and pick the good and it's a fundamental different worldview. And that's where I think you can't just like, oh, one's, pick the good stuff, like, no, you're never going to agree on an issue when your viewpoint is from a different, you're standing over here and one person's over here. Let's move on, Joe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think it's fine to talk about issues as long as they're sort of in a vacuum and we're not like making arguments for or against them. It's just like a thing. Sarah says, I think the point is that the problem is looking at it from immutable worldview instead of looking at it from facts and what harms the few. Well, that's I think what harms the fewest people is not the philosophy that everybody wants to live by. I think that this is where I'm getting at it with a different worldview. That's not everybody's going to agree with that. I don't think everybody will agree that. Some people might say it's more important that we benefit the most people in the future, but in the short term, it's okay to harm people. And other people are saying, no, harming people in the short term is bad, always, right? There's difference there. So I think even on something like that you stated as like, this is how you should look at it. Well, I don't think people would agree with that. I mean, I agree with your view. They can be fired, and I get baited for this, and I agree with Flick. We should probably move on, because this kind of stuff can get topic. But this also exists in art, so I'm gonna try and make a pivot here. I mean, this exists in art with like all sorts of topics. I don't know how. I'm trying. I'm trying to figure out how this relates to art, and I know it does, because I know people. Yeah, AI is a good example. I don't want to get into AI today. We rambled about that too much last stream. What other topic? I mean, really anything. I think fine art versus like, illustration kind of thing. Like, what is the point? Like, why, some people make art for fundamentally different reasons. And I think if you make art for one reason, I think you have, when you say some people would make a statement that says illustration is not real art. I think that's a ludicrous view, but like, I actually understand the perspective. And in fact, I think with AI, there's actually kind of an argument for like, product-focused art being a fundamentally different thing than expression-type art, right? And if you view them as fundamentally different, then your views on, say, AI are going to be different, as Casey pointed out last stream. And if you think that, oh, it's all art, well, then your view is going to be very, very different, And so it's not really a matter of like what's good, what's bad, because you can't even agree on that. We can't even agree on like what is the purpose of this thing that we're doing. People who decide on a worldview. Well, I don't think it's about decide on a worldview while ignoring facts and context are not worthy of debating. I mean, I agree with that, but I think a lot of times it's not the facts that you think are most important. So this is a here. I think I've mentioned this once before. I think most people would agree on most of in any one thing. I think most people are going to agree on the facts what I mean by that is, let me pick a color that doesn't suck, right? So let's say you have 5 facts. I'm not going to list what they are, but just 1, 2, 3, 4. No, not 5 facts. Let's say we state things that are important, like human survival. People should live rather than die, right? Like, you know, just things like that, right? The problem is, if I have these 5 things, and you might agree with every one of them, the problem is, I don't think they're in this order. I might put them like this, right? I'm gonna flip them. I'm gonna flip 4 and 3, and maybe my 5th is my number 1 issue, and your number 1 issue is actually my number 2, right? Like, it's all flip-flop. Also, this is a really loud song. Holy moly. Sorry, song. Right? So you can have people who agree on all these points, but it's the ordering. The ordering is flipped. And the second the ordering gets flipped, that's where people cannot agree on basic things. Because they're saying, I hear what you're saying about your number 1 issue, but I don't think this is a number 1 issue. I think this is number 200. So I don't think this is worth even talking about. And you're like, this is the most important thing. How can you disagree on facts? Well, they don't disagree with the fact. They disagree with the importance and the conclusion of the fact, right? They disagree with what is, like, if you take everything in context of all the things they think are important in life, where does that fact place, right? They're not saying they disagree with the fact. And that's where this is what I'm talking about when I say a different worldview or a different perspective. They just have different people have different orderings for what's important. And there are most policies or most things in politics or in life, most problems aren't just one issue. It's not just an issue about this number 2 fact or this number 3 fact. It's an issue that encompasses 3 or 4 different facts. And the problem is, if I think these facts, or all of, let's say, these 2 facts, if there's an issue that encompasses the 2 most important facts for you, you're going to think that's a pretty important issue. But if these are both issue number 200 and 201, this issue is not, like, I don't need to have the same outcome as you, right? So, and this is kind of similar to art, actually, right? Where, like, people have different priorities. And it's why it's really hard to make, like, you must do this when you paint, right? You need to learn this. Well, it's like, well, the art I do doesn't even need perspective, right? I talk about this a lot with I'm trying to shift this back to art, but, like, you know, if you talk about the fundamentals, there's things like perspective, right? Values. Maybe I'll put in form in here because why not? You know, shape design, or just let's put design. And maybe character, or whatever you want to do. I don't know, like story. I don't know. These aren't really the fundamentals. But anyway, kind of. Like, if you're doing character art, you might put design and form and story up at top. But if I'm doing environments, I might put perspective and values at the top, right? It's not to say that, like, these aren't important. I just don't think that, like, form is as important as story. I think form is more, or I think form is less important. I think story could go up here, this could go up there, right? Because form, you can make a lot of very graphical, two-dimensional environments without really showing much form, right? You can put big silhouettes, but if you're doing character art, good luck, like, just having graphical shapes. Like, you need to show form because you're up close and you're personal, and that's important. And it's not that we disagree on these, what they are, we just disagree on the order. And I think almost all political issues is disagreeing on the order. That's my take. Maybe that's a hot take, but people just have different perspectives that order them differently for various reasons. Wouldn't shapes in some... I mean, shapes could be more... You could probably redefine shapes, which I don't have shapes on here. Perspective, values, forms. No, I wouldn't put shapes in form. I would put shapes more closer to, like, composition, I think. And, like, clarity of visual, like, how things readability. But Because to me, shapes are more like 2D, form is 3D. Form, not everything needs a three-dimensional, but once you start talking about like environments and space and like, I mean, form is like shapes plus perspective, right? It's shapes in 3 dimensions. So I mean, they're different. Yeah. Shape is 2D and form is 3D, exactly. But I think in how they relate to things, like the 2D shape is more important for compositional elements, whereas the 3D is more important in space, right? If you're trying to show depth and space between relative space between objects, form does a really good job as that. It does some job as that in 2D, right? Or as well, but like different things have different features and how they interact and what parts. I mean, they're related, but I think when you start solving problems with them, where you start saying, my painting feels a little flat, right? Well, that's where 2D versus 3D might come into play. Maybe adding some more 3D elements, right? Maybe making those shapes, those 2D shapes look a little bit more like a 3D form by adding some shadow that shows the form. Maybe you're still using shapes, but maybe you're using shapes in a clever way, right? We talked about this with like showing a painting from above, or like a table from above. Like if here is an object, actually I'm going to change it. Here is an object, and I were to ask you what is the form, you don't know. But the second, now I'm going to cast a shadow. So now let's say there's a light. We're looking above. Maybe there's a little bit of a line here, right? Maybe you guys already know what this is. But let's say I shine a light on it, right? Boom, light's being shined on it. You get a light there, and a light here. Maybe you don't. Is that enough to show the form? Not really. But what if I cast a shadow, and my shadow looks a little bit like this? Let's see if I can do this properly. Wait, how do I do this? This is not a good angle to do it from. I don't know how to draw this. But anyway, it looks something like this, right? You might then know that this is a chair, right? It's supposed to be a chair. It's on its side. No. This is the shadow. This is the shadow of the thing, right? The slotted chair. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that these are all 2-dimensional forms that I'm drawing. I drew it from a weird angle. I don't know why I did that to myself. But anyway, I drew it from a weird angle. But the point I was trying, this is not what it would look like. I don't know how to draw that. I don't know what I was doing with this perspective. But the point I was making was that sometimes you can use 2-dimensional shapes by adding another angle, like the shadow of a shape, right? I probably should have shown it from the front view, right? From this view, because that one I can actually draw, right? And it would, that would look like this, right? There'd be a little bit of a section here, and that's kind of what it would look, it'd be a little bit stretched or whatever, but like that's kind of what that shadow would look like, if it's like a wooden chair or something. But the point I'm trying to make is that sometimes you can show 3-dimensionality without ever actually having anything 3D in your painting, right? You simply do it with graphical 2D shapes. And so there's problems to be solved, right? And this is where understanding the difference is important when you're actually trying to solve real problems. Now, alternatively, I could just tilt the thing and just paint something that looks like this. Right? I could just do that. And that would satisfy the same sort of, that would clarify it as well. And then you would have the legs down here. Something like that. Right? Same thing. But from one view, right, this is non-legible, and it's only legible when you start adding another shape to it. This is legible right from the get-go. You don't even need you don't need the 2-dimensional shape here. And so sometimes it just, depending on what you're working with, I feel like understanding what something, how it like communicates a thing. I don't know. That was really convoluted. That was not clear. They're sort of related, but I suppose you can say that about any fundamental. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all fundamentals are related in the way that, like, if you're talking about composition, every fundamental affects composition in different ways, right? Values can guide your eyes in a way that perspective doesn't, right? Form and gesture can and shape can guide your eyes in a way that value alone isn't doing, right? Color can guide your eyes. All of these have an effect. You know, some of them also affect mood more than others in a different way, right? Color obviously affects mood in a very different way than line and shape does, right? Or whatever, because those things can affect mood, but you have to work with them differently. And so you basically have all these communication tools, and the fundamentals affect all of them. And so, yeah. I mean, that's why they call them the fundamentals, because they're literally a part of everything you do. If you want to tell a story, fundamentals. If you want to make a mood, fundamentals. If you want to do anything, fundamentals. Anyway. But yeah, also, I want to say, I appreciate you guys being here through all the chaos earlier. It was fun. Also, no, never mind. I was gonna announce something, but there's not really anything to announce yet. Never mind. Work on your fundamentals? Always. I mean, when do you not? I mean, again, that's like... I mean, I guess there's a difference between focusing on something and working on it. Like, you're always doing your fundamentals, right? Every time you draw. But whether or not that's where your brain's at when you're drawing is a different story. I don't know. There was a Reddit post, and someone asked, when do you stop working on your fundamentals? And to me, it was a funny question, because I'm like, never? I can imagine these background scenes with dinosaurs, says Strawberry Teddies. You know what? I totally agree. There could be a dino in here. I don't know how to draw dinos. Just some dinos just chilling. Okay, I don't know about that. Maybe. Pull up a photo. Someone once said art isn't this big hard thing, but a layering of many small... Oh, I totally agree. And the hard part is balancing... Yeah, I mean, I think I've said that. I don't know if you're quoting me or... But yeah, I mean, I've said that so many times. There's a lot of small skills, and it's just a juggling act of juggling all those skills, or balancing them, or whatever you want to, whatever analogy suits, right? But yeah, it's any one part is easy. It's just doing all of them. Put in a Velociraptor. I don't know what that looks like. Arguably, nobody knows how to draw a dinosaur. Arguably. Isn't there? Yeah, it's just quote. Exclamation mark quote. Oh, I can't type today. Quote. Oh, you guys did it. Dang, Rodri is getting butted left and right, Joe. You guys probably don't even know who Rodri is, half of you. Some of you do. Yeah, there's a cooldown. Isn't Casey doing Dinosaur Month right now? I think so, yeah. Casey's doing Dinovember. Considering a Velociraptor is what, like 3 feet on average, and dino, I don't know that word, would be better. I mean, I think we could put any shape. If you wanted a 3-foot velociraptor, you could put one up here. Right? And if you wanted a giant dino, you could put one back here. Right? So it kind of just depends on what you want. That's the nice thing about scale and perspective and composition is you can choose depending on what's in your scene. That's where you have to make a choice of like, okay, well, obviously I'm not gonna, spend my time drawing a velociraptor down here where you can't see it. It's in the scene, but like it's so tiny. So like that's not good compositionally. So you have to think about, okay, well, how do I balance the relative size of a velociraptor in the scale of this painting? Well, if this is a person and a velociraptor is half the size of a person, right? They're this big or whatever, then I either need to have it maybe there's a pack of them and it's like, the birds for scale. And so I draw a bunch of little velociraptors running around. But then there's also like story, because then you have to think, okay, well, velociraptors are supposed to be like predators, I think, as opposed to like, herbivore, as opposed to these, the plant eating animals or dinos, right? But like if you're gonna have velociraptors, maybe these people are running for their lives because that would, they're pack animals, they're like wild, rabid dogs or something. I don't know if that's true, but like that's scary. And so now we're thinking about story, and like that's kind of how my brain fits a lot of these little pieces together. So you have size, you have scale, you have how do you use it? Do I put a lot of them? Just putting one might not work, but knowing something about your subject, like, maybe they're a pack animal, maybe they are aggressive, maybe they're hunting prey, what are they doing? So there's a scale issue, there's story issue, there's design. There's also like mood. If I put in a bunch of predator animals, that's gonna make the scene not feel as calm. If I put in these big fluid animals that kind of just lumber over the environment but are nice friendly creatures, that's gonna create a very different mood. That might be more serene and peaceful, right? Just our association with them changes how the painting's perceived. And so if we have a red fiery sunset, maybe we want it like maybe it's like night is falling and we want to add these shadows and the predators come out or something, Or maybe we want this to be a sunrise and it's just like a pleasant day. People are going on a walk with the dinos in the background. And so there's stuff to consider, and a lot of that, some of it's art stuff, some of it's story stuff. Anyway, there's a whole thing. Sarah says, I don't know why this piece is feeling so different, but hopefully I'll come out the other side having learned something. Oh, your Italy piece? Or am I, hold on, is that, I forget. Is it Italy, right? I don't know why I forgot the country that you're doing. But yeah. Hopefully you do learn something. The Italy one? Okay. I think I just haven't practiced balancing hard surface and natural textures enough. I usually do something that leans one way or the other. Yeah, that's hard. I don't know how to do that either. Yeah, that's why like overgrown stuff, it's sort of like a love-hate relationship with it, because it's easy, like at least relatively easy compared to like other things, because like you just kind of add stuff everywhere, like, oh, I'm just gonna put trees and plants everywhere and make it overgrown. But then it's like, okay, well, what if you actually want to balance? I think so. Here's my thought, Sarah, is I think this is where the real like design choices, like, because in real life, right, if you're doing like landscape architecture and you're doing like planting design, right, you can't just put plants everywhere, like make it overgrown. You actually have to figure out how to make it look nice. So it's almost like an interior design, or except for exterior, because you're doing environment design. But like, to me, there's a lot of design work, and like, how do you arrange things and make them look nice? And it's I feel like it's a different skill than to just like, let's make the whole thing be overgrown. Because to me, that's more like a mood setting. Whereas when you're actually figuring out where each plant goes, that's not just mood setting. That's small level design, kind of. I don't know, it's tough. And like noticing that the vines are only growing on the walls, but not the roofs. Yeah. Yeah, because it's so easy for me to switch into like the big picture, which is, oh, there's vines? Let's put vines everywhere, you know? No, that's mood setting, right? I'm creating the vibe of the painting. But if I'm just trying to say, oh, there's like one vine here, you know, that's not setting the mood. That's a detail, you know? And then I have to choose where is it. I don't know. To me, that's a tricky part. I think it's tricky anyway. Maybe some people find that easy. Sarah says, and there are so many specific colors and textures to make it feel like this IRL city, but still trying to make it fit the color palette I choose. Yeah, true. That'd be hard. That's definitely something I don't have a lot of experience with. Where you're basically that's like the equivalent to getting the likeness of a face, right? You're trying to get the likeness of a city, but also stylize it in a way that isn't just copying the reference, right? And because that's hard. And some people are experts at that, right? Like especially with portraits where they can do like a caricature and they add all this extra flourish and style, and yet it still feels like the person. And I feel like that there's a lot of that in environments as well, which people take for granted. It's like, how do you stylize something? How do you push it and add your own sort of flair, but also have it feel like the thing? You know, and like what actually contributes to that? You know, is it the colors? Is it the style, the design, the shape language? Like what? Maybe it's all of it probably, but maybe there's certain things more than others for certain locations, right? Like if you're painting a coffee shop, maybe knowing that it's a coffee shop is more important than the design of the coffee shop, right? Or maybe, like, I don't know, I'm just hypothetically. So every image is going to be a little different of what makes the place feel like, or every place is going to be different in terms of what makes it feel like for some people, right? Some people have really prominent noses, and caricature artists will like make the nose extra big, right? Or they'll make the eyes extra small. Sometimes they'll make the eyes extra big, right? And sometimes they'll make the head really tiny, or like, you know, they do different things depending on the person because they kind of get the vibe of the person. They're like, what about the person is the thing, right? What is the thing about the person that makes them look like them? And is it a certain expression? Is it the way they laugh? Maybe then you make their mouth really big, right? Because they're laughing all the time. And like, that's what you think about them when you think about this person. It's like, oh, they're very happy. But maybe they're, even though they might be laughing when they're talking to you, maybe they're actually come off a little bit like scowly. And so you make them, you know, eyes beady and their eyebrows pointed, you know, and I feel like environments are the same. Like, is this a nice, lively place? Maybe let's up the colors, you know? Is this a place that's known for architecture? Or not. Maybe it's for the river. Let's make the river bigger and more vibrant, and the architecture can be smaller and fade to the back. You know, like, it's tricky. I don't have, like, I certainly am not great at it, but it is a really interesting thing to think about for sure. Because you actually brought up Jordan Grimmer earlier. I think a year ago or so, he shared a study he did of just some like random building, and I feel like he did such a good job at what we're talking about because he made the building like a different shape, and he made it taller and bigger and more vibrant, and everything else was a little bit changed, but it felt more like the thing that he drew than his actual reference. Like it was it was a better representation of the reference than his own reference. And I'm not, that was awesome. Like that doesn't happen with every painting. It's hard to do that where the thing that you draw is like more the thing than the thing itself. Like it looked more, I don't know, it looked more like it. It was like that's cool. It looked better. It looked, that's when you know you're a good artist, when you make the thing even more of the thing it is. Exactly. And it's such a, like, I am not good at that. I mean, I'm not terrible at it. I think I've maybe had a handful of times where I've succeeded, but most of the time I don't quite succeed. I'm like, you know, it's like a struggle. Where like the character, when I paint a character, you know, it's like never quite the likeness of the character. Like it's almost there, but just not quite. That's kind of how I am, I feel like. Like I can still make it look cool, but, or look good, but it's not quite. Yeah, someday. Just gonna add like a, oh, I got lazy there. I'm just making random shapes with what I have like a go-to fake language that I use. It's not like I don't keep it consistent. But basically it's just lines and circles. So like a few lines like this, and then a circle attached to a line, attached to another circle, attached to a line, a couple more lines here, a couple more circles in a vertical way. Maybe you have 3 lines here with a circle on the end. And you basically just go through and lines and circles, and it's sort of like this glyph language, and I think it's cool. It kind of looks like a writing, but it's extremely primitive. It's basically just a node with a line, and then maybe a few more lines or a few circles, and you do verticals. And you can, basically that. You're just making shapes with lines. Anyway, I like it. It's fun. And it goes quick because you're just making random patterns, and it's a fun way to put in like just a random, I don't know, random texture and patterns. Thank you for the follow, Strawberry Teddies. I appreciate it. But yeah, maybe next stream I will do. Yeah, Sarah. Maybe next stream I'll do like a Google Street View study, or like virtual plein air, and I'll give my hand at making the place feel like the place, more of the place than the place. It'd be fun to do some more of that. I haven't done a good old Street View in a while. Yeah, I think it'd be fun. I feel like I'm long overdue for that. Sounds cool. Yeah. I like mixing studies in between other projects to keep that muscle working. Yeah. I mean, I think for me, of all of this, the real muscle is like the simplification and like what is the focal, like what is important, right? When I look at a painting, what is it? And in sort of that challenge of like, okay, I've got to figure out how to make the thing look like the thing, what is important, what's good, what do I keep, what do I get rid of? And there's like a lot of simplification in there. And that's something that I feel like I do. I think back in the day when I did a lot of studies, it was more like I want to paint the thing that I'm looking at. And now I don't really care about that. I almost don't even care about painting the thing I'm looking at. It's more like, how do I try to take something up from it and make that the thing? And it's tough. Are you doing Thanksgiving this? Oh, you know what? Stream falls on a Thursday, doesn't it? I don't think I'm streaming next Thursday. Yeah, I am having Thanksgiving with my family. I think I am. We haven't made real plans, but I'm pretty sure I am. So yeah, on Thursday, unfortunately, I won't be here. But I will be here Monday, and I was thinking about maybe doing like a Wednesday stream. Maybe? I don't know. I don't want to commit to a Wednesday stream, but for sure Monday. So I'll still be here Monday, the 24th. Today's the 22nd, so. You gotta travel to your family after 3 years of not being able to. Oh, that's nice. Wait, so you're at your family's now then? That's cool. That is neat. Or are you? Maybe you're not. I don't know. Maybe I misread that. Let's add some shapes. I don't want to go too detailed here, but I do want to make some of this more green. Add some greenery up here. Yeah, I brought your Cintiq with me, and I am working on a fold-out table. Oh, nice. You know what? I have a memory of doing exactly that. I had like a card table, and it was chill. Had my big old Cintiq. Adding some more rocky environment here. I feel like that would be better. Little tiny shapes and textures. And more cracked and rockety. That's actually something, so this is, it's not really, I was going to say it's kind of a thing I learned from Minecraft, but it's not just a Minecraft thing. It's really just an environment design thing that's like looking at the natural world and sort of understanding how things work. But a lot of times, like at the base of mountains, you'll get a lot of these like rocky, almost like a quarry. It's not a real quarry, but like where the rocks erode and tumble down. And so you get all these little small stones and rocks and stuff. And so you end up getting all these little, like, this texture down at the bottom of the base of things. You know, all these little stones. But then up top, you can have these smoother walls. And so it's sort of like it's just a really nice way to like where to add detail, like at the bottom of stuff. And that's something you do in Minecraft a lot, but also just in environments because it's cool. Anyway, the Streets of Zine deadline is the day after Thanksgiving. Oh, dang. I'd love to see, I know I'm sure I'll see it eventually, but I would love to see how it's going at some point. I don't know if you can share it publicly or not. I only just got turned on to the artist Aurora. Oh yeah, I know Aurora. Yeah, I know of Aurora. I shouldn't say I know her. I know her. And listening to this whole stream and all the songs are so pretty. Yeah, they are very, very flowy, very beautiful music. Yeah, I haven't heard anything from her in a couple years probably, but I actually used to listen to her quite a bit. I haven't really listened to like much music in terms of like from artists in a long time. I just listen to a lot of like this type of music when like on stream, just sort of ambient, lyricless music, which I guess she has some of, right? She has some. It's sort of like, I don't know how you describe it, but yeah, it's chill. Her music's good. I feel like she hasn't been as popular in the last couple of years, but she's definitely was, I mean, for a while. I can show a work in progress now if you want. Oh, I'd love to see. Technically, we were just not allowed to like post on socials until the zine releases. Gotcha. Yeah, I'd love to see it. I won't put it on screen or anything, so it's not saved on a VOD or anywhere. But Only time I had heard of her before was when she did a live concert in Sky Children of Delight, but I missed that. A live concert in Sky... Wait, really? Wait. The game? She did a live concert in the game. Wait, really? I didn't know that. I know that. I know of the game. I didn't know that she did a concert in that game. There's like an arena? Huh. That's really cool. I didn't know that. That's one way to get people to play a game. Do a live concert. Ooh, this is so cool. Oh, look at, there's little people in there. I love it that you put little blobs in there for people. I mean, they're not really blobs. They're actually well drawn. I like this. This is coming along nicely. Yeah, this is gorgeous. Look at the colors. The colors are so good. Everything's good. Also those roofs. Oh my goodness, the amount of detail. The texture. Are you gonna do all the roofs of that texture, or just in the, like, that focal point area? Or what? I guess what's the plan for the like the detail level? Or is the whole thing gonna be equally detailed, sort of? Or like, what's the? I'm curious because I know there's different approaches, you know. I'm trying to think how to do this. Let's do an airbrush. I think I want to do some glow dodge in here, some light shining in. Maybe not. That's a lot. To be honest, I feel like I've gone too detailed, but I was struggling to make the roofs look recognizable as Italy and not Spain without extra detail. Gotcha. Maybe me, like 2 years now, I'll know the answer, but for now, it'll have to do. Yeah, true. Yeah. The back area behind the river is going to be a lower LOD. Okay, gotcha. But I wanted to have the front done first to compare it. Yeah, that's smart, though, that you're doing the higher detail area, the focal point first. Because otherwise, then you're just trying to, like, match everything, and it's hard, because then you have to, like, constantly up your level of detail. So yeah, starting with your high area of detail is definitely the best. Yeah, because if you don't, for anyone who might be listening who's confused what I'm talking about, like, let's say you want your, you know, your focal point to be, you know, character to be your most high level of detail, but then let's say you spend all your time rendering a tree, and now your characters need to be even a higher level compared to your tree because you want them to be the most detailed, and so now you're trying to, like, over render you're trying to play, you have to now make everything as detailed as that stupid tree that you made because that wasn't actually important, and so now everything needs to come up instead of, but if you just start with your focal point, then you can kind of make everything else, you know, who cares, whatever, not as detailed because it's not as important, and so you don't have to do this, like, raising everything up to that level. I think you mentioned it, but I often avoid. Yeah. And I'm saying right now, don't do that. I do that too. I'm not practicing what I preach. I absolutely avoid my focal point on it for some reason. I think typically it's just because my focal point tends to be harder to draw. Like it's a character, it's an action pose, it's some sort of very carefully designed thing that just has a lot more detail and hard stuff to do, right? Like it's typically the hard thing to do is your focal point, and so there's a reason I put it off is because it's hard. And so then I do the exact thing that I just mentioned, which is I end up, you know, rendering the other stuff before it, and then I have to play catch up by making everything else sort of properly rendered. So yeah, it's tough. It's tricky. Art is hard. Who knew? I guess I don't typically paint a lot of bounce light, but this is a spot where bounce light absolutely would exist. There. Look at that bounce light. Coming in here, it's hitting the wall, and bouncing back in, so you get this warmth in here. A little lighter than this area. I think that's nice. And technically, we'd also get some down in here, too. Which is going to be a nice separation of, like, warm and... yeah. It'll be nice. I think this is looking okay. Sorry, I'm just vibing, chilling and painting. I like this. It's fun. It's fun to paint. I'm not sure about where the detail's placed in here. I feel like this could be lower. Now this could be lower level of detail a little bit, right here. Or not detail, lower in the physically lower. I mean, what am I saying? Like struggling to speak. Anyway, lower there, so like these aren't at the same height. Maybe one is lower, one is higher. And maybe there's a deeper, darker spot back here. Random thought, do you ever put the actual sun in the painting? No, not really. Almost never. I can't remember the last time I put the actual... I mean, maybe in, like, a sunset, like you know, those, like, J.M. Turner paintings where, like, they'll have the... like, you know, if it's, like, a sunset or something, and you have, like, a foggy sky like this, you know, putting in, like, a bright, like, a red type thing like this is sometimes a thing you might do. Right? I think you could get away with something like that. That's not bad. But no, generally I don't. I don't typically put the sun in my paintings because it's just, what do you, like, are you looking right at the sun? Like, what would that look like from the boat docks Monet? Yeah, Monet did that. Yeah, a lot of artists have put, like, anytime you're painting sunsets, I think it's fine to put the sun in the painting. Basically, my thought is if you can look at the sun you can put it in your painting. If you can't look at it, that's not a very beautiful image. Like, it's just gonna be white. It's gonna be blown out. It's gonna be like, you know, I try to think of like how your brain sees it. You know, I mean, if you look at something and you can't tell what it is, like, I don't know, it just feels like it doesn't make sense to paint the sun. Like, you don't look right at the sun. You look at the things the sun's shining on. I mean, I actually like this, though, a little bit. I was so confused while I was hearing Japanese in an Aurora song. Apparently, it has a featured artist. Gotcha. Actually, I like the little bit of gray in here. Kind of makes it nice. It makes the little bit of saturation a little bit more special, I think. Distant smoke. Yeah, it is a little bit distant smoke vibes. It's a little bit different. I don't know. I sort of like it, though. Although I don't know about this direct sunlight anymore, then. Because now we're changing the vibe a little bit, but I think it still works. But yeah, just little blobs. And also, what's this? Is this a tree? Maybe that's a tree. A very spindly tree. Braggy. Charlie Brown Christmas style. I don't know. That's not bad, actually. I kind of like that. Is that weird to have a tree over here? And maybe some trees over here. Oh, I finally got a full height tree to replace my crappy scraggly 3-foot tree. Hey now, don't hate on the scraggly trees. They got character. But yeah, that's cool though. How would the tree feel if you called it crappy? They're doing their best. Yeah, it's doing their best. The old tree's so bad, half the branches don't hold up ornaments. Oh. Poor baby. They were intentionally made non-structural. Oh no. But yeah, this is a little bit like foggy feeling, and I kind of like it. I kind of also feel like we should maybe make the whole thing in the scene. I don't know. I'm having my second thoughts about this structure. But in the buying news, Big Tree, you abandoned the poor defenseless scraggly tree. Justice for the scraggly. Exactly, Flowering Yanni. We won't stand for this. You must answer for your crimes. The other half are made out of, like, rubber or something. Oh, dang. A rubber tree. Hey, rubber trees are things. Now, do I want to... I guess just play around with the shape here a little bit? And maybe some of this, the smokiness, like how... Do we have structures back here, some more rocky areas? I think that's what we do. We just put some more rocky structures back here. And it can kind of go like that. I'm just trying to shape these out a little bit. Something like that. And maybe some environmental stuff. I'm just kind of adding some of the finishing touches here, just trying to make it feel, I don't know, make it feel nice, you know? Now, I don't know why there's people in here. That feels a little bit out of place. Yeah, sorry, Mike. It's funny how stream as I get tired and sort of, you know, more into painting as the stream goes on. How we can go from completely unhinged 1 minute and we're talking about just like random stuff, and, like politics and whatever. And then we get to a point where it's just like totally chill painting, like you could fall asleep to the stream. And I realize it's like a disconnect, you know, if you were to like first time here, you tuned in and followed, and then you left, and then now you come back, and it's like, this is the stream. It's like a completely different place, and it's funny. I do like this, though. This is a fun... you know, this painting is turning out a lot nicer than I initially thought. I didn't really give it... I didn't think much of it at first. What did the thumbnail look like, actually? Now I'm curious. Let me go back. File, open... Thumbnails... This was nice. I actually did like the thumbnail. Never mind, I take it back. This is the one I voted for. But it stayed pretty similar. We kept the water... Yeah. I'm not actually sure about this light here in this water. You know, trying to bring the eye in. Like, what do we do here? Maybe we bring this in? Maybe something like that. Maybe there's little rocks over here. Or is this too much? I think that's not bad. Bringing in some shapes in there. This kind of painting I really enjoy. It's sort of, you know, there's not a lot of substance to it. It's really just fun shapes and form. I'm liking this a lot. Thanks. Yeah, I'm liking it too. It's just a fun painting. I love this kind of thing. Also, there's some really neat textures in here that I kind of, you know, are sort of the product of the brush that I was using. And I just kind of left them and I'm working around it. I think it's neat. Actually, I really like how these rocks turned out right here. If you think of the, like the little spots, it's actually something I might do intentionally sometime. Maybe I'll take like these and I'll sort of make these little spotty patterns. I really like them. I mean, they're simple, right? They're far away, they're not in focus, but they're... I don't know, it has a neat texture to it, though. It's a little darker than the rock. Of course, little bits of grass in here. We'll walk along the beach. The grass I'm not going to put everywhere. I'm just putting it mostly where the eye path is. Just kind of trying to like guide some attention a little bit. Like back here, I don't think I need it, right? Because it's shadow, rock and shadow with the grass and shadow. It's just shadow and shadow. We don't really, even if I were to put it there, it wouldn't do much. Back here might be nice. A little bit of green tufts. Maybe another little small shape here. I don't know. Probably doesn't matter. A lot of this stuff doesn't really matter. It's mostly just for shape variation. Adding little bits of interest and variety. You know, taking a shape like this and making a little smaller shape. You know, we don't need big shapes everywhere. Most shapes are small shapes. Typically. I think that's true. Is that true? Most shapes are small? I think so. Typically in a painting, I think most shapes should be small shapes, but the biggest majority shape should be, right? I might only have like one or two big shapes, but they take up most of my painting, right? Like here's a big shape. Obviously, this is a big shape, right? But a lot of the painting, the smaller portion has a smaller portion of the, or has a smaller area of the painting has a larger portion of the small shapes, right? So you have like lots of small shapes in little areas, you know, these very concentrated areas with lots of stuff, right? Small shapes in here. But most of the painting is a big shape. So you kind of have like one big shape or a couple big shapes, and then a whole bunch of tiny shapes in a small area. And it's like, I don't know. I don't think there's any technical. I know some people try to like attach math to it, but like 70, 20, 5, 5. Or, you know, 75% of your painting is big shapes, 25 is 70, yeah, 25 is medium shapes, and then 5% of the area is small shapes. But then you inverse those as like the ratios or something. I think it's stupid. I don't like thinking about painting like that. I think they're useful, kind of, maybe, as like a, you know, checklist, like just double check if something's wrong, you know, just remind yourself that maybe you should have, you know, remind yourself that you should have, I think they're nice as like a reminder. Like, did you make sure that your light values, the values in your light, are even your darkest colors didn't get too, you know, too dark. Like make sure if they're in the light, they shouldn't ever be darker than your shadows. right? It's kind of a formula, but it's like, it's not always true. But if something's wrong, sometimes it's nice to have like this list of like, oh, here's these common, maxims or guidelines or whatever you call them, to like double check that oh, my painting feels off. Where's my focal point? Maybe I should make it on a third. Yeah, like don't adhere, don't force it there, but like when in doubt, if something's going wrong, like maybe just double check that you didn't accidentally put your focal point over here and are for no reason, and maybe it just happened to be there and you're like, oh, whoops. Maybe that's an issue. Yeah, very much like rule of thirds. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though, right? It's funny because I kind of talk about how I don't like these things all the time, and yet for myself, I make them all the time. I think I just don't like them from like an educator's point of view. I don't think you should teach other people them, because I think they should be things that I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure what my view on this. Part of me wants to say I think they're things you should discover for yourself, because a lot of times they're not very universal. Now, rule of thirds is pretty universal. Like, it pretty much works always. Like, rule of thirds is good, but a lot of these rules, I feel like it's highly sort of stylistic and preferential. Well, it's not so much you wouldn't teach them. Why would you not teach other people that they're helpful? Well, it's I think, because I think the order, I guess what I'm trying to get, I think I said that wrong. What I'm trying to get at is I think a lot of times when people teach them, they teach them as like I think you shouldn't teach them as like a beginner thing. Like, I don't think you need to teach a beginner the rule of thirds. I think there are so many ways to talk about composition and storytelling and balance, or just various things, right, that relate to composition without giving a formula. I think a formula can be nice to be like again, kind of like and again, the reason I think they're really tough is like even a checklist, because they're not a checklist. Like, my checklist is going to be different than your checklist, probably. Because they're not checklists, because they don't relate to like fundamentals. They're more like stylistic, niche specific. They are sometimes style specific. So like, if I really like saturated colors, I might make a rule for myself that 80% of the painting is gray, and then that last 20% I can go buck wild with the color. That's not a rule for any, that's not a real rule. That's just like a thing that I might do because I think it looks cool, and so I do it. But like, I don't think I would ever want to teach someone that, because there's no truth to it. It's not a truism, right? It's just like a pattern that I've found that works for me, I'm just hesitant to teach, I think, beginners. I feel like I'm hesitant to, because in the wild, so like mostly online, I see so often people sort of kind of going back to our earlier topic, like having a set of sort of things that they have learned, and they're so misordered. It's like the people who want to paint the perfect eyeballs, but they haven't figured out how to make the shape of the head. Dude, there's no such thing as true in art, but there's well, no, that's what I'm saying. I don't even think they're a principle of design. I think they are like a stylistic pattern that I enjoy. They're not the only stylistic pattern. They're not even a principle of design. I think they're far less than that. I think a lot of the things that I make up for myself are, like, and I'm not saying you shouldn't teach them. I think it's more how, like, for example, videos where it's like, 10 things you're not doing in your art that could make it better. And then there are all these like highly sort of like stylistic choices that this particular person has found that make their art look nice. It's like, yes, they do make your art look nice, but like, Should we really be like telling, especially beginners who are watching these videos of these 10 things to do to make your art better? Should we really tell them that these are the things they ought to be doing to make their art better? Or like, are we really putting the cart before the horse here? Like maybe that what makes their art better is, you know, getting a general sense of composition, or, you know, a general sense of basic structure and form. I just sometimes think the more like, you know, I mean, again, it's tough because the solution is just consume a lot of information, and like hopefully it'll balance out. Like the stuff that's most common is the right stuff, and the stuff that's less common is more niche, and like it's that niche stuff is good too, but I feel like it's reverse, because like the stuff that's popular in the algorithms, if you learn online, right, is the weird niche stuff, right? That one weird trick. And that those are like, those things aren't wrong. Something like the rule of thirds, though, I don't know. I mean, even that is tricky. Same reason the rule of thirds is a good thing to put in your toolkit relatively early, because it's our because it's based on our psychology of enjoying the horizon at our eye level. Yeah. I mean, I agree with you, and I think it's tricky because I think some of them are more truth than others, like truth based on like psychology and science, and like these things work because of a reason. But sometimes they're not that. Sometimes they're much more like, I really enjoy painting my rocks with dark colors at the top or dark colors at the bottom, and it's a stylistic choice. Why do I like that gradient? Maybe because I think it's cool, you know? Maybe because it's different than what I see, and it makes things interesting. You know, maybe I find a pattern that works, like, oh, I really like these dark on light little thingies on my rocks to make them look like little speckles or dots. I'm gonna keep doing that. Do I think it's good to teach people to keep when you paint rocks, put speckles on them? No, like, no, I wouldn't never tell, like, that's not a thing you teach someone right at the start. Like, maybe that's like a tip. Balance of large. Oh yeah, no, percentage wise. I don't think that's a truth. Is based on the prevalence of those patterns in nature. I mean, yeah, but the percentages are like, those specific percentages are a made up thing that I just made up. The actual numbers, sure, maybe there's some breakdown of like big, medium, large. Good. There are principles that you should absolutely follow, or not follow, but like, you know, be aware of. There are absolutely good design principles. But I think sometimes those sort of design principle hacks, you know, those things to help you remember, I don't know, I just feel like they should come later than they oftentimes do. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they should come early. I don't know. Maybe I'll change it. I'll have to think about it. I'm not sure where I stand on this. I don't really know where I stand. Hey, Infinite Rumbo, how's it going? You can break them to create a very cool effect. Yeah, no, I agree. I think most of the rules, though, that we're talking about, when people talk about like breaking rules, you have to know the rules. I feel like a lot of that isn't those things, though. Like, I think in theory, maybe I'm wrong. I'm thinking off the top of my head right now, so I could be totally I might disagree with myself in like 10 minutes. I think a lot of the things that people talk about when saying you need to learn the rules before you can break them aren't even the rules initially. Like, I think there's a way to teach composition and balance and design principles without talking about the ratio of small, medium, large, without talking about the rules of thirds. I think there are ways to teach that aren't treating it as a rule or as even a guideline. It's more of like maybe a psychology first type approach, right? Where you're using psychology and our biology in some cases, and how our eyes work and perceive things, and how our brain interprets things. Maybe that's the approach to start with, so that we can, the foundational level of like, here's why we see things, or here's how we work, and here's like, rather than treating it as a, I don't know. I mean, I don't have the answers here, but I think sometimes, maybe not even sometimes often, oftentimes, like, the rules are things that you learn along the way to make your life easier. You don't start, it's the same as in math. So like, math does this too. Math teachers have this figured out, right? Math teachers, they make you do the thing the long way first, right? You learn long division, and then they're like, oh, by the way, did you know you can just move the decimal over? What? You're telling me all this time you had me do the thing by longhand, and now you're telling me I can just move the decimal, right? There's a reason you don't teach the short way first, right? I'm just saying, don't teach the one easy trick rule. Don't teach that first. Teach the long way, right? That's what I'm trying to get at. I don't think it's wrong to teach that thing. In fact, most of your career, you probably will use those simple guidelines. But you don't start that way. I don't think you should start that way. And I know a lot of people like to teach it first and then try to do the here's the why. I think that's the wrong way. I think artists have it backwards. I think we should teach the sort of the foundational understanding first. It's harder. It's harder to teach. It's harder to get students to do it. I learned starting with the rule of thirds, right? I started the way that I think is backwards, but I think it's backwards. I think math teachers have it right, art teachers have it wrong. And I don't think it matters that one's math and one's art. I think learning the quick tip first and then trying to figure out all the ways in which the way you learned it is wrong later is not the right way to do it. I think that just causes confusion. The amount of people who think that 3-point perspective has exactly 3 vanishing points is mind-boggling. Way higher than it should be, right? 3-point perspective does not just, you don't only have to have 3 vanishing points in your image, which people don't, I don't think you have to learn that's how that works first. And a good teacher, like I would say, Scott Robertson's book, How to Draw, he doesn't teach it that way. He starts with like the picture frame and how the brain sees things and what you're like, why things line up. He doesn't say just plop 3 points on bing bang boom, you've got 3-point perspective, right? So I think there's ways to do it where you learn the sort of the longhand version first, and then you can start coming up with shortcuts to like, you can just not measure and just guess by doing this. Yes, great. And most people will use those guesstimates. But how you find those as an artist is by doing it the long way. And then you're like, every time I do this, it seems to be the same shape. What if I just draw that shape at the start? Best way to teach perspective. I mean, I think the best way to teach anything in art, like composition, I don't think it's to start out with the rule of thirds. Color theory, I don't think it's to start out with complementary. I think that's just, I'll be honest, this is maybe my hottest take of the day. I think that's just a lazy teaching way because it makes the student feel like they're learning something right now. I think that's lazy. I think it's no different than if you were to do that with math and teach them a quick tip, and students might go away with like, oh, I'm learning something. Look at me. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the way it's done is always the best way. I don't know. But the quick tip sketching is the foundation of the education. No, I don't think a lot of the maxims that people use. I'm talking about like the maxims, like the rules that we use as shortcuts to simplify a complicated world, right? So like the darkest light is lighter than the lightest dark, or the put your focal point on the rule of thirds, or you need, again, this correct breakdown of small, medium, large. those things aren't all foundational principles. Those are, like, they are parts of it, but I mean, maybe the breakdown thing is different, because that might be a little different. I don't know. But a lot of them that okay, I'm sorry, I gotta catch up on reading. Oh, yeah. So you don't have to start with the rule of thirds, but yeah, I think I agree yeah, I agree. I think it should be part of it eventually, but I still think you should do it the longhand way. Like, you should understand more about appeal and sort of guiding the eye, and where, there's a common thing. So chess actually does similar to art in that it does it kind of wrong. Actually, there's different ways. But so there's this thing. So for example, maybe I won't bring in chess into this. That just convolutes the topic. But there's if you talk about a picture frame, if you were to ask people, where do you want things in the picture? And maybe they put a guess, like, what if you put it in the middle? Like, if you were just to ask someone, do you think if you have a camera and you want to point it at something, should you point it here? I bet most people would say the middle. Now, that may not be the solution they end up with, right? Maybe they end up with here, right? But you can work from there. And then you can, like, ask questions about, like, okay, well, what does this do? This is very, like what effect does this have on the painting if you put your focal point right in the middle? It's very symmetrical. What does symmetry do? Well, maybe it's not as dynamic, and blah, 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 right? All these things. And then maybe you can get to a point, okay, so maybe off balance, but that's symmetrical along this axis. So what if you made it less symmetrical down here? And then you could eventually get at, so maybe we arrive at something like that, right? And then your secondary focal point could be something like this, and then your tertiary could be like, I don't know, there, whatever. It doesn't really matter. But, like, the point being, like, you can arrive at this through the concepts that you actually use in composition, which is, like, balance and symmetry and ways to, what does it actually do to the image? Like, again, is this bad? Is putting your focal point here bad? Well, no, but what does it do? Right? What does this do for the viewer's experience? That is something that we should teach first before telling people to stick it here, right? And that's the topics around, like, why you do the thing you do, that's how artists make choices when they're actually painting. Those are the topics that lead people to break the rules. This is a rule, not a rule, but it's a solution to a lot of problems in art, but there's many problems where this is the solution, right? Religious paintings, obviously, are the prime example, right? Anything symmetrical, anything sort of that's supposed to sort of make you feel like it's balanced and whatever, Eventually, they'll learn they need water, but they would have saved lots of trouble if someone gave them water to begin with. It's like forcing a painter to paint without any water to begin with. I don't think it's like that. I think the only time there's an issue is when people try to teach things that are too nuanced or too complex too early. Well, that's what I'm saying, and I think something like composition is. I mean, it's not. I think there are foundational concepts in perspective, and those aren't taught early. The foundational concepts of perspective are not perspective, composition, sorry. Like, the basic principles of composition, things like sort of, and again, maybe maybe not even foundational. That might not even be the right word, but more like how something affects, like what does it do to your view, right? Or something. Like, if you have a character pointing, right? Like, I don't know what you call that, but if you have a character over here pointing, like, there's some psychology there, but, like, I would call that foundational in a sense, like, it's our brain is doing the thing brains are going to do. Brains are going to brain when you have an arrow. And, like, understanding that, to me, feels far more important than to give them a solution to a common problem, which is, like, how do you make balance? There's lots of ways to balance in the painting. And yes, this is a pretty solid way, is to stick it on a third. But that's a solution. That's not a principle. That's not anything other than a solution. And I think that's where people have it wrong. Again, what's the point of education then? What do you mean? Teach people. I think I missed some stuff. Like, humans have only gotten where we are today by utilizing generational knowledge? Yeah. Forcing ourselves to relearn things humans discovered 100 years ago? No, but when your entire field is based on decision making, I think it's more important to do a speed run of the long form decision making, which is again what a lot of fields do. Math does it. Do you teach I mean, it's not like every student is rediscovering every theorem and everything for themselves, but the way that they're still taught is oftentimes by making them understand, basically making them retrace those steps of how they were discovered. So yes, I do think doing the long form is the correct way. You can speed run it a little bit, right? That's where curriculum comes in. But the curriculum should not start, today we're going to learn about, complementary colors. No, that should be like at the end. I'm just saying, I think we agree here, kind of, in that it should be taught, but it should be taught after the longhand version, right? I think what people call, like, I don't know, I think, because I think it teaches people solutions and not actually how to think about the problems, right? It's the same reason why I think so many people, when discovering James Gurney's book, right, or Marco Bucci, are like, oh, they teach color so well. It's because they're not talking about, just put purple and yellow together, or red and green, or red and teal, or depending on how you want to think about it. What's the longhand version? I mean, I would argue it's the some of the psychology and communication of how we see images and why we see them that way. If you talk about the problems, you are going to end up talking about the potential solution. Yeah, you will. You will. I'm not saying you don't talk about the solutions. Nowhere in what I've said did I say that. I'm not saying you shouldn't ever talk about complementary colors or the rule of thirds, right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I think most people, especially people with very limited art knowledge, like if you take one class in high school, all you learn are solutions to problems and you never actually learn how to think about them, right? Show pretty painting. Oh, sorry, Roy, thanks. Like any basic, like the first thing you learn in every basic art class are basically you learn all of the things wrong, and they don't teach you how to know when and why to use them. You only learn in your basic, high school level first, baby's first art class, basically. You learn 1, 2, 3 point perspective, and all you learn about it is like you just stick a point on the page, blah blah blah. Perspectives may be a little different, but I don't even know about that. You're saying to address the psychology of why compositions look nice, and that's literally what the principles of design and compositional tools and rules of thirds do. No, rule of thirds doesn't. That doesn't. I think a lot of the principles of design and compositional tools. Compositional tool is a tool. It doesn't explain why it looks nice. That's the solution of that's the solution after the argument is made of why you might want to do things. The rule of thirds does not explain why. It just is an answer. I think a lot of art classes teach rule of thirds because it looks nice. End of story. You might have had a better education than I have had in my upbringing, and maybe then apparently, then like what's on, there's a lot of videos on YouTube and stuff that do that kind of thing. It's sort of like I don't know. I just feel like I don't think we disagree about what you should learn. I just think the order is wrong. Again, similar to what we were talking about earlier, right? Like, I think math has it right? I think math teachers have this correct. I think art teachers have it. Some art teachers have it good, right? I have seen some lighting color and light theory where they start with like, here's how the eye works. I think that's better. It might be more boring, and there is an argument to be made to like make art, you know, make learning fun. Definitely an argument there. But I think assuming the person is interested in the topic in the first place, I think it's better to start the long way and then add in the sort of the, so here's these shortcuts you can do. And again, I think, you know, maybe there's an argument to be made that YouTube, you know, it's really hard when you're trying to fight an algorithm of making things clickbaitable or like tasty for the brain, right? Like, you know, Marco Bucci has certainly at least one video where he explains sort of how the eye works and how it's going to pick up color and what color bounces off stuff. He has at least one. But most of his videos, he just speed runs that and gives you the shorthand version because to save time. And he doesn't want to repeat himself every single time he makes a new video on color and light because he makes a lot of them and all of them have that same foundational. And so he kind of just like, here's the color wheel, and when light moves, it moves kind of through here, and it kind of get close to the middle, and it kind of grays out, and like, okay, it changes hue. And like, he kind of just speed runs that. And like, he does a pretty good job, but like, even that is like borderline misleading because it's not the whole picture, and not that everything needs to be the whole picture. So like, it's tricky. It's not an easy thing to solve because, again, I guess what I'm advocating for is more just, you know, slowing down and learning things in a more, you know, again, more like a math class would. Because, and I guess the reason I'm saying this, just to like put a bow on it, you know, the reason I'm saying this. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because I think that way of teaching it makes you, just like in math, they're tools to be used to solve problems, right? We're not, I think for a lot of things like cooking, for example, a lot of it's just like, is it tasty? Yes or no. If you want to teach someone how to cook just to make tasty stuff, then I think that's fine. And there's probably an argument to be made that like, oh, if you just want to make pretty stuff or, you know, just make stuff that kind of works, go for it. But I feel like a lot of times in art education, it's not. It's to like, it's learn to communicate, to solve problems, to, I don't know. I feel like for that, it absolutely, you should go the long way around. There might be, you know, if you just want to make a quick painting and sort of surface level impress your friends or something when you're in primary school, you know, maybe there's an argument to like learn the quick tips, but only, you know, just make sure you put enough salt, fat, and oil in a pan, and it'll taste good. Like, great. You don't need to know the chemistry behind it. But I don't feel like art's like that. I think art is more like problem solving. It's more mathy than cooking in some ways. And maybe, again, cooking can get very mathy, right? It absolutely is for some people who are inventing new recipes, but most people aren't inventing new recipes. Most people don't want to invent new recipes. They're not really problem solving. They're just like, I want a thing that I kind of know how to make, and here's a recipe, and I can maybe fiddle with it to my taste, but like, they're not really solving hard problems. I don't know. I haven't even had that bad of an experience with it. I just think that you can hear it in ways people talk about art and creating, especially with like AI stuff these days. I think you can hear it in the conversation where people aren't thinking of art as problem solving, they're thinking it as ready-made solutions. I think that happens a lot. And obviously in like concept art communities, and there's a lot of communities where obviously there's still very heavy premium on design and fundamentals and all that. But I still think that, I don't know, so I think an analogy would be like, if you were you want to learn cooking problem solving. That's like learning the chemistry of why oils and fat do the things they do when you heat them, right? There's like, it's chemistry. I mean, there's literally people go to school for it, right? And there is the long format, which is like culinary school and learning why and how things, different types of things interact under certain heat and why the heat, it's not just an arbitrary temperature that things need to cook at. There's a chemical process that's happening, right? Understanding the chemical process is super important if you're actually trying to like be a chef, right? But I think art is more like being a chef. When I was taught the rule of thirds, it was in tandem with learning about focal point, leading the eye picture. Yeah, Sarah, I'm not saying you shouldn't learn it. I just think it should come after. The big reveal at the end could be the rule of thirds, and here's a really common solution, right? Along with other solutions, maybe, right? But the leading up to it, that's the stuff, is like having the students make the things. It's very much like, telling a student, I don't want to know how to do it, I just want the answer. It feels a little bit like that. And like, hey, giving a student the answer is fine, but like, let's get people to think about it. I don't know. Maybe I'm being like an old, kids these days aren't learning type of person. But I just think I'm not talking about the content of what education is, right? I'm not saying the educational content is wrong. I'm saying the order of the content feels wrong. I need the pepper in this dish because I want spice. Wait, now I'm confused. That's not the fundamentals. The fundamentals would be like, how the ingredients react to each other, and like, what's making the flavor flavorful, and understanding the science behind it. Which again, I would argue for cooking, 99% of people are more like doing a little bit of polish on a ready-made meal. Like you're following a recipe and you're seasoning and spicing it to your own tastes, right? But I wouldn't, that's not to me really problem solve. I mean, there are some problems, they're very minor, but I don't think cooking in art is a good analogy. I much think it's more like math, where you have these tools and you actually have to use them. They're not just like, oh, I do this here. Well, I don't think, yeah, I know you don't. And I think I mean, it's not a good analogy in that like there's one solution, right? I mean, actually, oftentimes there isn't. Sorry, not one solution, one answer, right? A lot of times in math, there are like multiple ways to solve a problem, right? And they'll arrive at the same answer. And obviously in art, they don't arrive at the same answer, right? But the multiple ways that getting at something and understanding the tools and how to use them and actually using them as tools and not just like, here's a solution. I don't know. I just don't think art is best viewed as... I mean, again, even in a language analogy, right? I like the language analogy. Language is the same way. You have these words and you understand their meanings. You don't just learn that, like, if you want someone to give you what you want, you just say the magic word, please. That's not what please means. Please isn't just the solution to getting what you want, right? If you teach people that please is the solution to getting what you want, then you're a bad teacher. You're a bad parent, right? That's not how you do it. Right? It's not a solution. Like, communicating is more than just saying the right words at the right time. There's intent, there's concepts, there's... I'm not saying you shouldn't ever... I've never said that you shouldn't teach these things. Where did I say that? I didn't type it, but I've never said that you shouldn't teach perspective. Or obviously, perspective's not even on the table. I never said you shouldn't teach the rule of thirds. I've never said that. I think you should teach it. I just think you should teach it later than it currently is being taught. I don't think it should be a day one art thing, right? Which it pretty much is. That and complementary colors, day one. Yeah, until later. Like... it shouldn't be, again, using the analogy of math, just like you don't learn the, I don't know. I mean, again, maybe there are probably some art rules. I stand by my rule of thirds, by the way. But there are probably some art rules that we use that are maybe more complicated. I don't know of any where, like, sometimes it's too roundabout to teach them the long way first. Maybe something to do with lighting, because lighting is kind of, like, it does get a little tricky. Like, do you really need to know about the rods and the cones? No, I just mean, like, make them do it the long way first. Like again, just like in math, right? You might spend, so if we're talking about like a semester, a course, right? If you're talking about long division, you first learn to do it the longhand before you learn all the shortcuts, right? There's lots of shortcuts that people use for mental math and to make it quick, but I don't think you should teach those shortcuts to do quick long division in your head. I don't think you should teach those until you've made people understand why it's working in the first place. That's all I'm saying. It's just a difference of order, and I think a lot of people don't do that. You know, people take one art course and the only thing they take away from it is complementary colors. Well, that's not like... That doesn't tell you about why and when and how to use complements. You can use complements to create contrast, but you can also use them very closely related to create like a color harmony type thing, where you have a little bit of, you know, green and red. They are almost imperceptible from each other because they're so close in color, because you really desaturate them. Well, that's a complement too, but it's doing something fundamentally different than it is if you slap in a bright green up here. You know, it's like a buzzword that has no understanding behind it. That's all I'm saying. Is I just think that it's not wrong to teach it, but if the only thing a beginner is taking from a beginner course is not how to think about it, but instead just a solution, I think you've done it wrong as a teacher or as a course. It should be in there, but it shouldn't be as like, you know, the one thing they learn, right? Because that you're not trying to teach solutions. You should be teaching how to think like an artist, like how to problem solve. Like what do different compositions do? And why might someone use different compositions? And then you can go through different compositions and talk about like, what does it do? And then you can get into the fundamentals. And in the end, maybe you come up with the conclusion, and so therefore this is the most common because it does these 10 things and these others only do one thing. And like, you know, you have a, there was a video we watched just recently. What was it? Let's see if I can find it. I don't know where it is. There was a video we watched earlier. But it was last Sunday, and I thought it was really good because it talked about... I don't even remember what topic it was about. All I remember, I was just blown away by how good it was. It had really good communication. It was very similar to what we're talking about today, where they explained a topic of like why... Gosh, now okay, I gotta look. Hold on. I'm going to my Discord. Am I in Discord? I'm in Discord. By the way, I have a Discord if anyone wants to join. Every other Sunday, we watch art. Okay, it was in Sunday Art Time. Did I link the videos beforehand? This one. It was a Lightbox talk. It was an hour-long Lightbox talk. You maybe even saw it in person. It was called Appeal and the Objectively Good. And I thought the title was stupid, but it was a good video. And in the video, it was by this guy. What's his name? TCK. That's not... Does he have a name? I don't know. But anyway, it was this... But he went through and explained... Like, he had a part... If you watch... Okay, to summarize kind of my thought process is summarizing... He talks about tangents. He has an entire section here on tangents. And he explains how your eyes work, and how stereoscopic vision is different from 2D, and why when you translate stereoscopic vision into a flat 2D image, that which scenarios do tangents occur under. And he explains basically, you know, here's how left eye, here's how right eye, here's when you would see tangents. And then he explains why, like, this is why tangents are bad, right? He explains the lead up and explains the thought process. And then he says, therefore, if you're talking about images, like, tangents do this thing for this reason, right? He gives you the explanation. It's not just don't do tangents, but why? Why don't do tangents, right? So yeah, anyway, I think this video is a great example of what I'm talking about, of sort of it done well. And he gives this talk on, especially the thing on tangents. Yeah, because in real life, you don't have tangents. Not really, because you have two eyes. So even if one eye sees a tangent, your other eye doesn't have a tangent, right? Because your brain understands, like, there is almost very, very rarely is there a case where both eyes see the same tangent, right? Unless it's super far away, in which case it almost doesn't, you know, stuff does get confusing really far away. But there's very rarely a case, especially up close, that you have real tangents. Right? Now, in cameras, that doesn't, you do. No, but they still start with it. They're like, here's the rule of thirds, and then they try to break down the exceptions later. I'm just saying flip it. Start with the lead up and end with, therefore, this is why this is commonly used. It's just a different way of explaining. It's still the same content. It's just different. But like, I think that video, it's in my Discord, this one, I don't know if you've seen it, Sarah, but that is a good example, especially the part on tangents, I think is exactly what I'm talking about. And I think that can be done with every other type of concept in art. Whether or not you have seen it done, or I have seen it done, or even if I know how to do it, there's absolutely, I think, a way it can be done. And I think that's missing a lot. With leading the eye to the focal point, and then they bring up the rule of thirds. But why not lead it to the middle? Why lead it to that spot? Like, that's why I think that the journey of thought that a student should take will have them consider what all the options are, kind of, and why they end up there, right? They don't start there and then say, here's why we ended up here. It's the other way. By the time they introduce it, you shouldn't have needed them to introduce it, because you should have already understood it. That them introducing it is like, oh, there's just this term for it, right? That to me, it should be like, there's all, you know, by the way, students, people before you have already solved this, and here's the solution. And then they should all let out a big groan, because it's like, why didn't you just tell us at the start, right? But you making them do the work. That's not true. Sometimes you do need someone to introduce it. No, well, I mean, okay, that's a little bit hyperbole, but like, if you walk through the thought process, or a thought process that leads them to a spot, when they get there, most people will have this aha moment because they've done the work of understanding it. That's all I'm saying. And I think that is an area in which art education mostly can do better. There are handfuls of people who do it really well, but there's a whole heck of a lot of them who do not do it well. And I'm not saying that, like, shame on those people, that's a bad video. You can still get stuff from videos that start out with that, right? If all you ever hear is tangents are bad, and yeah, you'll probably avoid them and you'll be fine. No harm done. But I think that's not, yeah. I mean, yeah, Sarah said, just last year, I plateaued on a specific thing for years. As soon as I learned a simple thing that took 10 minutes to explain, it helped me cross a huge threshold. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what that was, but sometimes the explanations only take 10 minutes. Again, I think that the thing I just pointed at took him less than 10 minutes to explain it. It was a 10-minute video. Or actually, the video was an hour, but it was a 10-minute segment on tangent. And in 10 minutes, he explained the concept. I think that's fine. It doesn't have to take more than 10 minutes. But oftentimes, the 10 minutes is still not even hardly even done. It's like a breath, and then they moved on and never talk about the process. It's just the solution. And I think the learning how to think is the thing, not the solution. I don't know. That's my stance. But I again, I'm not saying don't teach them. I'm just talking about process. Process, I think, is sometimes done poorly, and yeah. So I'm saying withholding information because you think you know when someone is ready. No, I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. I hope you don't think that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you withhold information. I'm just saying you teach them in a way where there's like thought happening, and it's not just like do this, do this, do this. You can give them the recipe at the end or whatever, but you're more just, it's just going a slower way of it's not about when they're ready. It's sort of like again, this is why I think math works, because like there is a conclusion, and like if you do it the long step, there is a point where you get to the answer. It's not about when you're ready. It's about when the thought process took you to the answer, right? Just same for like a composition, or, same with tangents. You can talk about how this works and how this works and how this works, and the next step will be tangents. This is why tangents are confusing. This is what they don't do. And this is essentially why they can be bad. It's not like, oh, I think you're ready. It's no, you've made a logical argument that made your case, right? You've laid out the facts, and they led you to a conclusion, and that solution is tangents can be bad. Can be, right? But they didn't talk about the previous stuff. Or they did talk about it. It wasn't about when they think you're ready. It's not some willy-nilly, like, you're good. I'm talking about a little bit more rigorous than that. Like, you teach both and you teach them in order, yes? That shouldn't take years. I'm not saying years. I never said years. Where did I say years? Did I say years? If I said years, I misspoke. I never said years. Do you think I said years and now you're assuming I said years? I don't know. I never said years. Anyway, that didn't happen. I don't think it happened. Maybe I did. It's on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I never said years. I'm just saying reverse the order. A little bit. I mean, it depends on topics. But a lot of topics, I do think people have the tools and they just haven't learned how to use them. Even though they know the solutions. The point of debating in order is because the way that your brain is going to use the information is going to depend on the process that you took to get there. Like there's a different, I mean, it's the difference between teaching someone to like solve a Rubik's Cube by giving them a formula, which is kind of how you do solve a Rubik's Cube, don't get me wrong. But like me telling you, turn left, turn right, turn left, turn right, versus me giving you the understanding so that you know when to use which algorithm, right? Like, you can't just memorize turn left, turn top, inverse, turn right, inverse, turn bottom. I mean, you do, but you have to know the starting point, right? It depends on the condition of the cube first. Maybe Rubik's Cube was a bad example because you're still using algorithms, but like, it's not just do the same algorithms in the same order every time. The starting position matters, right? And I'm saying that starting position matters. There's a difference between writing out the recipe versus giving you the series of concepts and say, this is when you use this concept, this is when you use this concept, this is when you use this concept, right? There's a difference in those approaches. Both of them might end up with, at some point, having a recipe, but the way that you got the recipe is important, right? One promotes, well, one is teaching them how to think, and the other is teaching them a solution. Now, it might be the case that you or me can, especially nowadays, can hear a solution and we can immediately understand the thought process that would have led up to that and how to use it in our own art, right? Nowadays, I can hear a solution and I can say, oh, I can use that in my own art, right? I just did like in 2 seconds, you can give me a solution. I can do all the work to understand how to apply it. But I don't think that's correct to assume that everybody is doing that, especially at a beginner level. I don't think telling someone a solution is going to make them understand all the ways to use it. That is wrong. I think that is a failing of artists who already know a thing, thinking that everyone else thinks the way they do. Isn't that literally why learning stuff via AI is worse than going through other forms? Probably. I mean, I think there's probably an argument just in some things, especially if the AI is getting its facts right, where it could actually teach you step by step, but I'm not advocating for that. Knowing how to think and learn. Yeah, and I think a lot of art is taught backwards. And again, I don't know how many people are just tuning in, but I guess to reiterate the way this conversation started was me making the analogy between how math, they'll typically teach you like the longhand way first, so that you can kind of understand why the thing works. And then they'll teach you the easy way, and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it was that easy. All I have to do is move the decimal. But like, first you kind of understood that there was a reason to it. And I'm just saying art needs to be a little bit more like that, right? Just more on the why and the how and the thinking and how do I use this to make choices versus instead of how do I use this as a solution. You don't think there should be a hard and fast rule on what order we should teach things? I think the order can matter a lot. I feel like that's one of those areas where like how you learn and I mean, again, I'm not saying that there's I guess I should clarify. I don't think there's a wrong way, right? Any information it can be fine, but I think a lot of information, if you teach it in a wrong way, people can use it as a crutch, and it's very easy to sort of do the easy route without having to learn, right? Especially for self-learning. If you're self-learning and you learn the easy method, you have it way harder mentally to force yourself to go and do the long method, right? I would not be surprised that if in 5 to 10 years art teachers everywhere are like, oh my god, this is so much harder to teach people because AI exists. Because it's really hard to get people to suck, basically, and struggle when there's a solution tempting them in their brain. This is not like this is a super well-known I mean, again, this is literally why or math teachers do it that way, one of the reasons. But like, I think so. Order matters. I think not in like an objective not in a way like obviously if you have a student who is like tenacious and outgoing and wants to find all the solutions and they just love everything about art, like those people are gonna stumble across all the information at some point and it's not gonna matter. But if you're trying to like teach someone sort of in an efficient way, again, you can learn in an inefficient way. I did. The way I learned was super inefficient, right? I just basically learned on YouTube. Mostly. I had a few art classes and stuff throughout like high school and one in college and a couple in, I had some art classes, but like mostly I learned on YouTube. And that's super inefficient, and it's totally a fine way to learn for a lot of people. But I think it's a wrong assumption to assume that like people are gonna string together the information automatically just because they have two connecting infos, like making that connection. And I think teaching people how to think is, I don't know, I just think that's more important than, anyway, I'm repeating myself. And that may mean X older is not always better or worse than Y order. Well, no, yeah, no, I don't think there's. I mean, I think in a lot of cases, I mean, better or worse is tough. Better or worse is a hard thing because, like, someone might say the stumbly way is better, but, like, I think, like, maybe not even quicker, but, like, if the goal is to learn how to teach artists to use art as a problem-solving tool, I think a lot of the ways art is taught is not, because a lot of the ways art is taught is to how to make pretty pictures, right? Or how to draw a thing, but not. I mean, again, it's tricky because it kind of depends on topic, but yeah, maybe my brain is fried. Also, holy crap, it's 4 p.m. We ranted for a long time. Good rant, Sarah. That's what we have now, and many people get trapped in the art learning slop pipeline. Of what I was saying, or the do, like, the quick tip thing. I'm not quite sure what you mean by the art learning slop pipeline. I mean, I think there is a lot of. I mean, it's tricky. I think art learning, especially if you're self-taught, is really, really hard. Quick tips, gotcha. Yeah, quick tips do, yeah, because it feels like you're learning stuff. Okay, gotcha, yeah, exactly. We always get wrapped up in a deep convo at the end. Yeah, we do, Sarah. And I like it. It can be a little bit annoying for people, probably, because they tune into art and see me not painting. But yeah, I think, I really do think, I mean, because it's funny, because you talked about earlier about, like, teaching people how to critically think, and I think that's exactly what I'm advocating. I think one process promotes critical thinking and problem solving, and I think the other process doesn't. And this is why it's funny, because a lot of times when people say things like, you know, oh, we need to learn critical thinking in school, and I think back to a lot of the stuff that I learned, like math, and I'm like, I absolutely did. Right? In writing, we absolutely did learn critical thinking. We learned a lot of critical thinking just through the way that it was taught, right? Because they didn't just give us an answer. We actually had to think about what we were learning and apply it in different ways and question things and sort of actually come up with the, you know, we had to actually try to find the solutions before it was given to us. Now, I'm not saying that everybody took that away. A lot of people, they just zoned out until the solution was given, and then it was like, oh, I've got it, right? It's like, oh, you know, they learned what they need to learn for a test, and they didn't really learn how to actually apply it, but, like, good enough, and they passed, and they moved on, and they probably didn't ever actually learn to think. But the way that it was taught absolutely promoted critical thinking in a lot of cases. Now, sometimes it didn't. Right? There are absolutely, like, bad teachers and stuff, you know, times where the way something is taught doesn't promote it, but you can have different incentives, essentially, when you're teaching a thing. So you said that you don't think the order matters. I think it absolutely can matter because you can promote different types of behavior. And the behavior I think that we would want to promote is that critical thinking with art. It's using the sets of tools and understanding how and why and when to use them, which is also when to break them. But again, you don't need to think about breaking a rule if it's not really a rule in the first place. It's the same way you very rarely hear me talk about complementary colors as, like, a thing to do. I think it's not that important. Like, I think you might end up using complementary colors, but I don't think about it as a rule to break. I think about it as a series of choices that lead me to a decision, and then if I end up there, great, and I might a lot, because it is a good solution to a lot of problems, especially if you're painting with a limited color palette, but it's not the starting point. And if it is, it's like a fuzzy, it's hardly a starting point. I personally find information easier to digest if I start with a benchmark to latch onto. Yeah, I mean, you might be weird. not weird, I'm kidding. You might be unique, or maybe not unique. I mean, I think a lot of people are like you, to be honest. And I think I am to some degree, especially with, like, books. Like, if I know where the book is going ahead of time, it's way easier for me to actually pay attention to it. It's hard to, like, not do that sometimes. But I think for me, I think for a lot of people, and I think there's a lot of science to back this up, that if your brain has to do less work because you already kind of it's good enough, then there's sort of an incentive for you not to do it. You know, again, if you have an assignment in school, that's probably different because there's a grade, you know, there's literally a punishment if you fail. But if you're learning on your own and you find a quick tip, I think it's way harder for people to actually go and learn the longhand way, because that longhand way is even more boring. Or maybe not even more, but it's certainly boring. They don't feel like it's useful because it arrives at the same spot they already knew. But it's at the same time, it's also not, now they're not using that part of their brain. They're not actually solving problems with it. They're just hearing a solution that sounds nice. I don't know. I guess it's just, this to me is more of like a psychology issue. It's less, I mean, it's also an education psychology, that kind of thing. Like, again, I think a lot of artists, the reason we're artists is because we are good at, like, you know, connecting random dots, right? You hear a bit of information and you're like, I have an idea of how to use it, right? Like that. I think that's why a lot of people are creative. Like that I mean, in some ways, that's almost what creativity is, right? Like, so I think it's no surprise that a lot of people have no problem learning in a whole number of ways, right? You give them a bunch of little facts, they'll figure it out, right? Where most creative people are pretty good about like connecting the dots. But I don't think that's not like a truism of how people's brains work. I think that's just like, I think there's a little bit of like weird selection bias here where, like, you know, it's kind of like the whole spanking argument. Like, I was spanked as a kid, didn't harm me. It doesn't mean it's a good way to do it. Like, it, you know, it might have worked for you and maybe a lot of other people, but there's still like, we understand enough about how people work that like, that doesn't, it gives me a little bit of that vibes where like, I feel like there's a better way, and yes, it's not, I don't know, maybe that's not a great analogy. I don't know, analogies sometimes they don't go over well with me, or I don't make good analogies, and it only makes it more confusing. Thank you for the follow, by the way. With the spanking arguments, it's also crazy because how do you know it did not harm? Well, that's the thing, right? Like, how do you know the way you learned it wasn't harmful? Or how do you know it wasn't more optimal? And like, the way that we know is because we learn about how people learn information, right? We learn about, we know that if we give people the quick solution, it's harder for them to care. Well, maybe not in all cases. There might be cases where it's not. But like, we know that it can be really hard for people to self-teach when there's so much like easy stuff, and that the hard stuff is harder to do, and you have to sort of self-regulate. It's really hard. And I don't think we're making it any easier when you sort of make the solution the first thing, right? Do you think you're going to get students to do the math problem the hard, long way by spending an hour on it if you can just put the solution at the start of the problem? I don't think you're going to get as many people to do the hard thing and actually work their brain muscles, right? I know the brain doesn't have muscles. That's not how that works. But like, I don't think, I think it's both, to me, self-evident, and I feel like it's pretty well understood in sort of science that like making people work for it a little bit more, especially than just giving them the solution, is going to make them a better thinker in the long run. And I don't know, I just feel art does this, we're bad at it. I think artists are bad at this. And maybe, again, my hypothesis or my theory, you know, my armchair theory is that most artists are pretty self-selected for making connections of information, right? I think we're pretty good at connecting the dots. And so for most of us, it's not a problem, but I don't think it's an optimal way of doing it. That's all that's my whole rant, and a rant, hour and a half rant. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Oh my, yeah. Oh my, indeed, Found Maker. Also, hi, hope you're doing well. Did you see my message about the statistics class? No, I think I skimmed it. Like when I took a stats class, the class was so abstract that I couldn't understand anything until we started talking about formulas. And then once I knew the formula, it was much easier to back extrapolate until it's funny because I do know that is a thing, right? And now I am curious as like, I know there's a lot of data around like, giving people the answer versus making them work for it and all that, but I would be curious to see like, especially in like self-report, because like I feel that way with some topics but not others, especially topics that like again, I mentioned this with books. I'm absolutely that way with books, where if you tell me the direction the story's going, then you can get me hooked on all the little details and minutia, because I don't have to worry about like the direction, and I kind of already know, and so it actually makes it really easy, and it makes it more enjoyable for me. Simplicity versus complexity. Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, and this is why I think for some topics it probably is true to like, again, this is why I said like light, I think is maybe a good example, because I think it can have more complexity, especially when you get into like RGB and stuff. Like, it's super weird and breaks all assumptions. Like, if you shine a pure red light on a pure blue object, it shows black. Like, there is no color. That's crazy. And like, that's gonna break the, like, I don't know if that's, maybe there is a simpler way and a more simplified version. I mean, I've talked about this also kind of on the other end of the discussion, which is like, when you learn about the Earth, you don't learn about the exact shape. Like, you learn it's a sphere, that's it, but you don't learn that it's like a little bit bunchier around the equator because of its spin, right? Like, that's not really important for a beginner. But I think a lot of art, again, there absolutely is artists though who, and again, this is that video that we have right here, the appeal of and the objectively good. I think that's a great video, especially the tangent part, and it does basically what I'm talking about. It's a perfect example of it. Dude, don't even get me started on how light works. The fact that cyan plus pink light equals yellow will never make any sense. Oh, see, that stuff, I like that stuff. I think it's fascinating. I like red and green make yellow. Well, technically, like you said, cyan and pink, yeah. Like, yeah, red plus green light equals yellow light. And I think it's cool. I like that stuff. Because we have the RGB cones in our eyes, and that's technically the types of light that we see, and all of it in combinations in different amounts will make different colors in our brains. And we don't have a yellow receptor in our brain, so like the red and the green together make the yellow. See, I like that stuff, but yeah, I think there's an argument to be made that like, do you really need to know that right at the start? And I think in some ways, I mean, I guess I would argue that like, if you didn't know, I mean, I don't want to armchair psychologize anyone, because that's just not good form, or also I'm not a psychologist, so what do I know? But like, is there a world in which if you learned things differently and you started with like more of like the math and like science, the physics of light and how that works, that would have made that concept much easier now to understand? Like, there is a world where if you didn't start in like with the solution, sort of, that like going through that process would have made you understand that better, and it would make sense, and you could actually use it to your benefit potentially. Now, I don't know if you could or couldn't. It depends on what you're doing, right? Obviously, it would be super niche, but like sometimes understanding that does allow you to make choices in art or otherwise. And in some ways, I'm saying, I mean, again, light's tricky because light is actually, I think of all the things in art, most of them are really simple, and we still shortcut them unnecessarily. I think light is one of the few that is actually complex, and I think there might be actually a good argument for why we should simplify it like at the very start. But I think most topics you almost don't even need to. I don't know. Yeah, okay, I should end the stream. I'm repeating myself. I'm going loopy. I've been painting for a while. I like the painting that we did today. It was fun. Maybe, but also you have to draw that line at some point. Yeah, absolutely. You can only learn so many things at one time. Yeah, I mean, and this is why, you know, art's tricky. This is one of the things I think that does make it really tricky to learn, is that, you know, as somebody mentioned earlier, it's more like a juggling act. You know, it's not like this is a hard topic to learn and so is this and so is this. It's more like these are all easy and now you're trying to juggle or balance all of these things at the same time. And that's the hard part. And so what drawing tablet? I use a Wacom or Wacom. I think it's Wacom. Wacom Intuos Large. Wacom Intuos Large. I got a command for that, by the way. Tools. Speaking of, I have some cold tea here. Wacom. Wacom. I think it's called Large. Intuos Pro Large. Pretty sure. I think it's just called Large. It's, I don't know what the inch is. It's a drawing tablet. It's probably 22 inch. It's about the same size as my monitor, so it's probably a 22 inch from corner to corner. Yeah, I like it. I could rant, you know, another good rant, which is less, it's more art. Actually, this one is pretty art focused. It's more education and psychology though. But another good topic is like, you know, tablet, pen tablet over display tablet. You know, with screen or without screen. I'm not going to get into that too much. That's a whole nother debate. But I think there's a good argument to be made for screenless. I know people love their screen tablet. Like, people love their screen tablets. They're sleek, they look nice, they're fun to use. I totally get it. But I'm all for the non-screen. And this is someone who's, I've had a Cintiq, so I've had my screen tablet, but I don't want to go, that's another hot debate. But yeah, I think this is a good spot to end. It's just basically a very chill painting. Not a whole lot to it, really. Maybe some of this, the form can be better. We have some weird, maybe some weird texture lines or something to make the form feel more formy. Form feel more formy. That's technical art lingo right there. Make the form feel more formy. Heard it here first, folks. I'm heavy-handed, so a screen might not be a good idea. You love how Earl Grey is tacked on with no context? Yeah, it's great. Mine does not look nice anymore. It's so scuffed. Oh no. Let's go to that. Wait, what? Let's go to... Did I really say that? When did I say it? I said it in 2023? Let's go to daddy. Did I? Okay, that's so out of context. That's hilarious that I said that once. When did I say... What does that even mean? I love out of context quotes. So out of context. I love that. I love that the quotes are so... Like, most of the time when I have said stuff, people... Like, I don't even know what the context is, but it's great. Let's go to daddy. What does that mean? That one caught me off guard. We haven't added any quotes in a long time. Whoa. Yeah, seriously. But yeah, no, here, I can give a recap of what I've done today. So at the start of stream, I did some sketches. We actually did a lot of these last stream, but I did this one last stream. I did the top 3 last stream. So we did some quick sketches. This one, and that. So we did these bottom today. I didn't really do a lot today. We were yapping for the first couple hours a lot. But yeah, I almost always start the stream off with like 2 hours of sketching, and then we do a vote, and then whichever one wins the vote is what we'll work on till the end of stream. So I can show some previous things. Let's try to show the good stuff because we have a lot of non-good stuff too. This one was fun. Oh no, that one doesn't have a thumbnail associated with it. I don't know what happened there. Here's another example. This one's very similar to today's. Ooh, I don't like, those are very basic. But here is one, and we turned it into a thing. We turned into this. which is, you know, just random rocks. I probably, you know, they're not the most exciting. But, you know, or we have some things like, let's try to find a finished painting. See if I can't show one that turned out good. Oh, these were fun. So here's an example of 3. These were all interiors, kind of. Yeah, these were interiors. I don't know what that is. That doesn't look like an interior to me. But we ended up going with this one, and this one actually changed a lot over its lifespan. I have tons of save files for this. But it ended up looking like this. Obviously, it's very different, but the initial sketch is kind of there. Right? We have the bottle, we have the chairs, cat on a desk. So that was a fun one. But yeah, I almost always do some sketches at the start of stream, and it just, you know, random ideas, suggestions, whatever. You have the complimentary palette, thanks. The reddish greenish, yeah, and the grayish, the reddish greenish grayish bluish. It has some blue too. RGB, very RGB painting today. But yeah, this one's interesting. I think this will probably go to Instagram. Not every painting goes to Instagram, but I do like painting rocks. They are nice. These are so cool. Aw, thank you. Yeah, mostly I don't do interiors. I mean, look, I have here, I'll just share my screen. I have a lot of non-interiors, and most of them I'm not showing. I'm cherry picking them. You know, like if I just pick one here. You know, oh, these were black and white. Apparently I did a black and white painting day, and then we ended up with this, which I don't like this one. I don't like the forms here. That was like a snowy scene. That was this one. Let's find some more. Let's just random pick. This one. Oh yeah, so here were some thumbnails, very weird colors. Some of them are blobby. Ugh, that's awful. Talking about RGB, oh jeez. No, this is the one that we ended up working on. And I think this one looked weird to me at the end. It's not terrible, but it's kind of a mess. Kind of a mess. I don't like that one. There's a reason I never uploaded it. Or maybe I did, actually. I don't remember. This one. Oh, I like these. These were fun. So these I liked. I think, all of these thumbnails. I actually remember some of these. This is the one we worked on. But yeah, just different scenes. This one was kind of cool. It's very, very saturated. And then this one's very desaturated. But yeah, these were fun. And then we worked on it, and in the end, it turned out for this one, just like an underground cave type thing. Just it's fun painting. Nothing fancy. Impressive sketchy. Yeah, it's very sketchy brushstrokes. We got a lot of yeah, a lot of sketchy stuff. Sketchy brushstrokes. Ooh, this one, oh wait, oh, we brought this one back. Funny enough that we just had this thumbnail twice. This is one that we brought back. This was the original day that we did it. And we did a bunch of just like naturalistic landscapes. Very, very rocky, pleasant scenes. And this is, I think we actually chose this one, although it changed a bit. I really like this one. So this one was like, this is my, I would call this like my wheelhouse. This is just the thing I could paint all day. It's just like mountains. Mountains are fun. So this is the one that turned into. Or maybe it was the other thumbnail. I don't even know. It's like a combination of these two. I think it was this one though. But this one I really liked. I actually have this one as a print, I think. I think it's on my print shop too. But yeah, a lot of the paintings that I end up painting I'm not a big fan of them. Yeah, this is a cool transformation because it's kind of similar. Like you can almost see sort of how, you know, if I were to bring this down here, you know, and like, you know, create like a little swooping thingy, and like you can kind of see how this turned into it. Like, you know, you have the mountains. You know, obviously I added more peaks at some point. I don't know when. Obviously, you know. And so like you can kind of see how it turned into it. The one thing I don't like is that it really grayed out. Probably a lot of these saturated colors just don't exist in this. And I kind of wish I would have had more saturated marks in here. I think I could have done a lot more with like the brightness of stuff. I don't know. It's not bad though. I like it. I really was happy with this painting. It's just a pleasant painting. You know, nothing fancy, no crazy design, no story. You know, even this one has way more story than that. You still have, yeah, the Blue Mountain one is great. I'm happy with it. It's one of my, like, as far as just like pretty pictures go, it makes me happy. I enjoy painting that stuff a lot. I wonder how your thought process go when choosing colors, since I tend to struggle a lot. We talked a lot about colors actually a bit today. Most of the time my color thought process is, funny enough, it's very little to do with color. I feel like color for me has like less to do with color and more to do with all the other aspects of color, like overall values, warm and cool, your light source, and then there's like, yeah, that's a lot of this stuff. And then of course there's like the foundational stuff that's like, you know, we kind of what we're talking about today is like the, you know, understanding like, in some ways like the psychology of like why and when you're going to use certain colors. Like for example, if you're going to make a painting primarily dark, right? Like what does that do? You know, well, it makes it dark. But then what if I put like really bright light and like, oh, there's like, you know, like what are the scenarios? Oh, see ya, Sarah. You got to go to dinner with family, but always thank you for the stream. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the rant. Good rant. Hopefully it didn't get too heated. But like a lot of times when I think about color, there's sort of like the, I guess I like to think about all the like, not all of it, but some of the psychology around like, you know, what do different types of scenes do, and like understanding different types of environments. You know, how does light affect fog? You know, what about a foggy environment? How is color affected in certain ways? And that stuff just helps me make decisions. So like, a lot, you know, I tend to start pretty limited. You know, I guess the solution to this is like, I tend to start pretty limited, oftentimes with like a warm color, you know, maybe that's my light source, and then maybe a cool color for like a, you know, like a sky, like a shadow color. Obviously not always. And then mostly from there, I pretty much just think about values. So I like to think of, you know, have some dark values in here, some light values. If this is a blue sky, for example, you're gonna have like some atmospheric perspective. Things are gonna get, you know, lighter and bluer, or closer to this color of blue as they get further back. And so I might do something like that. And then from here, once I get sort of like a base down, and the base is based pretty much on, you know, like a sun color, right? So if I wanted some light in here, I might put that yellow light. I could just put it in here as like the light. So I kind of have like a light color and a sky color, right? The sky being the shadows, and then the light is the light, which is anywhere the light hits is going to be that color. And then from here, because you have like a lighting foundation, and it's not always blue, you could pick pink, you could pick, you know, you could pick any color for the light, doesn't really matter. But then once you have a light decided, and sometimes this is based on like overall vibe, you know, if I want something like a sunset, or if I want something clear day, if I want something spooky, right, these are going to affect those initial colors. But then from there, I oftentimes do a lot of mixing. So like maybe I want some red in here, and so I put some red, but then I mix it in. So I'm like, okay, maybe there's red flowers, and that red is going to be mixed with that yellow, and so you get more orangey. And maybe that red, that same red, if we go back, is also mixed with the shadow, so you get these darker, like almost gray colors because it's being mixed. And so suddenly you have grays in here, right? You get this red gray mixed in with the shadows. You know, maybe you use some of your knowledge of color and light to say some of this red's going to be even darker because it's not going to get some, you know, so I just made some of it darker there. And suddenly we're getting a color palette that is a little different, right? I mean, it's not that different. It's orange, yellow, blue, red, that kind of stuff. And it almost doesn't matter what color you add, so long as you're thinking of it under the lens of like, here's light interacting. And so a lot of my color choices are made this way, at least initially. Sometimes there's also like experimentation. I might go wild and do like a glow dodge and pick like just a random color, like a green or something, and I'll just put it in here and see what happens. And sometimes I'll find that I'll be like, oh, that looks kind of cool. You know, I might kind of keep it in my back pocket for color or something. You know, if I don't know what I'm gonna paint, obviously this is a fine way to start. If you know what you're gonna paint, this might just ruin it. But I might take, you know, sometimes there's some color that's working because you know, overlay layers in Photoshop can be fun to play with. Not from like a theory-wise point of view, but they're fun to play with because they affect everything equally. And so it's sort of this like, it harmonizes your colors automatically. You don't really have to think about it, which is not really a great thing, but it can be fun to experiment with. And yeah, maybe you end up with a color palette like this, and, you know, after a while, it's like, okay, you know, maybe this scene, and then I sometimes will start thinking more like emotionally about it, where like, okay, what does this painting make me feel? You know, maybe I think the green lights make me think of something like almost like ghostly, and well, what if I emphasize that light? And so one of the ways I might do that is by making my scene darker. So maybe I want to bring the light more like a pin light. Maybe I want to bring this one in this painting. I'm using the same colors basically, but I'm just darkening some of the colors that are there. Maybe I use this one. And now maybe this light feels more, you know, it feels more like the feeling that I kind of felt. If that makes, I don't know if that makes sense. So like we had this little bit of like, oh, it's a ghostly sense. Well, what about it made it ghostly? Okay, these bright glowing lights in the darkness. Oh, let's play with that, right? So then that's where I start playing with value, where now I'm not even playing with color, right? It's all about value. I'm like, okay, let's get rid of some of that yellow in there because I want it to feel darker. But then I'm going to take some of these bright colors and stick them right back into the, you know, right into the darkness here. And I'm going to sort of emphasize that quality because I think that quality made the mood that I wanted. So there's sort of an emphasis on mood and like overall feeling of it. You know, oftentimes I start with simple things like just like a blue sky, yellow light or something. But sometimes it'll evolve into what is the thing I'm actually trying to paint. And obviously here I have no idea, so I'm just making fun colors. And that's where experimentation comes in. But sometimes I do know, you know, if I know that the scene is going to be spooky, I might start with a little bit darker colors, or maybe grayer because the tone of the painting. So, you know, so similarly, if I'm going to do like a ghostly scene, but I want to feel more spooky and less like vibrant and fun, maybe I start with like a grayer palette, you know? And then maybe I know that it needs to be a little darker because, again, I want it to be a little spooky. So maybe I start mostly grayscale, but then maybe I do bring in, you know, maybe like I'll do color dodge again just to make it quick. You know, maybe I say, okay, well, you know, something like this might feel nice, like little ghosts. But what if I want it to be like weird and alien? So maybe I make it like a green, you know, a little bit more like mysterious, you know, a little bit more eerie. And so maybe I make some of the shape language and more like crooked trees and creepy, and, you know, so suddenly this painting is going to have a different color or a different vibe because I'm specifically designing it for a mood. And you know, some of that's values, some of that is you know, some of it's based on values, some of it's based on colors. The green is obviously based on the vibe, but so is the overall. And now I'm like, okay, well, what if I wanted something to feel, you know, again, this is going to be a little spookier, but I, you know, maybe I do want more colors than this. This is pretty boring. Okay, well, what about, well, actually, the blues here is kind of nice, but like, what about, what color is the sky? Okay, maybe the sky is a little bit cool, but maybe it doesn't make it down to the trees, and so maybe you actually have some warmth in here. And so maybe you have like a, you know, the trees have a little bit of like brownish to them, you know, and again, not to go into like complementary stuff, but like, you know, green and red do tend to work. And so that's at least a comforting feeling that like maybe if I add a little bit of dark, you know, gray in here, this grayish color, it's going to make it look a little bit warmer, you know, and maybe I'm doing that because the shadows typically are cool, and so I want to make it a little bit more uneasy or something, and so maybe I add a little bit of color in here, and it's a little bit gray. Maybe there's some weird colors, like a yellow a yellow color on the trees, you know, just something a little bit unusual. You know, and maybe that's how I get my color palette, you know, a little bit like sickly green or something, you know, that might make it feel a certain thing. So sometimes it's, you know, I know where I'm headed, and I intentionally pick colors that are trying to like communicate that sense. But other times it's just exploration. But I kind of still use values. You know, maybe this one's gonna be brighter and cheerier, and so I intentionally bring in more of that light, you know, and then that fill light bounces around, and it's gonna, you know, put in some nice orange in here, some blue and orange, and like maybe I diverge these in the path they take. You know, maybe this one is brighter and more, you know, fun, and there's like celestial things in the sky, you know, and this one deviates into more dark and gloomy, and like that might be the way that I tackle them. And so, you know, not every painting is just darker and moodier, but there is sometimes like you know, how dark a painting is important, I think. So yeah, in some ways it's the color is, I don't know, it's weird. It's like color is like the least important part of color. It's more about like how dark, how, you know, is it warm, is it cool, to what degree. Also things like perspective affect color, which is weird. Not in a direct way, but like if I know that my eye line is low, it's very hard to paint an environment without your sky being some sort of light source. Unless it's like a nighttime sky and it's really dark, it's almost always going to be kind of like at some sort of light source. And so that kind of, if you have a low painting and you're looking up, unless it's like a sunset or a night sky, you're pretty much going to have a bright painting. Like it's very hard to paint a midday scene looking up without it going to be overwhelmingly bright, right? Like it's really hard. So that's going to affect the mood, right? Which affects the colors. And so even something like choosing my perspective can influence my choices on what colors I make later down the road, right? So sometimes it's important to know where I'm going. Sometimes I use that as like the reason I do a thing. So like if I just start making a low angled perspective, I might be more inclined to do big fun nighttime scenes with stars or something, right? So it's kind of, there's a lot of parts and a lot of things that I think about, and a lot of moving pieces, but I don't think they're really that complicated. I think the biggest one is values, you know, knowing things like atmospheric perspective, also just blending from a technique perspective or point of view. A lot of blending. I do a lot of blending because, again, I tend to start with like a light and shadow, and so if I blend my colors into the light, I'll get that color, right? If I want a red flower patch, like I mentioned earlier, and I blend that into my blue light here, you know, maybe if I pick a darker red, you know, I can get this weird color that's like a gray, right? This is not red anymore. It's literally a gray-green, but it looks red because it's kind of being affected by the light, right? That's what happens when you blend the colors. They pick up that other color, and so now this is the reddest thing in my painting, and it looks red. It's not actually red, but it looks red, right? And then in the light, I can do the same thing. I can take red, I can put it into the light, and now, you know, maybe I make it a little brighter because it is bright, and now that looks red too. And so now I have red that looks red in the red light, or in the light, but it's all being affected by the light, right? This is not the red that I started with, and this is not the red that I started with, but they still look red because they're being influenced by my light sources, which is my sky color and my light. So like that's something that I do a lot. So in some ways it's less about the color and more about the mood. And the mood of the painting will dictate the types of colors I might use, the amounts of them that I use. Is this your job? Not full-time. I mean, streaming is, I don't know, streaming is kind of a job. Not really, though. No, it's not my full-time job. So, yeah, that's how I choose colors. A lot of, like, mood and vibe and sort of... It's very similar to, like color key type stuff or color scripting, where you're basically trying to communicate. I mean, I like to think of art as communication, and so it's a lot of trying to communicate a mood or a story and using colors to do that. I think that's probably one of my favorite things, is like what effect does that have on your brain, and how, you know, how does that all that communicate? Anyway, I think that's probably one of my favorite things about art. So I do love color, but it's funny that I don't really think of color as like, you know, how do you choose the specific color? I don't. I arrive at a color by choosing other things, right? Like I need to make this darker. Great, let's make it darker. How do I darken a color? Well, I can remove the light, make it dimmer, and then it will blend into the natural environment. And so maybe I'm adding whatever, you know, then I have to think about what the environment is, you know? And so it's like, it's not really about which colors to add. It's more about what's happening to them to make them end up as something else. I don't know, that's not a good way to think about it. But yeah. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna end stream here because I'm tired. I've been streaming for like 2 extra hours. But thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. There's been a lot of you super supportive hanging out. But yeah, I had fun. Good rants today. Some rants about education, some chaotic stuff at the start of stream about politics. Actually, not really politics. What was it? No, it wasn't politics. What was it? Oh gosh, we were ranting about something. Not really rambling, I guess. Yo, see you later, dude. Yeah, see ya, Foundmaker. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you for the follow and popping in. I appreciate it. If I do have all my VODs on YouTube, by the way. If anybody ever wants to watch a VOD, although I don't know, it's more fun live, so maybe the VODs aren't that important. But you could, in theory, though, scroll. I think this is the right channel. Did I just link the right channel? You could go to live on YouTube and scroll through all of the things. And like, if there's ever, hypothetically, if there was like a painting that you saw, like, oh, this one's fun, and you could see how I painted it, right? I try to put the thumbnails for the thing that I worked on. So if there's a thumbnail that's interesting and you wanted to see it be painted in real time, you could do that. Obviously, some of them, like this one, I have a whole bunch of it because I worked on it multiple days. Some of them, like this, are a one-day painting. I always start the stream, though, showing the previous painting. So if you just hover over, it doesn't look good, but yeah. I haven't uploaded the thumbnails to all of them. But yeah, basically, that's one way. If you ever want to watch VODs, they are all on YouTube. But mostly YouTube is just for VODs. But anyway. And let's see, what else? What other things do I say before I leave? I think that's it. Other than just thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I do have a Patreon if anybody wants to support me further. Don't feel like you need to, though. Just being here is more than enough. And we are gonna head out. So see ya. See ya Monday. I'll be here Monday, taking Thanksgiving off to be with family.